Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All people raising GU. 100-fold increase. Chapter 121. Chu Yuan threw off his shoulders and worked hard. After more than 2 hours, he finally cleaned the villa. He unceremoniously chose a room for himself, took out his daily necessities from the space snail, and after arranging them, he felt that this place could be lived in. However, after leaving my room, the villa is still empty, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. He thought for a while, took out a pen and paper, and listed the things he usually used, as well as some furniture, electrical appliances, decorations, and even potted plants. He planned to purchase these things and enrich the villa. Immediately afterwards, he encountered another difficulty: how to purchase these things. He didn't have a college pass, so he couldn't get in after he went out, and he had to trouble that senior sister Lu Kai to pick him up. He thought for a while, and simply called Jung Jun, whom he had just met, and called 007. Jung Jun quickly got through the phone. "Brother Chu Yuan, you think of me so quickly, haha, if you need anything, please tell me." Chu Yuan was not polite, and said directly, "I really need your help. I live in the academy and I haven't got a pass for the time being. Every time I go in and out, I have to bother others, so I want you to help me buy some things and send them over. I wonder if it will embarrass you." Jung Jun was thinking about how to build a good relationship with Chu Yuan. When he heard Chu Yuan's request, he immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem, what do you need? I will go to purchase immediately and then deliver it to your door." "Okay, I'll send you the list." After Chu Yuan sent out the list, Jung Jun immediately took action and made a big purchase in Cloud City. That night, Jung Jun delivered the things to the villa. Moreover, after the goods were delivered, he was still unwilling to leave, helping Chu Genichi to install electrical appliances and decorate the villa. The two have been busy until late to get it done. Chu Yuan looked it over and felt that the decoration effect was very ordinary, but it was much better than the empty villa, and it finally looked like someone lived in it. He said to Jung Jun, "Brother, thank you very much." Being able to get Chu Yuan to call me brother, Jung Jun was immediately flattered and said, "Haha, Brother Chu asked me to help, that's because he respected me, thank you. Let's go out to eat." Chu Yuan smiled. "Don't go out, there happens to be a newly installed stove, so let's eat at home." "It's here." "Yes, you are waiting here, I will cook myself." Jung Jun was even more surprised. "You can also cook?" "Hehe, I'm an alchemist. I work with stoves, and of course I can cook with both hands." Jung Jun is speechless. Can an alchemist stove be the same as a chef's stove? However, Chu Yuan is willing to let him eat at home. That's even better. Usually only when the relationship is close will people be kept at home for dinner. In less than half an hour, Chu Yuan cooked several dishes and only used 2 soups. After serving it on the table, Jung Jun couldn't wait to take a sip, and then he was full of praise. "Chu Yuan, I'm really convinced. I didn't expect you to be such an outstanding alchemist, and even your cooking skills are so good." This is not a compliment, but a compliment from the heart. Chu Yuan's cooking skills have really been practiced. After all, he is in the world of GU God Tower, so he can only do it himself if he wants to eat better. Chu Yuan took out the monkey wine, and each of them shared a pot with Jung Jun, and drank each other. After drinking and eating, Chu Yuan threw away his chopsticks. "Let's divide the work, I cook the dishes, you have to clean the dishes." Chu Yuan has a problem. He likes to cook, but he doesn't like to wash dishes. Jung Jun is speechless. "Do I, Fatty Jung, look like someone who can wash dishes? But he eats more food than others, is it too much for you to wash the dishes?" He had no choice but to roll up his sleeves to wash the dishes, but he rattled and smashed 2 dishes, which made him a little embarrassed. When he came out after washing the dishes, Chu Yuan had already made a pot of tea, and the two drank it again. "What Chu Yuan brews is nourishing tea." Jung Jun took a sip and his eyes lit up. What kind of tea is this? It has a very strange feeling." He savored it carefully. "Can it increase spiritual power?" "Although it only increases a little bit, it's tea. Drinking a pot every day for many years will be incredible." As expected of a businessman, he immediately saw a huge business opportunity and asked eagerly, "Chu Yuan, is there a lot of this kind of tea?" Chu Yuan used to keep Shenshen tea under wraps and never gave it to outsiders, because there were not many teas of this kind, so he wanted to keep it for himself. But now, he has planted a lot in the world of Gu God Pagoda, and there are tea trees all around Wolong Villa, and there is no shortage of this kind of tea. Therefore, when he brewed the nourishing tea, he planned to use this kind of tea to cooperate with Zheng Jun first, to see if this person could cooperate for a long time. Chu Yuan nodded. There are some tea leaves, we can sell some together, but I want to hear how you plan to sell them first. Zheng Jun thought for a while and said, there are very few things on the market that can increase spiritual power, and the price of each one is very expensive. This kind of tea is not worried about selling at all, but if you want to sell it at a high price, you have to work hard. According to my thinking, it should be like this. Fatty Zheng is most proud of his talent in business. He shared his thoughts with Chu Yuan. After Chu Yuan heard this, although his expression didn't change, he still agreed with his thoughts in his heart. According to Zheng Jun, the core of the sales of mental health tea lies in the words, hunger marketing. To put it simply, it is to package the Yangshan tea, and then put it on the market regularly and quantitatively. Moreover, this kind of tea can only be bought here, and there is no other place to buy it. Once the reputation of this kind of tea spreads, there will be a steady stream of customers looking for it. The two people discussed the cooperation on the tea. Chu Yuan is in charge of supply, Zheng Jun is in charge of sales, and Chu Yuan will account for the bulk of the profit. After all, he controls the source of the goods. In fact, even if all the profits belong to Chu Yuan, Zheng Jun will not suffer. After all, once this kind of tea becomes famous, it can actively attract customers to come to the door, thus bringing Zheng Jun rich channels and contacts. With the help of Yangshan tea, Zheng Jun can also start a business from a young age. This is of great significance to Zheng Jun, who is determined to become a great businessman. After the two discussed it, Zheng Jun said goodbye and left. Chu Yuan put aside the matter of making money, went back to the practice room, and started to practice. After all, in the world of Gu masters where the strong are respected, one's own strength is the most important thing. Yunshao College, in a very luxurious villa. A handsome middle-aged man came out of the training room and stretched himself. Cute, cute, he shouted several times in a row, but no one answered. This girl, won't she get lost again, right? I'm really convinced, I can lose it in my own home. His figure suddenly disappeared from the villa, and he didn't know where he went. 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man returned to the villa, followed by a 16 or 17-year-old girl. This girl has a round face and a bit of baby fat. Although she is very beautiful, she naturally has a cute and silly expression. Behind the girl, there is a cicadere with a bell. I said Mengmong. Although the college is not small, it is only so big and it is closed. You can get lost just by going out. Can you tell the master how you did it? This is still in the college, you will leave the academy in the future, why don't you throw it away and never get it back? Master, I'm not going out of the academy, I won't throw it away and never get it back. Hey, do you still want master to support you forever? If you want to be beautiful, I will let you marry in a few years, so that you don't have to worry about getting lost all the time. Master, what is marriage? That's right, forget it, you are still young, so let's not talk about these 16 for now. Tell me why you want to go out first. If it weren't for the little bell, you would have lost it so much that I couldn't even find it. Master, the uncle ordered him. His apprentice is here, I'll pick him up. Just you, get lost when you leave the house, and pick up others. The middle-aged man laughed at the apprentice again, and asked, your uncle's apprentice? The one named Chu Yuan. Oh, it's him. Your uncle is very stingy. He treats this apprentice like a treasure. He doesn't even dare to let me see him. Hee, where is that kid? I'll go and see what's good about him. Alright, I'll snatch him from your uncle. The cute girl cried and said, Master, are you going to accept apprentices again? Don't you want to be cute? The middle-aged man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are so stupid, you might get lost at any time, I have to take in an apprentice as a backup. HMPH, bad master. Ignore you. Tell me where is that kid? I don't know, I asked Little Bell to send him to the uncle's villa, but I don't know where the villa is, you can ask Little Bell. After a night of practice, Chu Yuan left the room refreshed. When he came to the courtyard of the villa, he only felt the freshness and ease in the air, and the aura was compelling. Tisk tisk. As expected of Yunxiao Mountain, there are outstanding people, it's really nice to live in such a place. Chu Yuan even wanted to take his parents over and settle down in Cloud City. However, my father is a fan of the government, he will soon become the Minister of Public Security of Scorpio City, and his ideals and ambitions have just begun, so I'm afraid he doesn't want to come to Cloud City. When Chu Yuan first arrived in Yunxiao City, he called home, but no one answered. The voice automatically left a message saying that his parents had already talked about cultivation in the Jiyu God Pagoda. This is Chu Shang's reward for discovering the black gold mine in another world. Their practice this time will last for a year. It is the world of Bali, with 0 times the speed of time. In 20 years, and with the unlimited supply of pills, Chu Yuan's parents would be at least level 4 or 5 GU masters after they came out. Well, it's not bad to let parents stay in Scorpio City, some of them have become middle and high-level people in Scorpio City. In addition to myself, the future master of alchemy, the talented student of Yunxiao Academy, and even the city lord of Tianshui City, he would look highly at his parents. Chu Yuan thought about the future for a while, and then started punching in the yard. GU masters mainly rely on spirit GU to fight, but GU masters still have some melee combat techniques, which Chu Yuan is practicing now. He was punching for a while, when he suddenly saw a person coming in from outside the villa. Chu Yuan quickly greeted him, "Master, you are back." The person who came was Guo Yunyang. After Guo Yunyang came in, he first looked at Chu Yuan with a smile and looked around, and then looked at the surrounding environment. He was very surprised and said, "Hey, why are there so many extra things in this Villa 0.0? Chu Yuan smiled and said, "How is it?" "Not bad, I just finished decorating the villa after working for a whole day yesterday." "Master, you are too lazy. It's such a pity to have such a big villa here empty." Quote. Guo Yunyang nodded. "I seldom live here. I spend most of my time in the alchemy room of the academy, and I don't bother to make it. It's just right for you to do it. I'll live here from now on." "Good master. Chu Yuan, come into the house with me, I'll test you and see if you've been lazy during this time." "Good master." Chu Yuan nodded. He felt that the master had become more polite. He used to call him a brat, and he was joking and not serious. I am so embarrassed to call him Old Man Guo. When the two entered the room, Chu Yuan said, "Master, I'll make tea for you." He went to make a pot of nourishing tea first, and poured a cup for Guo Yunyang. Guo Yunyang took the tea, took a sip casually, then straightened his face and stared at the tea leaves, looking very surprised. Chu Yuan noticed his expression and said, "Master, what's the matter, isn't the tea made well?" "Very good, very good. This is nourishing tea, you have drunk it before." Yes, I haven't drank for a while, I almost forgot." Chu Yuan was puzzled. He drank the nourishing tea for the master before, so he shouldn't be so surprised, right? He used Spirit GU to sense Guo Yunyang's breath carefully, but found nothing abnormal. He used Jixin GU again, and then asked, "Master, when we parted ways in Scorpio City, you promised to help me refine a few batches of drunk GU pills and help me improve the Spirit GU. I wonder if you have finished training." Guo Yunyang said vaguely, "This master is too busy these days, and I haven't had time to practice. Let's do it in a few days." "Okay, master, then you have to hurry up. As soon as Yunxiao Academy starts, if I don't have a few purple jade spirit GU, how can I study with other geniuses?" While Chu Yuan was talking, he became alert in his heart. Something is wrong. "Master, you are wrong. He and his master did not agree to refine drunken GU pills, what they said just now was just to test each other out. Isn't the other party a master? Was it changed by someone else? Chu Yuan doesn't know if a GU master has the ability to transform into someone else, it should be. Spiritual GU has all kinds of abilities, the world of a GU master is so big, it's not uncommon to be able to transform into someone else's appearance. For example, both Chu Yuan and Dugu Meng have the Mirage GU, which can do this, as long as the opponent's level is not higher than his own, or there is a special spirit GU that breaks the illusion, otherwise he can't see through the illusion created by Ru at all. The person in front of him was Guo Yunyang from appearance to aura, even his expressions and movements were lifelike. But Chu Yuan has already determined that he is not. Fortunately, Jixin Ji sensed that the other party was not malicious, otherwise Chu Yuan would have to start thinking about how to escape. Chu Yuan remained calm, pretending to be false with the person in front of him. Unexpectedly, the other party actually tried to teach Chu Yuan's alchemy. Moreover, while he was teaching, he also gave advice to Chu Genichi. Chu Yuan still had a lot of doubts about alchemy, but after some advice from the other party, he immediately realized it, and felt that he had gained a lot. Chu Yuan was secretly startled. The alchemy attainment of this person in front of him was definitely not inferior to that of his master Guo Yunyang. And it is certain that this person is very good at teaching apprentices, which is much better than Guo Yunyang. There is only one way Guo Yunyang teaches his apprentices, and that is to let you practice, practice, and practice. Alchemy practiced 100 times, its meaning will manifest itself. That is a stupid method, and it cannot be said that it is ineffective, but it is undoubtedly time-consuming. And the person in front of you can explain everything to you from the general outline to the details, from the principle to the practice. As long as you are not too stupid, you can understand everything. After the exam, Guo Yunyang actually took out an alchemy furnace on the spot and asked Chu Yuan to make alchemy on the spot. After passing the theoretical knowledge, there is still an actual combat test. Although he is very cooperative with the other party and started alchemy, he wants to see what the other party's real purpose is. What Chu Yuan refined was Shui Ling pill. This is a commonly used elixir for cultivating spirits. Chu Yuan has a lot of spirits, so he consumes a lot of this elixir, so he refines the most. Half an hour later, the Shui Ling pill came out. Guo Yunyang inspected it for a while, and nodded in satisfaction. That's right, the third-grade high-grade Shui Ling pill, I couldn't make it when I was your age. This person seems to be very satisfied with Chu Yuan. He nodded with a smile and said, not bad, Chu Yuan, your talent in alchemy is beyond my imagination. Master has something to tell you. Chu Yuan nodded respectfully. Master, please tell me something. Well, the thing is like this, Master, I often retreat to study ancient alchemy formulas, and I am not very good at teaching apprentices, so I plan to find you a new master, and in the future, you will not be my apprentice. Ah, what is this? Chu Yuan put on a frightened expression. No, Master, you don't want me anymore. What did the disciple do wrong? You want to drive me away. Good apprentice, you have done nothing wrong, and I am not driving you away. It is the master, I don't know how to teach, and I am not worthy to be your master. I will recommend you a better master. No, I only recognize you as a master, and I don't want anyone else no matter how good they are. You child, why are you so stubborn? The master I recommend to you is not simple. He is the president of the Alchemist Association, the vice president of Yunshao Academy. You follow him, and from now on you will be popular and drink spicy food. Cloud Academy walks sideways. Chu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Chen Yuyan. That's right, it's him, how is it? The master I recommended to you is not bad, right? Chu Yuan already had guesses about the identity of this person. HMPH, you want to play, right? I'll play with you. He intentionally showed a disgusted expression. Master, haven't you been telling me that Chen Yuyan is an asshole? Why do you want me to recognize that asshole as master? No, I won't agree. Cough cough cough. Guo Yunyang, in front of him coughed violently. What? Teacher, did I say that? Chu Yuan said with a pure expression. Yes, you often tell me. You said that Chen Yuyan, although he is your younger brother, has a very bad character, he is despicable and shameless, and even seduced you, my little junior sister. Nonsense. It's me that junior sister has always liked. Guo Yunyang was furious. He stood up abruptly. He soon realized that he had slipped his tongue, and then explained, well, actually, I was wrong at the time. The one my junior sister likes is Chen Yuyan. I'm just an unrequited love. Exclamation mark quote. Chu Yuan was overjoyed. It seems that Guo Yunyang and Chen Yuyan have a lot of stories between brothers and sisters. He was about to light another fire, and at this moment, someone came in from outside the villa. The person who came was actually Guo Yunyang. Two Guo Yunyangs. The two Guo Yunyang stared wide-eyed, and Fu Yeli suddenly froze. Chu Yuan pretended to be ignorant and said, ah, why are there two masters? The Guo Yunyang who just came in at the door said angrily, Stinky boy, what did this tell you? Chu Yuan scratched his head. Ah, this one. Master said, don't let me be your disciple anymore, let me go to worship Chen Yuan as master. Guo Yunyang at the door looked sad and indignant, pointed at Guo Yunyang in the room with trembling fingers and said, Chen Yuan, you. Back then you robbed my junior sister, and now you are coming to rob my apprentice. I will fight with you. Chu Yuan was surprised to see that the light blooming on Guo Yunyang's body in the room changed his appearance instantly. He turned out to be a very handsome middle-aged man. This person Chu Yuan knew, and his photos were everywhere on the internet. Chen Yuan, who has been known as the world's #1 alchemist for so many years. Chen Yuan was handsome when he was young, which is the dream of countless girls. Now that he is a little older, he still looks very handsome. Handsome. Chu Yuan couldn't help comparing himself with him. Well, he was only a little worse than me. Seeing that Guo Yunyang was desperate, Chen Yuan quickly waved his hands. Brother, don't do this, Chu Yuan and I are just kidding around. But to be honest, Chu Yuan's talent is really good, it's a waste to be your apprentice, you can only bury your head in research, and you can't teach others, why don't you give him to me? There is another thing we have to make clear, junior sister has never liked you, the person he likes has always been me, I didn't snatch it away. I'll fight with you. Brother, you scolded me again, I, Wang Zhao, have heard what Chu Yuan said, you often scolded me in Scorpio City, and it's not a gentleman's act to scold people behind your back. I'll fight with you. Hey, brother, don't do it, I'm not afraid of you. Asshole, I'm fighting with you. Whoosh. There was a flash of inspiration on Chen Yuan's body, and he didn't know what method he used to disappear from where he was. Guo Yunyang yelled, I can't spare you today, don't try to run away. He also released Spirit Ji and chased him out of the villa. Chu Yuan chased them out of the villa, only to find that both of them had disappeared. Tisk, I didn't expect Master to be so good at fighting. The moment Guo Yunyang released the Spirit Ji just now, his aura was astonishing, at least he was a Ji Master of level 5 or 6. As for how the Master and Chen Yuan will fight, Chu Yuan doesn't care about it. This is a matter between their brothers and sisters, and he can't get involved. It wasn't until evening that Guo Yunyang returned home as if he had won a battle. Chu Yuan welcomed him into the villa and asked, Master, have you taught Master Chen a lesson? Guo Yunyang said triumphantly, well, that one he fled to my junior sister. If it wasn't for his junior sister's sake, I would have broken his leg today. He dared to look like me. You cheated. Chu Yuan quickly shook his head. Master, what you said is wrong. I am your apprentice, so I only recognize you as a master. No matter how much Uncle Chen deceives, he can't deceive me. Guo Yunyang was very satisfied with Chu Yuan's attitude, he nodded, okay, he really is my good disciple. Come, Master will give you a gift. He said and handed over a box, open it and have a look. What is it? Chu Yuan opened the box, and inside was a fiery red Ju egg. Master, I don't need Spirit Ju, so I won't accept this generous gift. Guo Yunyang said seriously, you must accept it. This Ju egg is not simple, it is a fire-type Spirit Ju wildfire cicada which is of great help to alchemists. Alchemists who have reached the 3rd rank or above have very high requirements for flames, and ordinary flames cannot meet the requirements, you have to use fire-type Spirit Ju or fire-type Spirit Beasts to help. We are alchemists, but also Ju masters. Therefore, a fire-type Spirit Ju is essential. After I became a teacher, your master gave me a salamander. After you asked me to be your teacher in Scorpio City, I have been looking for a fire-type Spirit Ju through various relationships. I just got it from an old friend until the other day. So you must accept this Spirit Ju. If you accept an apprentice in the future, remember to prepare a fire element Spirit Ju for him too. Hearing what Guo Yunyang said, this Spirit Ju Chu Yuan had to accept it. There are many Spirit Ju on Chu Yuan's body, even the orange crystal Spirit Ju has 3 heads, indeed there is no fire element Spirit Ju. Chu Yuan accepted the Ju eggs, and took out a small box. Thank you Master, this disciple also prepared a gift for you. Guo Yunyang laughed loudly. Good apprentice, you are so filial, and you know how to give master a gift. Let me see what it is. I don't want anything that is too expensive, I think you can just give me all the monkey wine. He opened the box, and suddenly a wave of scorching air spread around. Blazing spirit, brat, where did you get it? Chu Yuan laughed and said, I exchanged the drunken GU pill you gave me at the GU Master Exchange meeting in Scorpio City. I know it's useful for you, Master, so I specially gave it to you. You boy, what luck. Even this kind of treasure can be exchanged, you picked up a big bargain. If you want to upgrade the Fire Spirit GU to the GU Beast, this blazing essence is a must-be GBC thing, it is too precious, and you can also use it to advance your Spirit GU in the future, I cannot accept this gift. Chu Yuan pretended to be very angry. Master, I accepted the wildfire cicada you gave, it is your gift to the apprentice. This flaming essence of mine is a thank you gift for your teacher, you have to accept it, otherwise you will look down on disciples. Guo Yunyang moved and said, Silly boy, Master, I am obsessed with the art of alchemy, and I don't have much desire to improve the level of GU Masters. Therefore, there is no need to cultivate GU beasts. This thing is a waste for me, and you should keep it for yourself in the future. Use it. Chu Yuan shook his head. No, you have to accept the disciple's kindness. It's too early for me to use this thing, and I will definitely find it in the future. Master, if you don't accept it, I will be upset. Maybe I will be annoyed. Was abducted by Uncle Chen. Guo Yunyang shook his head, and finally put away the blazing essence, but his expression was very relieved. He felt that this apprentice valued feelings, and it was not in vain. On the first day Chu Yuan arrived in Yunxiao City, when he was wandering around the city, he wanted to buy a gift for the master. He visited many shops, and finally fell in love with a top-quality fire treasure, red flame crystal, so he bought it. Red flame crystal became a very rare, blazing Seiko after 100-fold increase. He knew that Guo Yunyang had a spirit GU Charizard, which was a salamander. This salamander should be Guo Yunyang's natal GU, but it has been stuck at the peak of the 6th level spirit GU for decades, and has been unable to advance to the 7th level GU beast. It is not so easy to advance to the 7th level GU beast, it needs to consume a lot of precious resources. Over the years, Guo Yunyang has not accumulated enough resources to cultivate GU beasts, and the most critical material is the blazing essence. In fact, this is also Guo Yunyang's own fault. As a very good alchemist, he doesn't even have enough resources to upgrade his own spirit GU. There is actually a reason. In the final analysis, his own temper is too weird. The other alchemists, helping others to make alchemy, are all extremely rich. But Guo Yunyang is good, as long as he has a bad temper, he will be driven away immediately. He lived in Scorpio City, even the city lord of Scorpio City wanted to ask him to refine the poison dragon pill many times, but was driven away by Guo Yunyang, which shows how incompetent this old man is. Moreover, Guo Yunyang's younger brothers and sisters, such as Chen Yuyan, want to help him with something, and raise the fire-breathing dragon to the 7th level in one fell swoop. As long as the natal spirit GU advances to the 7th level, Guo Yunyang can also use the spirit GU to break through the bottleneck and become a 7th level GU master. But the old man's bad temper still refused. It can be seen that character determines destiny, this is not just talk. But it's fine if you don't accept other people's funding, and you have to grasp the opportunity if you have it. For example, he has researched the recipe of the drunken GU pill. If he does not publish it free of charge, the resources he can earn with this pill, even if he is trained to be an 8th level GU master, it is enough. But Guo Yunyang was so good that he made the Dan recipe public with his backhand, but in the end he didn't get any real benefits for himself. Therefore, although Guo Yunyang is stuck at the peak of the 6th level, it is his own fault that he has not been promoted to the 7th level. However, people's pursuit is not at the level of a GU master, so what can you say? Chu Yuan was well aware of Guo Yunyang's situation, so when he got the blazing essence, he immediately gave it to his master. Now, Guo Yunyang has the most critical blazing essence to advance, he will become a 7th level GU master, and it will be just around the corner. Chu Genichi didn't feel sorry for sending this treasure, after all, he was his master, the closest person besides his parents. Moreover, the master's strength has improved, which is equivalent to his own backing becoming stronger. The two masters and apprentices gave each other gifts. One felt that the master did not recognize it in vain, and the other felt that the apprentice did not accept it in vain. Guo Yunyang said, "Apprentice, you rest early, tomorrow I will take you to formally meet your uncles and aunts." Chu Yuan asked, "Master, who are my uncles and aunts?" "You have to tell me first, so that I can prepare a gift, so as not to be rude." "And who is my ancestor? Do you want to go?" Guo Yunyang nodded. "Your uncle, there is only one Chen Yuan to visit, and the others are not in Cloud City. There is only one aunt, and she is Chen Yuan's wife now, so you just need to prepare a gift. As for your ancestor, he is the owner of Yunxiao City. He has been in seclusion for more than 100 years, and even I can't see him, so you don't need to visit him for the time being." Chu Yuan was shocked. "My master is the master of Yunxiao City. Yun Bagui, the lord of Yunxiao City, is known as the #1 master in the world. In this way, my backing is a bit hard." During the conversation with master, Chu Yuan learned a lot about their lineage. His ancestor, Yun Bagui, is a peak level 8 GU master. On the entire Blue Star, there are only a dozen or so 8th level GU masters in total, and Yun Bagui is said to be the one with the highest cultivation level. Yun Bagui's unique spiritual GU, Yunmeng Worm, can weave dreams. Once his enemies are pulled into the dream, they can't even touch the shadow of Yun Bagui, and are often trapped to death in the dream. Therefore, Yun Bagui is known as the #1 expert among GU masters, and no one dares to provoke him. Chu Yuan felt that the calendar in Yunmeng was similar to his own needs. The cloud dream worm can weave dreams, let the enemy be in a dream, can't distinguish between dream and reality, and will be trapped to death. Mirage GU is to create an illusion. If you can't break through the illusion, you will be trapped until you die and you can't get out. However, Chu Yuan's Mirage GU level is too low, and it is far from being able to compare with Yunmeng Chong at present. Yun Bagui is not only the #1 expert among GU masters, but also a master of alchemy. He trained 2 apprentices who are good at alchemy, one is Guo Yunyang and the other is Chen Yuan. Among them, Guo Yunyang is only obsessed with alchemy, and he is not very good at other aspects. But Chen Yuan is more talented and has more comprehensive abilities. In addition to being excellent in alchemy, he is also a powerful GU master, and he holds important positions in both the GU Master Association and the Alchemy Association, and his influence is very large. Yun Bagui has several other registered disciples, and these people have developed in other cities, and Guo Yunyang also briefly introduced them. For the past 100 years, Yun Bagui has been retreating. Guo Yunyang is not a person in charge, and he had a temper with Chen Yuan a few years ago, so he left Cloud City. Now the actual person in charge of Yunxiao City and Yunxiao College is Chen Laoyun. Chen Yuan's wife, Yunzheng, is also Guo Yunyang's junior sister. Guo Yunyang once had a crush on this junior sister, but he was a dull gourd and was not good at expressing his feelings. In the end, the younger junior sister married the suave and eloquent Chen Yuan. This caused Guo Yunyang to leave Yunxiao City in a fit of anger, and went to live in seclusion in Scorpio City. It was not until so many years later that Guo Yunyang let go of this matter and returned to Yunxiao City. Of course, Guo Yunyang will not talk to Chu Yuan about these emotional matters. The 2 masters and apprentices chatted in the villa all night before Guo Yunyang said, "Chu Yuan, go to bed, I will take you to visit my uncle and aunt tomorrow morning." Chu Yuan nodded and got up. He asked again, "Master, it's the first time I come to the door, I have to bring some gifts, I wonder what the uncle and aunt like." Guo Yunyang said, "That Chen Yuan doesn't need to give you anything, but he has to give you a meeting gift. But you, Aunt Yunzheng, like exotic flowers and plants the most. If you give her something like this, she will definitely like it very much." Quote, "Exotic flowers and plants." Chu Yuan nodded. "It's too late to go out to buy it now, and even if you can buy it, it's a common variety, and my aunt is not too rare." He decided that at night, after Guo Yunyang fell asleep, he would enter the GU God Pagoda to search for it. Chu Yuan went back to his room and decided to open the spirit GU sent by the master first. A moment later, an orange-red flame flew around Chu Yuan at a very high speed. It is the spiritual GU that Chu Yuan just harvested, Wildfire Cicada. For this spirit GU, Guo Yunyang spent a lot of money. He spent most of his wealth and promised to help refine a few batches of pills before he got it. After getting it, Guo Yunyang consumed a few furnaces of drunken Gu pills, cultivating it to the peak quality of purple jade. For Chu Yuan's apprentice, his master is nothing to say. And the wildfire cicada was in Chu Yuan's hands, and after another 100-fold increase, its quality has reached the level of orange crystals. Gu species, wildfire cicada. Quality, orange crystal. Grade, first grade. Attributes, fire, wind. Skill. Skills, 1 wind and fire escape, 2 sky fire Liaoyuan, 3 Hokage clone, 4 flame shield, 5 flame barrier. Skill U. Wildfire cicada can use wind and fire to get rid of the shackles of space and fly at an extremely fast speed. Skill 2. Wildfire cicada can drop a sea of flames and burn all enemies. Skill 3. Wildfire cicada can transform flames into clones, which have certain combat power and can confuse the enemy. Skill 4. Flame shield, which uses the power of fire to form a defensive shield. Enemies will receive fire damage when attacking you. Skill 3. Use the power of flames to block a certain area. In the flame barrier, the enemy's strength will be suppressed, and the strength of wildfire cicada will be enhanced. After figuring out the ability of wildfire cicada, Chu Yuan whispered secretly. Powerful. It is too strong. It is indeed the orange crystal spirit Gu. This spirit Gu has a strong fighting power. If it were any other person, it would not hesitate to accept it as a natal Gu. It's a pity that wildfire cicada's life is not good, and the owner is Chu Yuan, who is not bad for the best spirit Gu. Chu Yuan is aiming to refine 3 lights god Gu. Wildfire cicada is destined not to become his natal Gu. Ask for flowers. Wildfire cicada, sky tarantula, worm mother, Kongjung. For one thing, Chu Yuan had a lot of orange crystal spirit Gu alone. Moreover, there are more than a dozen purple jade spirit Gu on his body, each of which can be called the best. If outsiders find out, Chu Yuan doubts whether he can live to see the sun tomorrow. Chu Yuan secretly said to himself, low-key, must be low-key. Wretched development, but also energy. As long as you refine the 3 light god Gu for yourself, after a few years, plus the time acceleration in the Gu God Tower, you can become a high-level Gu master. At that time, even if the orange Gu is exposed, who can do nothing to get me? Or not, no matter how good I am alone, even if I am invincible all over the world, what if there are too many enemies? What if someone threatens me with my family? Therefore, I not only want to become stronger, but also rich and powerful, and cultivate my own team. Point 0. When the time comes, I want money and people, and I am still invincible. Who am I afraid of? Who else? Ha ha ha, it's cool to think about it. Chu Yuan thought about it in his heart for a while, received the wildfire cicada into acupoints, and began to practice. Fantasy alone cannot come true, it depends on actual actions. Therefore, cultivating spiritual power and cultivating Gu refining every day is an indispensable homework. At midnight, Chu Yuan finished his practice for the day. But he did not rest, but released the Gu God Tower, entered the world in the tower, and searched for exotic flowers and herbs. He landed at Wolong Mountain Villa, and the 2 golden eagles were not there, so he should have gone out to look for food. Chu Yuan blew a whistle, and within a few minutes, 2 golden lightning bolts fell in front of him. It was the pair of golden eagles he raised. The pair of golden eagles standing there are more than 3 meters tall, and they look very powerful. But they were raised by Chu Yuan, and they are very close to him. After seeing Chu Yuan, they act like children. Chu Yuan fed each golden eagle a few blood spirit pills, and then rode the golden eagles and began to search for exotic flowers and herbs. He searched for a long time, and finally found a few plants that did not exist on the blue star. They looked like mutated peonies, with bright colors, very beautiful, and the fragrance was elegant and charming. I believe Aunt Yunjung would like it very much. When he came back from Gu God Tower, it was almost dawn. After meditating for a while, at dawn, Guo Yunyang came out of his room, and the 2 of them left the house, riding the spirit Gu, and headed towards Chen Yuyan's house. The villa of Chen Yuyan's family occupies a very large area. Coming here is like entering a sea of flowers. Chu Yuan nodded secretly. Aunt Yunjung really likes to grow flowers. Before Guo Yunyang came, he should have said hello. When they arrived outside the villa, Chen Yuyan had already greeted them at the door, and beside him stood a beautiful woman with a beautiful appearance and charming temperament. She should be Chen Yuyan's wife, Yunyang's junior sister Yunjung. Beside Yunjung, there stood a short girl with a baby face, pretty, but with a natural dumb expression. Beside the girl stood a Sika deer. It was the three-eyed spirit deer that brought Chu Yuan into the academy the day before yesterday. Its name was Ding Dong. Chu Yuan immediately guessed that this girl should be Sun Mengmeng, Chen Yuyan's apprentice. Since she should be called senior sister, but they are actually about the same age. This senior sister is a natural idiot, and she might get lost if she goes to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Chu Yuan followed the master and came to them. Yunjung greeted with a smile, "Brother." She looked at Chu Yuan again. "Are you Chu Yuan?" Chu Yuan quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Chu Yuan pays homage to my aunt." He bowed to Chen Yuyan again. "Greetings, Uncle Master." Guo Yunyang said with a cold face, "You don't need to see the uncle, just remember to be filial to the aunt in the future." Chu Yuan was speechless. "Master, your little junior sister is married, what's the use of you still having a temper with your uncle? Why didn't you chase after him before you got married? However, looking at my aunt like this, no matter in terms of appearance or temperament, Master, you are an old man who is a technical nerd, and you are not worthy of her at all. Of course, you can't say this, or you will be beaten to death by the master." He hurriedly greeted the girl again. "You are senior sister Mengmeng. I couldn't get in the academy the day before yesterday, thank you for welcoming me." Unexpectedly, the baby-faced girl said angrily, "You are a bad person, I picked you up with good intentions, but you want to surprise me." As soon as she finished speaking, the three adults around immediately fixed their eyes on Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was sweating profusely, and quickly explained, it's a deer, the one who came to pick me up is a deer, I thought it was a mount, so." Mengmeng said dissatisfiedly, "Ding Dong is my sister, if you wonder about it, you must wonder about me." Chu Yuan nodded quickly. "Yes, senior sister, I was wrong, and I will never dare to be disrespectful to Tinker Bell again." Yunjung smiled gently. "Chu Yuan, Mengmeng is a pure-hearted kid, so don't mind what you say." Chu Yuan quickly shook his head. No, senior sister is so innocent, I made it up." He quickly took out the flower he found from the GU God Tower from the space snail, held it and said, "Master, this is a kind of flower that I got by accident. I have never seen it before, and I don't know what kind it is. I heard Shigu likes to grow flowers, I will give it to you." Yunjung's eyes lit up. "Ah, this is a mutated hydrangea peony. It's very rare. Where did you find it?" "When I was in school, I entered the GU God Tower to practice. These flowers were encountered at that time, and I dug them out when I saw they looked good. It turned out that I found it in the GU God Tower. This kind of flower is very rare in Blue Star. I like this flower very much. Thank you, Chu Yuan. Hehe, as long as Shigu likes it." Mengmeng pouted on one side. "HMPH, junior brother, don't you have a gift from me? I'm your senior sister." Chu Yuan has a big head, and she really didn't prepare a gift for her. Suddenly, he thought that he really had something suitable to give her as a gift. Chu Yuan immediately went to the space snail, found a GU egg from inside, and handed it to Sun Mengmeng with a smile. "Senior sister, this is a pink butterfly GU. I got it by accident, and I just give it to you." Pink butterfly. Sun Mengmeng immediately became happy, took the GU eggs, and immediately began to hatch and recognize the master. This pink butterfly GU is a wild spirit GU that Chu Yuan caught in the God GU Tower. This kind of spirit GU has no effect other than being beautiful, and it can't help at all in battle. And its color is pink. Chu Yuan didn't even bother to look at it after he caught it, and even forgot about it when he threw it in the space snail. But it is just right to give it to Mengmeng. A moment later, a pink butterfly broke out of its shell and flew around Mengmeng. "Wow, so beautiful," Mengmeng yelled happily, and ran after the butterfly. Yunjung called out lovingly, "Mengmeng, be careful not to get lost again, let Ding Dang follow you." Chu Yuan is speechless. Don't get lost again. It seems that this senior sister often loses herself. Chen Yuyan, who was standing on the side, said quietly, "Nephew, didn't you prepare a gift for uncle?" Before Chu Yuan could answer, Guo Yunyang scolded, "Bah! Shameless, you want a gift. Yesterday you became like me, trying to trick Chu Yuan and me out of the master-student relationship, and then worship you as a teacher. You still dare to ask for a gift like this? If it wasn't for the sake of my junior sister, I would break your leg." Chen Yuyan seemed to be teasing the senior brother on purpose, and said, "Brother, I'm not talking about you. You are very good at alchemy and research, but if you want to teach disciples, even 10 of you can't compare to me. It would be a waste for Chu Yuan to study with you. Wouldn't it be good to let him transfer to my family, so as not to delay the child's future?" Guo Yunyang became anxious immediately. "Ha, you dare to snatch my apprentice, why don't I know how to teach it? If I don't know how to teach my apprentice, can Chu Yuan become a master alchemist now? Are you capable of teaching me a 6-year-old alchemist?" The third-rank alchemist comes out. Chen Yuyan curled his lips. "That's because I didn't meet a good seedling. Chu Yuan, you say something. As long as you follow me, you can do whatever you want, and walk sideways in Yunshao Academy City." Guo Yunyang said angrily, "You dare to poach my corner in front of me, see if I don't beat you to death." He said he was about to start. Yunjung hurriedly stopped the senior brother, and turned her head to stare at Chen Yuyan. "You know that you have made senior brother angry. It's rare for senior brother to come here, and this is the first time for Chu Yuan to come to the door, so don't make trouble anymore. Hurry up and go back to cook. Chu Yuan still growing, cook more delicious food." As soon as she got angry, Chen Yuyan shut up immediately, and walked back obediently. It seemed that she really went back to cook. Guo Yunyang also died under her comfort. Chu Yuan was secretly amazed. This aunt is amazing. She looks virtuous, but she actually trained Chen Yuyan, a well-known figure in the world, to be so obedient. She asked him to cook, and he cooked immediately. I don't know if she has ever kneeled on the washboard. After entering the villa, I saw that Chen Yuyan really changed into a suit of clothes and prepared to cook. Chu Yuan followed. "Uncle Chen, let me cook for you." Chen Yuyan asked curiously, "You can also cook?" Chu Yuan rolled up his sleeves and said, "Alchemy and cooking are both working with the stove. If we can refine the panacea, we can also cook the food." Chen Yuyan laughed loudly. "Okay, well said. Refining elixir is like cooking fresh food. Alchemy does not necessarily have to be noble, and cooking does not necessarily make it lowly. It depends on whether you are willing to do it or not." He couldn't help but said to Guo Yunyang again, "Senior brother, to be honest, I like this kid more and more. Let's discuss it. You give me this apprentice, and all my apprentices." Guo Yunyang did not get angry this time, but said proudly, "You have a good idea. All of your apprentices are not as good as one of mine. What's more, there is still a little confused, who gets lost at every turn. How can I have time? Look for it every day." Little Misty refers to Sun Mengmeng. Yunjung slapped her legs and said, "Oh, when you said you were confused, I just remembered that Mengmeng didn't know where she went. I probably got lost again. I have to look for her." As soon as Yunjung left, Chen Yuyan and Chu Yuan entered the kitchen and began to show off their cooking skills. Guo Yunyang also followed in, commenting on the dishes cooked by the two from time to time. Of course, he didn't like Chen Yuyan anyway, and he sneered at Chen Yuyan a lot, but he was full of praise for Chu Yuan. It has to be said that the alchemist's grasp of the heat can be said to be perfect, which has an advantage when cooking. In just over half an hour, more than a dozen delicious dishes were placed on the table. It wasn't until this time that Yunjung found Sun Mengmeng back. Not surprisingly, this guy got lost again. Everyone sat at the dining table and started to eat with chopsticks. Yunjung tasted the dishes made by Chu Yuan and was full of praise immediately. She praised, "Chu Yuan, your cooking skills are good, not worse than your Uncle Chen. Men should be like you, able to enter the temple and enter the kitchen." Chu Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you, Auntie, for the compliment. I will continue to work hard." Guo Yunyang felt sad. "When I competed with Chen Yuyan for junior sister, no wonder I lost. It was because I didn't know how to cook. Alas, it's too late. If I had known earlier, I would have to practice my culinary skills well. However, my good apprentice is good at cooking, and I am not afraid that I will not be able to find a wife in the future." The food was very rich, and everyone was very happy eating around the table. What made Chu Yuan almost stare out was that the girl Sun Mengmeng could really eat, and she actually ate more than herself. What's more, she tasted very unattractive, her mouth was full of greasy food, and Yunjung had to wipe her mouth from time to time. Chu Yuan heard about Sun Mengmeng's origin from Guo Yunyang. Chen Yuyan had a big disciple back then, who was extremely talented, and he was deeply loved by him, and he was regarded as his successor. But his eldest disciple had a bad life, and unfortunately died when he was enlisted to be stationed on the battlefield in another world. After the death of Chen Yuyan's eldest disciple, a child was left alone, namely Sun Mengmeng. Chen Yuyan and his wife never had any children of their own, so they adopted Mengmeng's son as their own daughter, and loved her very much. After drinking and eating, Yunjung got up and said, "You guys chat first, I'll make you some tea." Chu Yuan jumped up first. I'll go, auntie, sit down, with a junior like me around, how can I bother you to make tea?" He ran out at a high speed, and quickly made a pot of tea, and poured a cup of tea in front of everyone. What Chu Yuan brewed was the nourishing tea that he brought. He has planted many tea trees all over the mountains and plains in the world of the Jiyu God Pagoda, and there are many teas for this kind of spiritual cultivation, so of course he can't be stingy with his own people. Now that Yun Bagui is retreating, in Yunshao City, Chen Yuyan is the biggest boss, and this is also Chu Yuan's strongest backer at present, so of course he should pay tribute to this nourishing tea. After Chu Yuan poured the tea, he took out a large bag of tea leaves from the space snail, weighing at least a dozen catties, and respectfully placed it on the table in front of Chen Yuyan. "Uncle and nephew also brought you a gift. These are the tea leaves, I brewed a pot, you and aunt have a taste." Chen Yuyan smiled. "Okay, I'll try it." In his capacity, what good tea has he never drank? He didn't think Chu Yuan could produce too good tea. But he only took a sip, and his eyes lit up immediately. Well, such a good tea, it can actually increase mental power. "Chu Yuan, your kind of tea is not easy." Yunjung also took a sip, savored it carefully for a while, and said, "Chu Yuan, this tea can increase mental strength. Your uncle and I are both senior GU masters. It's useless to increase mental strength. When laying the foundation, this kind of tea is more useful to you, so you should take it home and drink it yourself." Chu Yuan said with a smile, "Master, don't worry, I don't lack this kind of nourishing tea. Back then, I met in the world of GU God Pagoda, but even the tea trees were dug up and planted. Uncles, aunts, and sisters Mengmeng, you just open it up and drink it, I'll bring it back when you're done drinking, it's enough." Only then did Yunjung nod. "Okay, we accept your filial piety." She continued, "Although our Yunshao city is prosperous, there are not many members in our lineage. The only direct disciples accepted by your ancestor are us three, and the rest are registered disciples. As for the three of us, I haven't taken in any apprentices, but your uncle has taken in 9 disciples, including Mengmeng, there are only 10, and 2 of them are gone. Your master here only accepts you as an apprentice. In other words, there are only a dozen of us in total. Therefore, each of us should be like a family, helping each other and taking care of each other. Chu Yuan, we are very happy to have you join our big family. When meeting for the first time, Master Ant has to give you a gift as well." As Yunjung said, a small bronze-colored pagoda appeared in her hand. Chu Genichi recognized it at a glance. This is a bronze-quality GU God Pagoda. She smiled and said, "Chu Yuan, this GU God Tower is for you." Chu Yuan waved his hands again and again. "Auntie, this is the bronze GU God Pagoda, it is too precious, I dare not take it." Yunjung smiled. "Auntie gave it to you, you just accept it. For you, if you want to go higher and farther on the road of GU Master, a GU God Tower is essential. Among other things, without GU God Tower, how can you have a lot of time to practice? How can you catch up with other GU Masters?" Chu Yuan looked at the master. Guo Yunyang nodded. "Your aunt gave it to you, you just keep it." Only then did Chu Yuan take a step forward, and took the Thunder God Pagoda with both hands respectfully. "Thank you, auntie." On the other side, Chen Yuyan also said, "Your aunt gave you a meeting gift, as your uncle, I have to show it." As he spoke, he handed over a golden token, engraved with intertwined auspicious clouds, which is the emblem of Yunshao City. Chen Yuyan said, "Only the core of our lineage has this cloud token, and only 2 or 3 of my 10 disciples have it. You put the token away, so don't take it out easily. As long as you encounter something within the area of Yunxiao City, light up this token, and no one will dare to make things difficult for you. If there is no conflict, you also have the right to mobilize some. Chu Yuan was overjoyed when he saw this token. This Uncle Chen Yuan is really willing to give himself such a precious token. On the way here, Guo Yunyang said that if Chen Yuan gave him the Yunxiao order, he must accept it. Because the Cloud Order represents the core of Cloud City. Chu Yuan has this token in his hand. In the future, as long as his cultivation level can keep up, he will be eligible to compete for the position of the City Lord of Cloud City. Chu Yuan thanked Chen Yuan, took the token respectfully, and at the same time was proud in his heart. Hey, in this way, I seem to have become the young City Lord of Cloud City. In the evening, Chu Yuan returned to his villa with Master. He took out the Yunxiao Ling and looked at it again. He didn't have the nerve to look carefully in front of his uncle and aunt during the day. This is a symbol of the lineage of those in power in Yunxiao City. With this thing, in the future, let alone walking sideways in Yunxiao City, at least they will not be bullied. Guo Yunyang warned him. Stinky boy, I warn you, don't get inflated when you get this token. At that time, your master had a named disciple who was very talented. Your master accepted him as a direct disciple and gave him a cloud order. Do you know what happened next? Chu Yuan asked cooperatively. What happened? HMPH. That guy got the token not long ago, and he really regards himself as the prince of Yunxiao City. He formed cliques in Yunxiao City, suppressed dissidents, and made profits everywhere. In fact, this is nothing. If he really has the ability to overwhelm Chen Yuan and me, then Cloud City will be handed over to him. At that time, Chen Yuan and I were all focused on studying alchemy, and never thought of competing with him. But he was too ambitious, worried that his status would be threatened, so he conspired to get rid of me and Chen Yuan. Hehe. After the incident was exposed, your master took back the token and expelled him from Yunxiao City forever. Chu Yuan asked, Master, who is that person? Are you still alive? I will avenge you in the future. Guo Yunyang laughed and said, I heard that you met Luo Xiao on the way here. Yes, the magic locusts flying all over the sky are scary. Chu Yuan asked in surprise. Master, you were mentioning Luo Xiao at this time. He can't be the disciple who was expelled by the master. Not him, but they are related. That person's name is Li Tan, and Luo Xiao is Li Tan's apprentice. After Li Tan was expelled from Yunxiao City, he was filled with resentment, so he turned around and voted for the Demon Gu cult. He leaked a lot of secrets related to Yunxiao City, which caused the Demon Gu sect to attack the commercial roads of Yunxiao City, causing huge losses to Yunxiao City. Your ancestor personally tried to kill him, but was rescued by the leader of the Demon Gu cult, and hid in the sea of black demons and never dared to come out. I heard that guy has now become the deputy leader of the Demon Gu sect. Vice Hierarch. Then this guy has a set. The deputy leader of the Devil's Gu sect, in Dugu Mengji. It seems that this Li Tan still has some real skills. Indeed, if you don't have real skills, you won't be able to get into the eyes of Yun Bigui. Chu Yuan asked again. Master, the first time I met Uncle Chen, he gave me the cloud order. Isn't it a bit hasty? HMPH. What are you being careless about? Just because you are my apprentice, you are eligible to get this token. Do you know why I left Cloud City a few years ago? The first reason is that your sister-in-law married Chen Yuan, so I feel bad. The second reason is that I discovered a lot of research institutes under the name of the Alchemy Association. They did not do specific research and only cheated funds, so I reported them. This caused me to offend a large number of alchemists and had to avoid take shelter. The third reason is that I don't want to take care of this mess in Cloud City. Back then when your master was in retreat, Chen Yuan and I took turns in charge of Cloud City. I don't want to take care of things. Tianjian slipped away. Chu Yuan is speechless. Yun Bigui is known as the #1 master in the world, and Yunxiao College is also known as the #1 university. Even if Yunxiao City's comprehensive strength is not #1, it is almost the same. You don't even want to be the boss in such an awesome city. Then what do you want to do? Want to go to the sky and become the Jade Emperor? Others can't ask for it, and they can't fight for it, so you just slipped away like this. Guo Yunyang continued. I grew up with Chen Yuyan. From what I know of him, he doesn't want to take care of this mess, but the master told me that he can't do it either. Therefore, he gave you the Order of Clouds. This is a test for you. If you have the ability, you can take charge of Cloud City instead of me in the future, which will save him trouble. If you can't do it, do you think this brand is worth money, and it can't really be used as money? Zhang Song can only represent an identity. Chu Yuan got it. This person gave me the opportunity. If you have the ability, there will naturally be indescribable benefits waiting for you. If you don't have the ability, the benefits are there where you can't get them, and it may cause a lot of trouble for yourself. I said Chen Yuyan, this cheap uncle, why is he so generous? He gave him the status of a young city lord the first time we met. In fact, this is just drawing a big pie for me. I thought he had discerning eyes and talents, and discovered my extraordinary Yingwei. Chu Yuan put away the cloud order, and thought to himself, since you dare to give it, then I will dare to take it, this cloud city will be mine sooner or later. Next, Guo Yunyang said one more thing. Chen Yuyan also told me one more thing, this year's Yunding Academy is different from previous years. Master, is it the same? The former Yunding class gathered the most outstanding talents of this year, concentrated the best resources, and focused on training them. According to the standards of previous years, if you have reached the strength of a third-level GU master in the college entrance examination, and you have more than 2 Golden Spirit GU, you will have the opportunity to enter the Yunding class. But this year, with the appearance of Purple Jade Spirit GU in large quantities, the Golden Spirit GU is nothing, and according to the standards of previous years, most of the students may be able to enter the Yunding class. Chu Yuan is speechless. This is not something that your old man made up. A large number of Purple Jade Spirit GU appeared, which was caused by the advent of Drunken GU pills. Although Drunken GU pills are not cheap, as long as you are willing to spend money, you can always get some by looking for connections. For the sake of their children, every family has to do everything they can even if they sell everything. This has caused the Purple Jade Spirit GU to overflow among the children of the big family, and even ordinary people can get one. Chu Yuan asked, then what should we do with the Gending class this year? Guo Yunyang shook his head. I don't want to take care of things, so I didn't ask too much about it. I only know that Chen Yuyan is discussing this matter with the masters of Yunshao Academy during this period, and wants to change the enrollment rules of Yunding class. However, no matter how you change it, your quota should not change. For this, Chu Yuan is not worried. With his strength, he can get in even if he doesn't go through the back door. Guo Yunyang said to Chu Yuan again, Apprentice, I'm going to the Academy's alchemy room soon, don't come looking for me for a while. Chu Yuan, Zhao, had a feeling of being abandoned, and said speechlessly, Master, I am your apprentice, so you don't care about me now. Guo Yunyang said embarrassingly, Stinky boy, I will teach you everything that needs to be taught. The so-called master leads the door, and the cultivation is up to the individual. The future road depends on you. I just got a few ancient alchemy recipes, and I'm going to retreat to study for a while, but I don't have time to take care of you for the time being. If you have any questions, just ask Chen Yuyan and your aunt. Chu Yuan rolled his eyes. Aren't you afraid that I will transfer to Chen Shishu's sect and become a soldier? Guo Yunyang said proudly. Hey, our relationship has been settled, you are my apprentice, he can't take you away. Chu Yuan covered his face. How could I have such a master? No wonder the aunt chose the uncle, but not you. That's because people have seen through you a long time ago, you always retreat and study, marrying you is a widow. After Guo Yunyang finished speaking, regardless of Chu Yuan's protest, he left the villa and left Chu Genichi here alone. After Guo Yunyang left, Chu Yuan took out another GU God Pagoda and looked at it happily. This GU God Pagoda, the whole body is silver, but it is a silver level GU God Pagoda. This pagoda is a gift from Tian Yunzheng to Chu Yuan today. It was originally a bronze tower, but after a 100-fold increase, it became a silver tower. In this way, Chu Yuan has 2 GU God towers in his hands. The first one was the Shiriishi pagoda given to him by Dugu Meng. After the expansion, it became a bronze pagoda. This silver pagoda is Chu Yuan's second GU God pagoda. Silver towers are already very rare, and most of them are in the hands of large forces. Although he got the silver pagoda, Chu Yuan didn't plan to enter it for the time being. Every time the GU God Tower increases by 1 level, the upper limit of creatures inside will naturally increase by 2 levels. Shiraishi Tower, the upper limit of creatures inside is level 2. The Bronze Tower, the upper limit of creatures inside is level 4. In the Silver Tower, the upper limit of creatures inside is level 6. Level 5 and level 6 creatures are far from what Chu Yuan can deal with now. In case of bad luck, he could still escape if he encounters a level 5 spiritual GU or a beast, but if he encounters a level 6, he will be instantly killed if he is not careful. Therefore, Chu Yuan does not plan to enter this GU God Tower in a short time. He currently has a bronze tower, and the world inside is extremely vast. He only built a Wolong mountain as a base in it, and he has explored hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. After watching it for a while, Chu Yuan received the silver tower into acupoints. Then Chu Yuan began to think about what to do with half a month before leaving school. Half a month is not long or short. If you go to the GU God Tower, add the time flow rate, and increase it by 100 times, it will take decades. But Chu Yuan doesn't plan to enter the tower for the time being, because his GU master level is stuck at the bottleneck of the peak of the 3rd level. He has just turned 16 now, and it is too shocking to be promoted to the 4th level GU master at this time. If it is too dazzling, it will only be stared at by everyone, and it will be difficult to develop obscenely in the future. He planned to quietly advance to a 4th level GU master after he officially enrolled. Since this period of time cannot be used to improve strength, then do something else. He thought for a while, and felt that it was time to start preparing his GU refining plan. Sky Wolf Spider, Heavenly Wolf Spider, and 3 Light God GU need a lot of high-end GU refining materials. When he was in Scorpio City before, based on his status, he didn't dare to buy it if he had money, because he was afraid of attracting others' attention. But now, with the Cloud Order on his body, it is equivalent to having the City Lord's mansion as his backer, and there will be no problem just buying some high-end materials. After thinking about this, Chu Yuan called Zheng Jun and asked him to take him to Shuiyuan Street to buy some things. College Street is the street at the entrance of Yunshao College, and it is also the core business district of Yunshao City. The high-end materials that Chu Yuan needs to refine GU are most likely to be found here. The next morning, Chu Yuan went out. He rode the Spirit GU all the way out of Yunshao Academy slowly, and immediately saw Zheng Jun waiting there. When Chu Genichi appeared, Zheng Jun ran over to say hello, Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan smiled. Zheng Jun, I've been waiting for a long time. Hehe, I didn't have to wait long, I just arrived too. I plan to buy some GU refining materials, which are relatively high-end. I don't know much about Yunshao City. Do you know which one has the most good stuff? Take me to have a look. High-end GU refining materials. Zheng Jun's heart skipped a beat. This is the most cherished resource in the world of GU masters. Generally, those who can use this kind of material are used to refine natal GU. Zheng Jun secretly envied that Chu Yuan was already preparing to refine natal GU at such a young age. However, his master is Guo Zongxi, and Guo Zongxi is the disciple of the Lord of Yunshao City. In other words, Chu Yuan is the grandson of the Lord of Yunshao City. With his status, it is normal for him to refine natal GU so early. Even though he thought so in his heart, he would not ask any more questions, since natal GU is the most confidential matter for every GU master. Random inquiries will lead to enmity. Zheng Jun immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, brother, I am the most familiar with the whole Academy Street. As long as I have something, I can find it for you. If you want to buy high-end GU refining materials, of course you have to go to the Sky Tower. Let's go, I will take you go check it out." Chu Yuan smiled and cupped his fists. Then thank you bro. Zheng Jun took Chu Yuan into the street, and every time he passed a store, the owner of the store would take the initiative to greet him. Chu Yuan asked, "Why does everyone know you?" Zheng Jun said triumphantly, "I am a native of Yunshao City. My father is a small peddler, and since I was 5 years old, I have set up stalls everywhere with him to do business. Ever since I was 10 years old, I left my dad and worked alone. But my father BGAH didn't give me the capital. What should I do if I don't have the capital? I thought of a way. I ran all the shops in the city, and carefully recorded the unique products and prices in each shop. Then I stared at the customers coming and going, and whenever I found someone looking for goods everywhere, I would take the initiative to strike up a conversation. Because I know which store has what, which store has good quality, which store has cheap price, which store has a good reputation, etc. Therefore, I can help customers to buy the best quality and cheapest items at the fastest speed. After the customer buys the desired item, they will reward me with some hard work. Sometimes I help the store sell a large amount of goods, and the owner of the store will also give me some kickbacks. Relying on being a shopping guide for others, in just half a year, I am richer than my father. After listening to Jung Jun's narration, Chu Yuan couldn't help but look at him with admiration. This fatty Jung has a very flexible mind, and he can think of such a way to make money. He asked, "This shopping guide business, what are you doing now?" Jung Jun smiled. "Do it, why not? I have many regular customers, and they will immediately think of me when they buy something. Sometimes I don't even need to come, just make a call and I can deliver what they need." Chu Yuan nodded. "Then you haven't thought about opening a store by yourself?" Jung Jun showed a longing expression. "I want to. It's my dream to open my own firm, but it's not realistic at the moment. The store is small, and I don't earn as much as a shopping guide. The store has expanded, and the store rent is too high to be cost-effective. Of course, the main reason is that I don't have a stable source of goods." Chu Yuan nodded and continued to follow Jung Jun. Soon, he met a familiar firm on this street. Feng's firm. Martial business. This is the business of Feng Qinlin and Ma Long's family, and this is their branch in Yunxiao City. Chu Yuan didn't go in, but walked directly outside the firm. Jung Jun walked and said, "In Yunxiao City, the most powerful store is of course Yunxiaolo. This is the official store of Yunxiao City, with a full range of goods and guaranteed quality, but there is one thing that is not good, that is, the price of the goods here. It's relatively high, and never discounted. Over the past year, I, Fatty Jung, have at least helped them attract several million lingxi business, but I haven't even given me a rebate for a single lingxi." When Fatty Jung said this, he was quite aggrieved. Chu Yuan smiled. "Then don't solicit clients for them." Jung Jun shook his head. "That can't be done. As a shopping guide, I always put the interests of customers first. Some things are only available in Yunxiaolo, and the quality is also the best. In order to ensure that customers buy the best things, you must bring them inside." Chu Yuan nodded. No wonder Fatty Jung has a group of loyal customers, because he puts the interests of customers first. As he walked, Jung Jun pointed forward. "Look, this is the Sky Tower." Chu Yuan looked towards the place he was pointing at, and when he looked up, he saw an antique-style tall building. This building stands in the most prosperous place in the center of College Street. The floor decoration is resplendent and magnificent. There is a plaque hanging on the door, writing 3 Ministers of Yunxiao Tower. Chu Yuan's eyes were good, and he saw the inscription on this plaque at a glance, Chen Yuyanshu. "Hey, Uncle Chen's calligraphy is quite good." Chu Yuan followed Jung Jun into the Sky Tower. A well-dressed saleswoman greeted me warmly. She greeted with a smile. "Welcome, Boss Jung, and this distinguished guest." Jung Jun is very familiar with this place, he said with a smile. "Ah Shang, I brought a big client, take us to the VIP area." The saleswoman named Ah Shang nodded with a smile. "Okay, please come with me." Ah Shang introduced Chu Yuan and the two into a very luxuriously decorated room. "This young man has a very strange face, I don't know how to call him." Chu Yuan nodded. "My surname is Chu." "Okay, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment, I'll make you a pot of tea, and I'll be back in a while." Chu Yuan nodded. As soon as Ah Shang went out, a fat middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of her. Ah Shang was taken aback and exclaimed, "Mr. Qian." The fat man hummed. "Ah Shang, what's the name of the person who came with Jung Jun just now?" Ah Shang said, "Mr. Qian, I don't know what that gentleman's name is, but he said his surname is Chu." "Surname Chu?" "Yes." The middle-aged fat man thought for a while, and then said to Ah Shang, "Well, you go and make a pot of good tea, and I will personally receive this guest." Ah Shang nodded quickly. "Yes, Mr. Qian." After Ah Shang left, the middle-aged fat man whispered to himself, no wonder he looks so familiar, isn't this the person in the photo Yan Bin sent? It seems to be called Chu Yuan, right? What a coincidence, I will help Yan Bin find out about you first. After waiting for a while, Chu Yuan and Zheng Jun saw a middle-aged man with a very well-built figure walking in with a pot of tea. Seeing this person opened Chu Yuan's horizons. He always thought that Zheng Jun was fat enough, but compared with this person, he was really insignificant. Zheng Jun is a fat man. This person is XX. Big fat man. The fat man laughed before saying anything. Ha ha ha, Boss Zheng, long time no see, welcome to Sky Tower. Zheng Jun was a little dazed. This big fat man was named Qian Lai, and he was the general manager of Yunxiaolo. This is the first time Zheng Jun has seen Qian Lai being so enthusiastic. He used to disdain to talk to him. What's the matter today? Not only did you come to meet him in person, but you also acted like you have a good relationship. Zheng Jun was thinking wildly, and said with a smile on his face, "Oh, Mr. Qian, I brought my brother to buy some things, how dare I ask you to greet me personally?" Qian Lai held Zheng Jun's hand affectionately. "Brother, you are here, of course I want to come down to have a look. Over the years, you have helped Yunxiaolo to do a lot of business, I will always remember your love." Zheng Jun smiled, but said in his heart, "I believe you ghost. You are so bad, fat man. The business I did for you is almost worth a few million. If you really remember your feelings, why haven't I ever gotten a rebate for a spirit stone?" At this time, Qian Lai looked at Chu Yuan again, and said with a smile, "Young master, you have an extraordinary bearing at first glance, but he is a bit unfamiliar. I don't know how to address him." Zheng Jun introduced with a smile, "This is my brother Chu Yuan." Chu Yuan. Qian Lai seemed to have heard of this name before. He thought for a moment, and then showed an ecstatic expression. "You. Daughter, you a disciple of Grandmaster Guo, Chu Yuan?" Chu Yuan nodded. "It's just me." Qian Lai hurriedly stepped in front of Chu Yuan, bowed. "My subordinate, Qian Lai, is the general manager of Yunxiao Tower, and I salute the young city master." Chu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then said uncomfortably, "You, what did you call me?" Qian Lai continued, "Young city master, you are a senior disciple of Master Guo, and Master Guo is a great disciple of our city master. Yunxiao Tower is the property of Yunxiao City, so of course you are the young city lord of our Yunxiao City." Chu Genichi suddenly stood up, and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, I am not a young city master. I am a teacher to learn the great alchemy, not for these messy names." At this time, Chu Yuan's expression seemed a little frightened, as if he was frightened by the title, Young City Lord. Of course, he is pretending. This money-fat man, with a naive smile, also respects Chu Yuan. But from the moment he came in, Chu Yuan's confidant Ji Yu kept reminding him that this person has great malice towards him. Chu Yuan didn't know this person at all, and from the moment he called out the identity of the young city lord, he immediately knew that it must be the young city lord's identity which brought him trouble. He sighed in his heart, sure enough, no pie will fall from the sky. The identity of the young city lord of Yunxiao City will bring him huge benefits, but before that, he must first withstand the troubles caused by this identity. Qian Lai said with a serious face, "Young Master Chu, you are a disciple of Grandmaster Guo. It will be a matter of time before you take over Yunxiao City and become the city lord. I, Lao Qian, call you young city lord, that's just as it should be." Zheng Jun on the other side was already stunned. He only knew that Chu Yuan had worshipped Guo Yunyang as his teacher and would definitely become a great alchemist in the future, so he tried his best to make friends with him. But he never expected that Chu Yuan would have the qualifications to be the lord of Yunxiao City. In this way, Chu Yuan's achievement will not only be in the field of alchemy. Fatty Zheng secretly made up his mind that this is his chance to rise, and he must hold on to this thigh tightly. And Chu Yuan immediately lowered his face. "Mr. Qian, I, Chu Genichi, is destined to become a great alchemist like a master. HMPH, let alone a city lord, even if all the cities in the world were given to me, I wouldn't bother to ask for it. Forget it, how do you ordinary people understand our pursuit? Zheng Jun, I don't want to buy anything, let's go, I don't want to stay with this kind of layman." When Chu Yuan said this, he showed a fanatic expression. It seems that in this world, only alchemy is the most noble belief, and the rest are not worth mentioning. His expression, demeanor, and tone are very similar to Guo Yunyang. Guo Yunyang was famous for his eccentric temper. Back then in Scorpio City, the city lord personally came to ask him to make alchemy, and that was how he drove him away. Chu Yuan was also there at the time, so he learned this demeanor and tone very well. After Chu Yuan finished speaking, he immediately walked out. Zheng Jun quickly followed. Qian Lai's expression changed slightly, and he hurried to the front to stop Chu Yuan. Young Master Chu, don't go away, just listen to me. City Lord Yun has not shown his face for more than 100 years. The current City Lord Chen is in charge of both Yunshao City and the Academy. He is also the Vice President of the GU Master Association and the President of the Alchemist Association. Too busy. Those of us who are subordinates feel distressed watching it. Therefore, we also hope that there will be someone who can share some things with City Lord Chen. Even if other people want to share, they are not qualified. But Mr. Chu, you are a disciple of Grandmaster Guo, but you have the qualifications, so, old Qian, I said such a thing. Chu Yuan stopped in his tracks and took a look at Qian Lai. You are so loyal, but you are so stupid. Can the young city lord be yelling at you? With so many disciples and my uncle, I just call someone else, but it's disgusting. We alchemists are the most taboo to disturb common things, don't call me that in the future. Qian Lai nodded again and again. Yes. Asking for flowers. Chu Yuan said again. I didn't know that Uncle Chen worked so hard, but I don't know anything other than alchemy, and I can't share anything. Old Qian, Uncle Chen, I can only rely on your help. Qian Lai nodded solemnly. Subordinates are willing to devote themselves to Yunshao City, and die. Chu Yuan said displeased Ly. Look, you still claim to be a subordinate, you are not my subordinate, if you do that, I will leave. Qian Lai pretended to slap himself on the mouth. Young Master Chu, I was wrong, never say that again. Call me Chu Yuan. Okay Chu Yuan, you have come to my old money place, what can I do for you? I want to buy some alchemy materials. Qian Lai patted his chest and said, just tell me what you need, and I will definitely match you with the best. No matter what you want today, I won't charge a penny, put it all in my personal account. Chu Yuan's complexion changed again. Old Qian, am I, Chu Yuan, the one who doesn't give money for shopping? Qian Lai slapped his lips again. Blame me. The main reason is that I saw you for the first time today, and I'm so happy to see our alchemy successor in Yunshao City. How about this? No matter what you buy today, you will get a 40% discount. This is my highest authority as the general manager. This is the head office, right? If you don't agree again, then you will look down on me and someone like Qian. Chu Yuan hesitated for a moment. Well, let's not take this as an example. After all, this is the property of Yunshao City. I learned alchemy with my master, and I have already received the great favor of Yunshao City. I can no longer take advantage of Yunshao City. Qian Lai smiled and said, it's all right, just earn less, and no one suffers. Chu Yuan, you are the future master of alchemy, and my old money can serve you. I don't know how much face I will have if I tell you about it in the future. You need what alchemy materials, just talk to me. Chu Yuan took out a list from his pocket and handed it to Qian Lai. Qian Lai took a look and said with a smile, these are all the materials for refining the 4th rank alchemy. Chu Yuan, are you already a 4th rank alchemist? Chu Genichi's face was proud. It's still a little bit close, but it's coming soon, at most half a year, I will be able to refine the 4th grade elixir. Half an hour later, Chu Yuan took the alchemy materials and left the Sky Tower with Zheng Jun. Qian Lai respectfully sent the two of them out the door. Immediately, Qian Lai's face darkened. HMPH. Just like your master, you have practiced alchemy. Qian Lai cursed in a low voice, then went upstairs and returned to his office. He immediately made a call. Hey, Yanbin, uncle, what's the matter? You let me pay attention to Guo Yunyang's apprentice, I saw him today. Oh, how is it? HMPH. Nothing to be afraid of. Just like Guo Yunyang, he is a fool. He is only obsessed with the way of alchemy, and has no interest in inheriting Cloud City, so he will not pose a threat to you. Then I don't worry, I haven't been in Yunxiao City for the past 2 years, please pay more attention to this person, if he is a threat, we have to start as soon as possible, and we can't let him grow up. Don't worry, Yanbin, I know how to do it. Thank you for your hard work. Qian Lai hung up the phone. He didn't notice that when he was in contact with Chu Yuan, some small water droplets formed by water vapor landed on his collar at some point. When Qian Lai was on the phone, these small water droplets turned into water vapor and evaporated quietly. At the same time, Chu Yuan, who was walking on the street, put away the bubble GU in his sleeves, and sneered, HMPH. Zhou Yanbin, Master Chen's third apprentice, let's read novels on a donkey. Chapter 131. Far away from the sky tower, Chu Yuan asked, Brother Zheng, when I met Qian Lai just now, I felt that he seemed to be hostile to me. I didn't know him before, so he has no reason to be hostile to me. It's me. Does it feel wrong? Zheng Jun glanced at Chu Genichi. Young Master Chu, you may not be wrong, he does have a reason to be hostile to you. Oh, why is that? I just arrived in Yunxiao City for a few days, and it is impossible to have any grievances with him. Zheng Jun was silent for a moment. He didn't know whether Chu Yuan really didn't understand the world, or pretended not to understand on purpose. But since he decided to befriend Chu Yuan, he had to say something. This is taking a stand. Young Master Chu, it's not convenient to talk here, let's find a quiet place, the tea house in front, we went there last time, let's drink tea, I'm explaining the reason to you. Okay, let's drink and chat. The two came to the tea house and asked for a private room. After the waiter brought the tea, Zheng Jun ordered, we like to be quiet, so don't bother us if you have nothing to do. Yes, doctor. After the waiter retreated, Zheng Jun released a snail-like spirit GU, and an invisible air mask rose from the spirit GU. Immediately, the outside voice could no longer come in. Zheng Jun explained, this is a sound-absorbing screw. The only function is to isolate the sound. Now the sound inside cannot be transmitted, and the sound outside cannot be transmitted in. We will not be overheard when we talk. Chu Yuan nodded. He was a little interested in sound-absorbing snails, and decided to get one later. Zheng Jun poured a cup of tea for Chu Yuan, and then said, Young Master Chu, since ancient times, there has been no love for no reason, nor hatred for no reason. It's normal for Qian Lai to be hostile to you. Because you may touch his interests. Chu Yuan looked confused. How can I touch his interests? I don't have much relationship with him. Young Master Chu, Qian Lai has a nephew, you may know him. Who is it? Zhou Yanbin. Zhou Yanbin, Uncle Chen's third disciple. Yes. Chu Yuan pretended not to understand. Then there is no reason. Although senior brother Zhou and I have never met, we are both disciples of Yunxiao's lineage. How could his uncle be hostile to me? Hehe. Young Master Chu, let me tell you. Yunxiao City was built by Lord Yun himself. He has 3 disciples, and your Master Guo Zongxi is one of them. Grandmaster Guo concentrates on alchemy and doesn't care about worldly affairs. Therefore, the management burden of Yunxiao City falls on Chen Yuan, the acting city lord. But the city lord of the Chen dynasty also doesn't like to take care of things. He advocates the rule of doing nothing, and rarely intervenes in certain things. Everyone believes that once the 3rd generation of disciples has a person who can take care of things, the city lord of Chen dynasty will immediately retreat to the 2nd line. Therefore, your generation is the candidates for the next city lord. Zhou Yanbin is the most powerful candidate among them. When Zheng Jun said this, he stopped talking, picked up his tea and drank it. Chu Yuan was silent for a while. You mean, Qian Lai thought that I might compete with Zhou Yanbin for the position of city lord, so he became hostile towards me. It should be like this. Then do you think Zhou will regard me as an enemy? Zheng Jun smiled wryly. I don't just regard you as an enemy. If you also have the idea of competing for the city lord, he will get rid of you at all costs. Chu Yuan was silent for a while, then smiled at Zheng Jun. I'm just a low-level GU master who is obsessed with the way of alchemy, and I don't pose any threat to senior brother Zhou, so I think he won't regard me as an enemy. Zheng Jun felt that Chu Yuan was not like Master Guo, who only knew how to make alchemy. He should have more ideas, bigger ambitions, bigger ambitions. No matter what, Chu Yuan's thigh must be hugged. We must make friends with him before he rises, so that if Chu Yuan becomes the lord of Yunxiao City in the future, he can rise with the tide. Even if he can't be the city lord, a future master of alchemy is worth making friends with. Chu Yuan asked again. Brother Zheng, besides Zhou Yanbin, who else has an idea about the position of the city lord? Zheng Jun said. I heard that only those who have obtained the order of Yunxiao are eligible to compete for the position of city lord. As for the apprentices of the city lord of Chen dynasty, except for the 2 who have passed away, only 3 of the rest have received the lantern order. These 3 people are Zhou Yanbin, Fang Yuquan and Chen Denuo. Among them, Zhou Yanbin is the most powerful. He is currently leading an army from Yunxiao City to guard the battlefield in another world. Once he completes the garrison mission, the combat achievements he has accumulated on the battlefield will give him an advantage in the competition for the city lord. The other 2, Fang Yuquan, came from the Fang family, one of the 3 major families in Yunxiao City, and had a solid foundation in this city. Now that Fang Yuquan is working in the GU Masters Association, he is also accumulating contacts and earning qualifications. Only Chen Denuo is the most low-key person. He doesn't seem to have the idea of competing for the Alchemist Association. He works in the Alchemy Association to assist the Chen Dai City Lord in handling the affairs of the Alchemist Association. Zheng Jun told the situation of the 3 of them. Chu Yuan was silent for a while after listening, and then said with a smile. I have known these 3 seniors for a long time, but it is a pity that they are not in Cloud City, otherwise I really want to pay a visit. Forget it, let's not talk about them. I am focused on alchemy, and if they want to fight for the position of the city lord, let them fight. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Zheng Jun couldn't figure out Chu Yuan's real thoughts, so he persuaded him, Young Master Chu, I'm afraid that people are harmless, and tigers hurt people's hearts. Even if you don't have the heart to compete with them, you have to prevent them from seeing you as a threat and secretly attacking you. You do it. Chu Yuan nodded. I will be careful. After he finished speaking, he continued, I asked you to come out today. I originally wanted to buy GU refining materials, but when Qian Lai became hostile to me, how could I, Wang Zhao, dare to ask him to buy GU refining materials? So, I temporarily changed the purchase of alchemy materials. I have to trouble Brother Zheng for your help with the GU refining materials. Zheng Jun patted his chest and promised, Young Master Chu, from now on, just leave your affairs to me, and I will definitely take care of them for you. Chu Yuan felt that Zheng Jun was not bad, and Jixin Ji didn't realize that there was something wrong with him. It shows that this person is still trustworthy. Chu Yuan handed over a list of ingredients for refining GU to Zheng Jun, and said, You must have guessed that these ingredients are for me to refine natal GU. The less people know about natal GU, the better. You don't want to buy these materials all at once, lest others see the GU seeds I want to refine. Zheng Jun said seriously, Young Master Chu, don't worry, your secret will never be passed on from me to the ears of the second person. After this matter is done, I will completely forget about it. Chu Yuan smiled. Okay, Brother Zheng, I don't worry if you handle the matter. Chu Yuan chatted with Zheng Jun for a while in the tea house, and then let him leave first. He himself stayed in the tea house and began to think about something. Zhou Yanbin, Fang Yuquan, Chen Denuo. After I got the cloud order, I inevitably stood on the opposite side of these people. Just like the ancient princes fighting for the throne, for that dragon chair, they will do anything. Even if Chu Yuan doesn't fight, people may not trust him. Before Chu Yuan left Cloud Tower, he used Bubble Gu's ability to control water to monitor the conversation between Qian Lai and Zhou Yanbin. Through the content of the other party's call, it can be seen that the other party has paid attention to him, and even has bad thoughts. Well, what a hassle. This is big trouble, but Chu Yuan is ready for trouble. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. This is a very simple truth. So, how can I compete with them? After thinking about it, Chu Yuan felt that he had no capital to compete with others for the time being. Among Zhou Yanbin and the others, the youngest is 30 or 40 years old. This refers to the age on the blue star. In addition to the accelerated time in the GU God Tower, they may have practiced for hundreds of years. In contrast, Renjia is already a big tree, while Chu Yuan is just a sapling growing vigorously. Personal strength is temporarily inferior to others, but when the power behind it is compared with others, the gap will be even greater. Zhou Yanbin has already cultivated his own team and is stationed on the foreign battlefield on behalf of Yunxiao City. Fang Yuquan is the direct son of the clan of everyone in Yunxiao City, and the power behind him is extraordinary. Only Chen Denuo came from a grassroots background without much background, so he is very low-key and seems to have withdrawn from the competition. As for Chu Yuan, his parents were far away in Scorpio City, and they couldn't even be ranked in Scorpio City, so they didn't help him in his competition for the position of City Lord. Moreover, they might become his weakness. Besides the parents, there is only the master Guo Yunyang. As the eldest disciple of Yun Bagui, Guo Yunyang has a definite status in Yunxiao City. But he doesn't care. Another one is Chen Yuyan. Chen Yuyan is the acting city lord of Yunxiao City, and the right to speak about Yunxiao City is only under the city lord Yun Bagui. But don't forget, the three people competing with Chu Yuan are all direct disciples of Chen Yuyan. No matter how close the nephew is, he can't kiss his own disciple. Therefore, Chu Yuan only hopes that Chen Yuyan can maintain fairness and justice in the event of competing for the city lord. He must not be biased, otherwise he may be partial to his apprentice. After thinking about it, Chu Yuan felt that he was unable to fight against others for the time being. However, he did not underestimate himself. I have 100 times increased system, this is my biggest advantage. What's the matter with being young? Go into the GU God Tower and retreat for a year or two. After you come out, you will be a 1,000-year-old monster. Moreover, Chu Yuan has a lot of top-grade spirit BGEA GU. As long as he has enough time to grow up, he is confident that in terms of personal strength, he can definitely crush the other three. But to be a city lord, you can't rely on your personal strength alone, you have to cultivate your own reliable team. This is more difficult. There is no rush for this kind of thing, it has to be done slowly. Now, the biggest problem Chu Yuan faces is that he has no foundation in Cloud City. What he needs most urgently now is various sources of news. For example, he now knows nothing about the details of the other three competitors, and he doesn't know where to inquire. The only one, Zheng Jun, just met him not long ago, and like Chu Genichi, that guy is too young and is still in his infancy. Zheng Jun could only inquire about the most superficial news, but he couldn't inquire about the deeper things at all. And there are some things, if the strength is not enough, you can't touch them at all. Zheng Jun alone can't do it. I gotta have my own source channel. Holding the teacup, Chu Yuan thought for a long time, counting the people he knew, and felt that there were only two people who might be helpful to him. Two women, Ma Yun and Dugu Meng. After thinking about it, he immediately contacted Dugu Meng through the same heart GU. After the concentric GU sent the message, there was a response soon. But Dugu Meng was too far away from Yunxiao City, and the two couldn't communicate directly. We can only wait for Dugu Meng to contact Chu Yuan through other means. Then, Chu Yuan called Ma Yun again. Soon, Ma Yun answered the phone. Hey, brother, do you miss your sister? Hee, Sister Yun, how are you doing recently? Very good, brother, what can you do with your sister? Well, I want to ask you something, but I need an interview. Do you have any plans to come to Cloud City recently? Ha, what a coincidence, I just came to Yunxiao City, and as soon as I arrived, you called me on the back foot. Did that kid Malone give you a tip-off? No, why did he report to me? Because. You are his brother-in-law. Ma Yun mentioned this joke again. Hee. It was difficult to answer this question. Chu Yuan smirked twice. I'm at the Yunxiao City branch of Ma's commercial bank. If you want to see me, come here. Okay sister, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yuan left the tea house immediately, and Ma's firm rushed over. A few minutes later, Chu Yuan arrived at Ma's shop. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Ma Long with a smirk on his face, and said listlessly, "Welcome." Before Ma Long could finish his sentence, he became even more embarrassed when he saw that it was Chu Yuan who came. There is a tradition in the Ma family that the children of the family must work as clerks in the store for a period of time after they reach adulthood. This is to sharpen the temperament of these young masters and ladies. Ma Yun was also like this back then. She worked as a clerk in the store for more than a year and performed very well before she was promoted to the position of general manager step by step. Now it's Malone's turn again. But Ma Long was very reluctant to do this job, and felt that it would be a shame for him to be a shop assistant. He was forced to be a shop assistant, and he was reluctant at first, but now that he was seen by acquaintances, he felt even more ashamed. He said angrily, "Chu Yuan, why are you here?" Chu Yuan looked around Ma Long, only to see that he was dressed in the clothes of a shop assistant, and asked amusedly, "Ma Long, what are you doing?" Ma Long turned his face away. "My son is experiencing life, why, no. Hey, I'm a guest now. Is this how you welcome guests? TCH, what kind of guest are you? Why are you looking for me? I don't have time to play with you." Ma Long has come to find him for Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan said with a smile, "Yes, I'm not a guest, I'm your uncle." Malone immediately smirked. "Shut up. You said you wouldn't mention that matter." Chu Yuan smiled cheerfully. "Okay, I won't mention it. Where is your sister? I have something to do with him." Ma Long suddenly became anxious again. "How did you know my sister is here?" "Chu Yuan, I warn you to stay away from my sister. Don't think that you can take the opportunity to harass my sister because of that bet before." Chu Yuan rolled his eyes. "Where have I ever harassed your sister?" He had read a book before, which said that in the heart of every brother-in-law, there is a fool who misses his sister. Could it be that in Ma Long's heart, I am that person? Chu Yuan stepped inside and said, "Your sister asked me to come." Ma Long stopped the way. "I don't believe it, my sister is so busy, how can I see you? Hurry up, or I will be rude to you." Chu Yuan was also a little annoyed. "Ma Long, you're in a good mood, don't you? I see how you're being rude to me. Have you forgotten my reputation as a pants-cutting madman?" It was good that he didn't mention the pants-cut maniac, but when he mentioned the pants-cut maniac, Ma Long immediately remembered that Chu Yuan had cut off his pants in front of all his classmates. "Chu Yuan, I can't finish talking to you today." Ma Long was about to start, when suddenly a cold voice came from behind. "Ma Long, what are you doing?" After Ma Long heard this voice, he retracted his head immediately, as if being poured over his head by a basin of ice water. He turned back and said, "Sister, it's okay, I'm just messing around with Chu Yuan." Chu Yuan looked behind Ma Long and saw that it was Ma Yun who came. She is wearing a light green long dress, with a nice bun, she looks very beautiful. Chu Yuan followed Ma Yun and asked as he walked upstairs, "What's wrong with Ma Long? He started to trouble me as soon as we met. I thought we were reconciled." Ma Yun smiled. "Don't worry about him. I came here this time to train him. Our Ma family has a tradition that all family members have to start as waiters in the store after they grow up. I also experienced the same way back then." Yes, he felt ashamed of being a waiter, so he insisted on becoming a manager. Just relying on that kid, being a manager would not ruin the store. Chu Yuan nodded. He felt that the tradition of the Ma family was very good and could train people. Let them know that money is not easy to earn, so as not to raise a group of dudes. Upstairs to Ma Yun's office, here is also like in Scorpio City, a huge room filled with all kinds of flowers. Chu Yuan suddenly thought of a word, flower house girl. Smelling the faint fragrance of flowers, he said with a smile, "I just met an elder who likes to grow flowers just like you." Ma Yun smiled. "You mean Teacher Yunjung?" Chu Yuan nodded. "She is my senior aunt, sister, do you know her too? When I was in Yunshao Academy, I learned the formation method from Teacher Yunjung. Master Yun understands the way of formation. Don't you know, Teacher Yunjung specializes in formations and is a famous formation master. In the entire Yunshao city, except for the city lord who can't retreat, no one can surpass him in formations." Chu Yuan felt that he knew too little about his teacher. He has always wanted to learn the way of formation, but he couldn't find a way. Refining GU, alchemy, and Dao formation are known as the mainstream skills in the world today. GU refining is the foundation of every GU master. The effect of alchemy is also very great. No matter whether the GU master improves himself or cultivates the spirit GU, a lot of pills are indispensable. But in Chu Yuan's heart, the role of the way of formation is more important than alchemy. The so-called formation method is to mobilize the natural power of heaven and earth with formation equipment. The power of man is limited, but the power of heaven and earth is infinite. Therefore, a brilliant formation mage can exert a strength that is many times greater than his own. If you don't know the way of formation, you may be controlled to death in the formation. Chu Yuan didn't want to end up like this in the future. Therefore, he has been looking for opportunities to learn the way of formations, but there are very few inheritances of formations. He is looking for opportunities to learn the way of formations while he plans to study at Yunshao Academy. Unexpectedly, my aunt, that elegant woman who likes flowers, is actually a master of formation. Chu Yuan decided to find some good things immediately after returning home, to please her aunt, and then learn the knowledge of formation from her. Chu Yuan followed Ma Yun and sat down at her desk. She made a pot of tea herself, and they drank it together. Ma Yun asked, "Tell me, what do I have?" Chu Yuan asked directly, "I want to ask you a few people." "How many people?" "Zhou Yanbin, Fang Yuquan, and Chen Denuo." Ma Yun is a very smart woman. When she heard Chu Yuan's question, she immediately asked in surprise, "Have you got the Yunshao token?" "How do you know?" "Do you need to ask?" All three of them have Yunshao token. Only when you get the Yunshao token will you have trouble with these three people. You don't ask others, just ask them three, and you are a disciple of Grandmaster Guo, which means that you have also obtained the Cloud Order. Chu Yuan nodded, directly took out his Yunshao token, and showed it to Ma Yun. Ma Yun tutted her tongue and said, "Chu Yuan, you are truly blessed. With the Yunshao token, you are one of the candidates for the next city lord of Yunshao City. Maybe in the future, my sister will have to look up to RJ." Chu Yuan smiled helplessly. "Sister Yun, please don't make fun of me. It's hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse. You know the basics of my background. Whether it is family background or personal strength, I am far from being able to compete with the other three. Compared with individuals, it is difficult to even protect themselves, so how can we compete with them?" Ma Yun solemnly said, "You can't say that. A hero starts from the beginning, and there is always a time to make a fortune. What's wrong with being single and weak? If you can get the Yunshao token, you won't be afraid that no one will vote. Moreover, whether it is City Lord Yun or City Lord Chen, both have a long lifespan, you have enough time to grow. To be honest, back then I wanted to worship Teacher Yunzheng as my teacher, and the purpose was to get the qualification for the competition. Unfortunately, after I begged for a long time, Teacher Yunzheng does not accept direct disciples." Chu Yuan glanced at Ma Yun in surprise, never expecting that she would have such an ambition to be the lord of Yunshao City. Ma Yun said again, "Brother, the opportunity is rare, you must seize it, not to mention that my sister will definitely support you." Chu Yuan carefully sensed Ma Yun's mind through the confidant Gu. Her words are sincere, although they contain investment elements. At the very least, she will really help herself. "Sister Yun, I haven't thought about it that much for now, I just want to protect myself. I came to you this time to inquire about the situation of the other three. I don't know anything about Zhou Yanbin, Fang Yuquan, and Chen Denuo. I need to know their strength, character, and the forces behind them." Ma Yun nodded. "Of course it's no problem. Our Ma family is a businessman in the world, and we dare not say anything else, but we still know a little bit about the news from various places." 2 hours later, Chu Yuan came out from Ma's commercial bank. He learned a lot of news about Yunshao City from Ma Yun. This gave him a general understanding of the current situation, and he was no longer blinded like before. After Chu Yuan left, Ma Yun meditated alone for a while, and then called her secretary Gu Xiaowei. "Xiaowei, miss, what's the matter? Order." Chu Yuan's parents, "What's the situation now?" Chu Yuan's parents, "I need to check this. ASAP." "Good lady." The phone hangs up. Just a few minutes later, Gu Xiaowei called Ma Yun again. "Miss, Chu Yuan's father, Chu Shang, is currently the deputy director of the Scorpio City Public Security Department. Last time, during the Scorpio City Space Channel incident, he took a group of people through the space channel to hunt monsters. He was lucky, he found a black gold mine on the opposite side of the passage, and the City Lord's mansion rewarded him with 2 places to enter the Bronze Gu God Tower for 1 year. Now, Chu Yuan's parents are practicing retreat in Gu God Pagoda. I heard that Chu Shang is expected to take over the position of Minister of Public Security after leaving the customs. After listening to Ji Yu Xiaowei's introduction, Ma Yun thought for a while and said, communicate with the city lord's mansion, and transfer Chu Yuan's parents to our family's Baiyin Pagoda to practice. Send another batch of cultivation resources to Chu Shang and his wife, and remember to send a congratulatory gift when he becomes the minister. Ji Yu Xiaowei hesitated for a moment, then asked, Miss, can I ask why you did this? To use the silver Ji Yu Tower, you need to explain to the elders of the family. Ma Yun said lightly, because Chu Yuan is worthy of our investment, you just do it, and I will explain it to Grandpa personally. Yes, sister. After leaving Ma's firm, Chu Yuan returned to his villa, and then plunged into the Ji Yu God Tower. He wanted to find a rare enough flower to please Aunt Yunjung. Chu Yuan's Ji Yu God Tower is made of bronze, and it originally has 20 times the speed of time flow. After a 100-fold increase, the flow of time has reached an astonishing 2,000 times. Chu Yuan searched inside for more than a month, and finally let him find a kind of spirit flower. 7-heart begonia. This is a very rare mutated plant, and it has appeared only a handful of times on Blue Star in the past 1,000 years. Yunjung has been raring about this kind of flower for a long time, and even issued a task in the Ji Yu Master Association, but has never found it. Another morning, Chu Yuan brought Kixin Haidang to Chen Yuyan's villa again. As soon as she entered the villa, she saw Sun Mengmeng playing with a black bird, and beside her was a 3-eyed spirit deer. Chu Yuan said, hello, Sister Mengmeng, what are you up to? Sun Mengmeng replied without raising her head, I picked up this bird in the woods behind the college. Its wings were injured. It's so pitiful. I brought it back for treatment. As she spoke, she poured a bottle of powdered medicine onto the bird's wings. Immediately, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. Chu Yuan sniffed his nose and exclaimed, lark powder. As an alchemist, elixir is the basic skill. Chu Yuan immediately smelled that what Sun Mengmeng poured on the bird was the holy medicine for healing, Bailingson. The grade of this medicinal powder is as high as grade 6, and it is known as the best panacea for treating physical injuries. Even if the arm is cut off, it can be connected intact with this medicine powder immediately. The refining materials for this kind of medicine powder are very rare, and the refining is not easy, and the value can be said to be huge. Unexpectedly, Sun Mengmeng, a silly girl, would use it to save a bird. This is such a waste. But who told me that my master is Chen Yuyan? I don't lack this at all. Bailingson is indeed a holy product for healing. Just a few seconds after the powder is applied, the bird's wings grow back immediately. I saw the little bird spread its wings, and immediately flew out of Sun Mengmeng's hand, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Sun Mengmeng waved her hands and shouted, Xiao He, come and play with me when you have time. Chu Yuan shook his head and smiled wryly. Although Sun Mengmeng was 15 or 16 years old in age, his mental age was only about 10 years old. Senior Sister Mengmeng, I want to see Senior Aunt, where is she? Sun Mengmeng was still looking for the bird with her head raised, she just pointed her hand at the villa and ignored Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan immediately walked towards the villa, and met Yunjung coming out. She smiled and said, Chu Yuan, you are here. Chu Yuan immediately held out the flower pot. Master, I know you like flowers, and I spent a lot of effort to find a kind of flower to honor you, what do you think? Yunjung's eyes lit up. 7-heart begonia. It's actually 7-heart begonia. She immediately took a quick step, took the flower pot from Chu Yuan, and looked at it carefully. While looking at it, she said pityingly, Chu Yuan, this flower has just been dug up. The root system of the begonia with 7 hearts is well developed, and there are many tiny root hairs. You dug up a lot of the root hairs. This kind of flower is very delicate. It's easy to die when the beard is broken, but luckily I met me, if others may not be able to make a living. Chu Yuan said with a smirk, Auntie, I am a layman when it comes to planting flowers. Fortunately, Auntie is able to rejuvenate, otherwise I will harm it. Yunjung said gratefully, Thank you Chu Yuan, I wanted this kind of flower for a long time, but unfortunately I never found it. As long as Master likes it. Did you come to see me this time? Chu Yuan nodded. Auntie, I heard that you were a master of formations, and I also want to know something about formations. I want to see if you can give me some knowledge about formations. Yoonjung smiled. You little brat. I wanted to learn the way of formation. But I'm afraid that senior brother won't agree. If you delay your study of alchemy, I'm afraid senior brother will blame me. Chu Yuan shook his head. How could it be? I am learning the way of formation because I am afraid that I will suffer from other formation masters in the future. I just want to study it, and I won't delay the class to practice alchemy. Yoonjung thought for a while, and said, that's fine, it's good to learn some formation methods. She flipped her hand, and there were a few more books in her hand. This is the basic knowledge of formations. I specially prepared them for Mengmong. Unfortunately, she is like a child who can't grow up. She forgets after learning it. She can't even learn the simplest formations. I have also given up on her now, so I will give you these few books. Take it back and have a look first. If you don't understand something, you can come and ask me at any time. If you really have the talent in the array, I will teach you more advanced array knowledge in the future. Chu Yuan was overjoyed, and quickly took it over. Thank you, Auntie. Yoonjung smiled. You don't need to thank you. You found Kixin begonia for me, which made up my wish for many years. I also want to thank you. Chu Yuan got what he wanted, and was about to leave when Yoonjung said again, Chu Yuan, this year's Genting class admission is different from previous years. The college has already researched the admission method, so that all new students this year will have an extra exam. Trial, discounted admission. If you are willing to participate, you can participate, and if you don't want to, forget it. Anyway, you have the Yunxiao token, so you can directly enter the Yunding class if you don't participate in the trial. Chu Yuan asked, Auntie, what kind of trial is it? Your master's spirit Gu, Yunmengworm, is good at weaving dreams. During these years of your master's retreat, Yunmengworm has been taken care of by me and your uncle. A few years ago, Yunmengworm shed a shell, and this shell is also a very magical treasure. The shell has its own space, which is full of the power of dreams. After ordinary people enter, they will immediately fall into dreams. After our repeated research, this dream is harmless, and people can control their own consciousness and behavior in it. Your uncle named this space Yunxiao Dreamland. The academy decided to let all the freshmen enter the Yunxiao Dreamland. After entering, the body will fall into a deep sleep and then wake up in the dreamland. The students have to fight in the dream world, and the last group of people who survived will enter the Yunding class. And the dead, because they just died in a dream, so the body will not be harmed at all. After hearing Yoonjung's words, Chu Yuan was very surprised. It's really miraculous that a shell that Yunmengworm casts off has such a magical effect. Chu Yuan also really wanted to enter Yunxiao's dreamland to experience it, so after thinking about it, he said to Yoonjung, Master, I am here to study, there is no need to be special, let me participate in the dreamland trial with other freshmen. Quote. Yoonjung nodded. That's up to you. After entering the dream, you go to Mengmong. I'm worried that she will be killed by other students and be frightened. Chu Yuan glanced back at Sun Mengmong, and saw that she was still holding her head up and waiting for the bird to come back. You silly girl, what are you waiting for? It's a wild bird, it won't come back after flying away. He turned back to Yoonjung speechlessly and said, Senior sister is also going to participate in the trial. Yoonjung nodded. Yes, although she is a bit confused, she is not stupid. She can't stay with us all the time, we have to let her go out and see. Okay, senior aunt, after I enter the secret realm, I will go to senior sister, and I will protect her well. Well, then I'm relieved. Chu Yuan was in a hurry to go back, study the knowledge of formations, and said a few words to Yoonjung, and said, Auntie, please go ahead, I will leave first. Yoonjung smiled. Okay, then you go back first, remember to keep the communication unblocked, so as not to receive the trial notice from the academy. Good Auntie. Chu Yuan saluted and said goodbye, and as soon as he turned around, he saw Sun Mengmong holding a small black bird in his palm, with a fruit in its beak, as if he wanted to use this fruit to repay his favor. Sun Mengmong giggled and said, Wow, Xiaohei, did you give me fruit? Thank you. Chu Yuan was dumbfounded. This bird really came back, is a wild bird so spiritual? Yoonjung smiled behind him and said, Are you surprised? Mengmong is very fond of animals. That three-eyed spirit deer was found by herself after she lost her way once, and she has been following her ever since. Chu Yuan didn't expect that Sun Mengmeng, who is naturally stupid and may get lost when going to the bathroom at home, has a special talent for being friendly with animals. For the next few days, Chu Genichi stayed in the villa to study the knowledge of formations. The way of formation is a complicated and cumbersome skill. Chu Yuan lived two lives before and after. In the previous life, he also learned advanced mathematics, so he still finds it very difficult to learn the knowledge of formations. But no matter how difficult it is, you have to learn. This is a matter of future survival. The way of formation can mobilize the power of heaven and earth and exert incredible combat effectiveness. Chu Yuan doesn't want to be trapped to death one day because he doesn't know the formation. A few days later, Zheng Jun sent a batch of GU refining materials to Chu Yuan. At the same time, the two talked about some cooperation. After discussion, the two decided to open a restaurant together first. There are many reasons for opening a restaurant. First of all, GU masters are also human beings, and they also have to eat. Once the restaurant is opened, it can not only make money, but also expand contacts. Secondly, according to Zheng Jun's investigation, there are all kinds of businesses on Yunxiao Mountain, and only restaurants have the least competitive pressure, which does not affect Chu Yuan's strategy of low-key development. Again, Chu Yuan appreciates that Ma Yun held the 16th GU Master Exchange meeting in Scorpio City. He has inquired that there is currently no similar exchange meeting in Yunxiao City, because Yunxiaolo is too powerful and does not allow other forces to hold such gatherings. But if others can't do it, Chu Yuan may not be able to. He has Yunxiao token in his hand. As long as he does not clearly violate the laws of Yunxiao City, he can do anything. Therefore, Chu Yuan suggested that Zheng Jun build a restaurant first, and when he becomes stronger in the future, he can also hold a GU Master Exchange meeting or even an auction in the restaurant. Chu Yuan's final vision is to turn this restaurant into a comprehensive large-scale hotel integrating catering, leisure, entertainment, shopping and auctions. Of course, this is in the future. At present, Chu Yuan and Zheng Jun do not have the strength to do this. At present, as long as the restaurant is in operation, it is a good start. Chu Yuan's business plan for this restaurant was approved by Zheng Jun. Another 2 days later, on this day Chu Yuan made a sand table model by himself, and was studying the changes of the primary formation on the sand table, when he suddenly received a call. The phone number is unknown. After connecting, a sweet voice came from the opposite side. "Hi, handsome big brother, guess who I am?" Chu Genichi knew who it was when he heard the doll's voice. "Ouyang Xiao, what do you want from me?" "HMPH, I can't find you if I have nothing to do." "I've organized a party and I invite you to it." "Party? What party?" "For the Xuanwu number 1 middle school and Scorpio number 1 middle school. I also invited Feng Qinlin, Ma Long, Huang Yuding, Chen Jun, Xiao Wei, and Li Runmo to participate. You must come." Reunion. Just right. In the past few days, he was a little dizzy studying the formation, so he just went out to relax. Moreover, I might compete for the master of Yunxiao City in the future, and my network is also very important. This group of classmates has a good relationship with me, and I have to communicate frequently to deepen my relationship. Maybe it can become my help in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan readily agreed. "Okay, Ouyang Xiao, tell me the time and address, and I will go there when the time comes." "The time is tomorrow morning. Come early, I have delicious and interesting food here. The place is my house, number 81, Banshan Villa." After hanging up the phone, Chu Yuan thought, it's not polite to come to the door empty-handed, you have to bring some gifts. So what to bring? After thinking for a while, he entered the GU God Tower. First let the golden eagle catch a few blue-eared rabbits, and then pick a batch of fruits on Wolong Mountain. Chu Yuan has explored a certain area around Wolong Mountain. Whenever he finds delicious fruits, he will transplant some to Wolong Mountain. Therefore, besides tea trees, there are all kinds of fruit trees on Wolong Mountain. Early the next morning, Chu Yuan rushed to Ouyang Xiao's house with a gift. Yunxiao Mountain occupies a very large area, and there are not many places suitable for construction, so every inch of land here is precious. The top of the mountain is where City Lord Yun retreats, which is equivalent to a forbidden area, and few people can approach it. From the top of the mountain down to the halfway up the mountain, it is the site of Yunshao Academy. Further down, it is the place where the rich and powerful in the city live. Ordinary people can only live at the foot of the mountain. The Ouyang family's villa occupies a very large area, and it is located halfway up the mountain. The scenery here is beautiful and the geographical location is superior. The Ouyang family's ability to build a large villa here shows that their family's strength in Yunshao City is also very strong. Chu Yuan came to the number 81 villa in the middle of the mountain. After registering his name, someone welcomed him into the villa immediately. The villa of Ouyang's family is very big, much bigger than Guo Yunyang's, but far worse than Chen Yuyan's. He followed the guide around several courtyards, and at a glance he saw Ouyang Xiaoxiao was chatting and laughing with a group of boys and girls in the gazebo in front of him. Ouyang is only 1.5 meters tall, which is quite short compared with his age. But her figure is exceptionally hot, so her best friend Xiao Wei became an Eloli. Ouyang Xiaoxiao was wearing a pink princess dress, and when she saw Chu Yuan coming in, she immediately greeted Chu Yuan happily. Chu Yuan, you are here. Hurry up and follow me, the others have already arrived, and you are the only one left. Chu Yuan smiled. Xiaoxiao Ouyang, thank you for your invitation, I brought a little gift to share with everyone. He was talking about the gifts he brought from the space snail, 2 fat blue-eared rabbits, and several baskets of fruit. Ouyang looked at the blue-eared rabbit, and immediately burst into tears. Chu Yuan, the rabbit is so cute, why do you want to eat it? Chu Yuan is speechless. Can't eat if she is cute. Girls are so annoying. I knew I was saving it to eat. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Xiaoxiao immediately changed his face again, and said with a smile, haha, I lied to you. The blue-eared rabbit is so delicious, I have eaten it twice before, and I can't forget it all the time. Chu Yuan was even more speechless, he almost forgot that Ouyang Xiaoxiao is a fan in black, and teasing people is her housekeeping skill. Ouyang Xiaoxiao lifted the ears of the blue-eared rabbit, and shouted, hey, friends. Chu Yuan brought the blue-eared rabbit and we are blessed at noon. Feng Qinlin and Ma Long were playing cards, but they just waved to Chu Yuan. Li Runmo, who was watching, greeted him, haha, flying dragon meat in the sky, and blue-eared rabbits on the ground. Chu Yuan, you are so talented that you managed to get blue-eared rabbits. You must feast your mouth today. Ouyang Xiaoxiao called a servant and sent the blue-eared rabbit to the back kitchen. Then I opened the fruit brought by Chu Yuan and shared it with everyone. Wow, Chu Yuan, what kind of fruit is this? I have never eaten it. Ouyang Xiaoxiao grabbed a plum-like fruit and ate it immediately. Wow, one bite, the mouth is full of juice. Well, it's delicious, everyone, try it. Everyone picked up the fruit and ate it. Huang Yuding also said, well, it's really delicious. Chu Yuan, what kind of fruit is this, and where did you buy it? I'm going to buy some to take home. Chu Yuan smiled. I can't buy this, and I don't know what kind of fruit it is. I found it in the GU God Tower some time ago. I only encountered such a fruit tree, and there were not many fruits on it. I have dug it back, and I will invite everyone to taste it when it is planted in the future. This fruit, Chu Yuan named it, golden plum. Because it looks like a plum, its appearance is golden, and its taste is very good. It was discovered by Chu Yuan when he was exploring in the GU God Pagoda. There are only a few golden plum trees at present, and they were placed on Wolong Mountain by Chu Yuan. Hearing the girls praising the deliciousness of the fruit, Feng Qinlin, Li Runmo and others who were playing cards stopped playing cards. They threw away the cards in their hands and came to eat the fruits. Everyone tasted one and praised it one after another. At this time, another person came in from outside and said, is Chu Yuan here? Is Chu Yuan here? The person who came was Ouyang Xiaoxiao's big brother, Ouyang Dada. When Ouyang saw Chu Yuan, his eyes lit up immediately. Chu Yuan, you're here, I'll take up a little time for you, let's go to the side and have a chat. Before Chu Yuan could speak, Ouyang Xiaoxiao was unhappy. Big brother, today is my classmate reunion, what are you doing here? Ouyang laughed and said, hey, I have encountered some problems in alchemy, and I want to ask Chu Yuan for advice. Ouyang gave him a white look. Big brother, your talent is too poor, you're not good at alchemy, you better give it up. Yang argued vigorously. Who said we have the talent for alchemy? I have practiced the second-grade elixir. If it wasn't for bad luck, and I messed up the exam, I would already be a second-grade alchemist. Hey, is a second-rank alchemist really great? Chu Yuan has already been a third-rank alchemist. I don't dare to compare with a genius like Chu Yuan, but I'm pretty good as your big brother. Many alchemists of the same age are not as good as me. Yang Xiaoxiao and the big brother bickered for a while, then turned around and said to Chu Yuan, don't pay attention to this guy, let's play fighting GU. Chu Yuan smiled. It's okay, I would like to communicate with brother Yang. Leaving his classmates to play here, Chu Yuan followed Yang out of the gazebo. Yang was very excited and kept talking about his alchemy along the way. Soon, they arrived at a room. I saw an alchemy furnace with a height of one person placed in this room, and the air was filled with a charcoal smell with the smell of sandalwood. Alchemy uses fire, which is charcoal made of spirit wood. High-level alchemists also need to use the spiritual fire of the fire-type spirit Gu to assist them. As soon as Chu Yuan sniffed it, he knew what kind of charcoal Yang was using. Tut tut, Yang's family is really rich. Yang Da, a first-grade alchemist, used the alchemy furnace, which turned out to be the famous Wulong Zijin furnace. The charcoal used for alchemy is also the highest-grade spiritual sandalwood charcoal. The Wulong Zijin furnace is made of purple fire copper, a metal that contains spiritual power. Purple fire copper is a metal that has excellent fire resistance and conduction of spiritual power. It is the best material for making alchemy furnaces. This kind of metal blue star does not exist in the mainland, only the relics in the GU God Tower world, or other worlds can produce it, and the price is very expensive. The same is true for spiritual sandalwood charcoal, which is charcoal made from a mutated plant that contains spiritual power. This kind of charcoal is not only very resistant to burning, but also has full firepower. It is the best charcoal for alchemy. But to be honest, it is too wasteful for such a high-standard alchemy furnace and top-quality charcoal to be used by a half-hearted alchemist like Yang Da. Even if his alchemy success rate is 100%, the value of refining the elixir is not comparable to the consumption of charcoal. This kind of alchemy furnace and charcoal can only be used by alchemists of the level of Guo Yunyang and Chen Yuan. The alchemy furnace and charcoal that Chu Yuan is currently using are several grades worse than this one. However, Chu Yuan didn't say anything. If someone has money and is willing to use such things, can you control them? Don't talk about Oda, just talk about Chu himself, Bio will not waste. The drunken GU pill is so precious, even the children of aristocratic families can only use it to improve the main spirit GU. But what about Chu Yuan? He even used Bubble GU and Meatworm to upgrade to Purple Jade Spirit Guy with the drunken GU pill. This is much more prodigal than Yang's big conference. Yang proudly said to Chu Yuan, how about it, my alchemy room is not bad. Chu Yuan nodded. That's pretty good, brother Yang, what problems have you encountered? Yang Da said, it's like this. Last month, I refined a furnace of the second-grade Yunling pill. After many attempts, I refined a few more furnaces. I calculated the success rate, and it's about 20 to 30%. A success rate of 20% to 30% in alchemy is barely qualified. So I went to the Alchemy Association to take the level test, but I don't know why. I practiced well at home, but when I arrived at the Alchemy Association, I couldn't feel it when I took the level test, so I took the level test several times in a row. I didn't pass, and Yang Xiaoxiao kept laughing at me. Chu Yuan nodded. Brother Yang, you open the furnace to refine the alchemy once, and let me see where the problem is. Although Yang Dada is a few years older than Chu Yuan, he always puts himself in the position of a student. Who told others that their master is Guo Zongxi? Who let him be so young? He is already a third-rank alchemist. There is no way to compare yourself with others. Now, Yang was very excited to be taught by Master Guo's disciples, and immediately started to make alchemy. Chu Yuan originally thought that Yang Dada had the frivolous habits of a rich man. But when he started alchemy, he became solemn, operating every step of alchemy one by one. This step is very familiar to Chu Yuan. It is the detailed process in a book that Chu Yuan has read, and it is exactly the same as the mathematics in the book. Obviously, Yang learned alchemy from this book. Chu Yuan has also read this book, called Secrets of Alchemy. The author of the book is Chen Yuan. Wu Yang started alchemy, while Chu Yuan watched carefully. After watching for a while, Chu Yuan felt a little ashamed. He felt that people were really serious about learning alchemy. On the contrary, Chu Yuan himself, every time he does alchemy, he follows his feeling. The procedures and steps of each alchemy are different, and he feels a little arbitrary. Anyway, he has a 100-fold amplification system, even if the quality of the elixir he cultivated is very poor, as long as he doesn't refine it, he can increase it with just one click. However, he felt that Yang Dada's method of alchemy was very tiring, so he couldn't learn it. This also does not mean that Chu Yuan's method of alchemy is wrong. Grandmaster Guo Yunyang once watched Chu Yuan's alchemy, and after seeing it, he was silent for a long time, and did not correct Jin Yuan's way of doing alchemy at will. At that time, Master Guo said, "Chu Yuan, people in this world are different. Some people use 12% of their strength to do one thing, but they may not be able to do it well. And some people can do things very well even if they do things idly. When the master was young, he learned alchemy with your uncle Chen Yuan. As for me, I regard alchemy as a lifelong pursuit, so I put in a lot of effort, but my progress is slow. And you, Uncle Chen Yuan, don't seem to care too much about alchemy, but are making rapid progress. In order to catch up with your uncle, I was trying my best to make alchemy. Qian Zhao's. For a kind of elixir, if your uncle practices it once, I will practice it 100 times. In short, I must not be inferior to him. Your master, I can achieve today's achievements, relying on only 2 words, hard work. And your uncle relies on 2 other words, talent. That guy is truly a genius. However, I think Chu Yuan, you are more talented than your uncle, and you will definitely be able to win face for your master in the future." Regarding Guo Yunyang's evaluation, Chu Yuan was a little ashamed. He admits that his talent in alchemy is not bad, but in the final analysis, it is still the boosting effect of the golden finger. Now, seeing Wu Yang making alchemy greatly, Chu Yuan is like seeing his own master. They are the same kind of people, and they treat alchemy with faith, devotion, and love. On this point, Chu Yuan admits that he is not as great as Wu Yang. Chu Yuan felt that alchemy was just a very practical skill. This kind of memory serves to enhance the Gu master's strength, therefore, Chu Yuan is far from devotion and love for alchemy. With Chu Yuan watching from the side, Wu Yang seemed to be inspired. He cheered up and used his best state to refine this potion of elixir. His hard work was not in vain. Not long after, Ruyun Lingdan was freshly baked. Snapped, snapped. Chu Yuan applauded. "Brother Wu Yang, your alchemy this time is very exciting. It seems that you have worked hard on alchemy." Wu Yang said proudly. "That is, since I became obsessed with alchemy, I even dumped my girlfriend, and I study alchemy for more than 10 hours every day." Chu Yuan broke into a sweat. "You will not be like my master, for the great cause of alchemy, to be a 100-year-old virgin. Brother Wu Yang, according to your current level, it's not a problem to take the test of a second-level alchemist. There is no reason to fail. But, I have taken the exam 5 times, but I have never passed it." Chu Yuan asked him some more details, thought for a while, and fixed his eyes on the alchemy furnace. Then he said, "Brother Wu Yang, I may know the reason why you failed the exam." Wu Yang asked eagerly, "What is it?" Chu Yuan pointed to the alchemy furnace and said, "I have 2 suggestions for you. First, take your alchemy furnace to the Alchemist Association, and use your own guide to participate in the grade examination. Or, go buy a set of alchemy equipment that is specially used for level examinations by the Alchemist Association, and then use that equipment to practice at home for a period of time before going to the level examination." Wu Yang frowned greatly and said, "You mean, the alchemy equipment used for the grade test is not suitable for me?" "Nonsense. How good a stove and charcoal will you use for the GU Master Association exam? You are used to high-end products such as Wulong Zijin stove and Spirit Sandalwood charcoal all day long, and you must not be used to suddenly switching to that kind of street stalls." Wu Yang couldn't pass the test, so he fell into self-doubt about alchemy. He was in the middle of the game and ignored the role of alchemy equipment. After Chu Genichi pointed out, he immediately understood. Well, the Alchemy Association is also allowed to bring its own alchemy furnace for the level test. Tomorrow, I will move the alchemy furnace to the GU Master Association, and then go to the level test. Chu Yuan smiled. Then congratulate Brother Wu Yang in advance. I wish you success in the exam and a smooth promotion. Ha ha ha, thank you Brother Chu Yuan for pointing out the song. After returning from Ouyang Da, Chu Yuan joined the friends game again. At this time, Ouyang Xiaoxiao and the others were playing a game of fighting GU. The so-called fighting GU is like fighting crickets. Both parties put their respective spirit GU in a closed area, and let the two GU fight each other. During this period, the owner of the spirit vomit is not allowed to direct or urge the battle of the spirit vomit in any form, and it is all up to them to play freely. This is a very popular game among GU masters, and sometimes it has a lot of gimmicks. Ouyang Xiaoxiao and the others play fighting GU, and the loser has to draw a line on his face with a colored pen. When Chu Yuan came back, Xiao Wei's face had already been painted as a little cat, and the faces of the others were also painted. Only Ma Long's face was clean. Looking at his triumphant look, it was obvious that he had won all the way without losing a single defeat. Seeing Chu Yuan coming back, Ma Long immediately provoked. Chu Yuan, let's fight, I'll let you know how good it is. Huang Yuding said. Chu Yuan, it's up to you. Ma Long's unicorn is indestructible in defense and sharp in attack, we are all defeated. Chu Yuan also got playful. Okay, seeing how arrogant Ma Long is, I can't help but want to teach him how to behave. HMPH, teach me how to be a human being, and watch my unicorn kill you without leaving any pieces behind. Oh, brother-in-law, you are very arrogant. Hunden, you said you won't mention it. Okay, brother-in-law, I am going to kill you. To be honest, the spirit GU of the unicorn immortal is indeed powerful in combat. It has a hard carapace, and its defense is extremely abnormal. The halberd horn that is almost as long as the body is also very sharp. Coupled with natural power and powerful skills, the unicorn fairy is very good at fighting. Ma Long's one-horned fairy was originally only of gold quality. After the Drunken GU pill came out, Ma Long used the Drunken GU pill to upgrade it to Purple Jade Spirit GU, making its combat power even more perverted. Chu Yuan originally BGDH had a stag beetle, which is a spirit GU called together with the unicorn immortal. But when Chu Yuan left Scorpio City, he gave the stag beetle to his father Chu Shang. Therefore, he can only use other spirit GU to fight the one-horned fairy. What spirit voodoo to use? Chu Yuan thought about it. There are many spiritual gus in him that can defeat the one-horned fairy, but many of them cannot be easily exposed. Chu Yuan was still thinking about what kind of GU to use. Seeing him hesitate, Ma Long thought he was afraid, so he laughed. Chu Yuan, come on, aren't you going to teach me to be a man? Why don't you dare to make a move? Scared, haha. Chu Yuan glanced at him, waved his hand, and a translucent blue water bubble appeared in front of everyone. Puff, seeing the water bubble, Ouyang Xiaoxiao squirted out a mouthful of the drink. Am I not mistaken, Bubble GU? Chu Yuan, don't make trouble, do you want to fight with bubble cups? You don't want it to spit and drown the unicorn, do you? Haha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Everyone talked at once. Using Bubble GU to fight my unicorn, is this underestimating me? Marlin felt humiliated. He yelled, Chu Yuan, what are you doing? Although this is a game, we must also emphasize the spirit of competition. What do you mean by releasing a bubble cup that cannot be hit? Chu Yuan said flatly. Who said that bubble cups can't fight? There are no useless spirit GU in the world, only useless GU masters. Ma Long, I will teach you a lesson in bubble GU today. Ma Long snorted coldly. Okay. Chu Yuan, if you lose in a while, I'll see what else you have to say. Chu Yuan has confidence in his bubble cup. Bubble Gu's only ability is to create water. Therefore, every GU master will bring a head with him. No one will cultivate Bubble GU, except Chu Yuan. At the beginning, he got a furnace of drunken GU pills from his master Guo Yunyang. After 100 times increase, the furnace of drunken GU pills became 1,000 pills. When Guo Yunyang left from Scorpio City, he gave Chu Genichi some drunken GU pills, so he had too many drunken GU pills to use up. Therefore, Chu Yuan not only upgraded his battle spirit GU, but also did not let go of Bubble and Breadworm Beast. After the Bread Bug GU was upgraded to Purple Jade Spirit GU, it didn't produce any special abilities, but the bread it made was more delicious. But Bubble GU has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, its water-making ability has been greatly improved, and it can create a large amount of water in a short period of time. Moreover, Bubble GU has an additional ability, water control. The one-horned fairy is fierce and powerful, with both offense and defense, and is very difficult to deal with. Chu Yuan thought of using softness to overcome rigidity, the power in the world. The best at using softness to overcome rigidity is the power of water. Goodness is like water. Water is good for all things without competing with it, because it does not compete with it, so nothing can compete with it. Using water to restrain the unicorn is the way Chu Yuan thought of. The place where GU fights is a 10-meter square pond. The place is not big, but there is no GU master to activate the spirit GU, and the tactics are limited. This venue is enough. Come out, my unicorn. Ma Long yelled loudly, flicked his fingers, and the unicorn fell into the pool, and then he looked at Chu Yuan provocatively. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, Bubble GU fluttered down into the pool. Ma Long pointed to the Bubble GU, and shouted to the Unicorn Fairy, "It." The Unicorn Fairy is very warlike by nature, and after receiving the Master's order, it immediately killed the Bubble Cub. Bubble GU looks a little natural and cute, and seems to be at a loss for what to do. Before it understood the situation, it was charged by the unicorn, smashed into pieces, and split into small water polo. People watching the battle can't help but hide their faces. As I said earlier, Bubble GU can't fight at all. Chu Yuan said calmly, "Go ahead and watch." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the torn Bubble GU quickly gather again, and his body returned to its original state. But the Unicorn Immortal didn't give it a chance at all, and launched the charge skill again, smashing the Bubble GU. "How miserable. Come on, little Bubble," Ouyang Xiaoxiao said hypocritically while eating the fruit. The body of Bubble GU is originally composed of water elements. It can be said that the body is between reality and reality. Even if it is broken, it doesn't matter too much. The body of Bubble GU condensed again, and the unicorn once again launched an attack. However, this time Bubble GU started to fight back. Boom! With a soft sound, a water bubble was spit out by the bubble cup. This blister greeted the unicorn, and then enveloped the whole body of the unicorn. The unicorn was covered by blisters, like a hot air balloon outside its body. It was suspended and slowly floated away from the ground. The Unicorn Fairy was furious, and immediately used the long halberd horn to pick it lightly, breaking the blisters. It fell to the ground and came over aggressively again. It's just that this time it didn't kill Bubble GU, and rushed towards it head-on with a torrent. The unicorn nailed its claws firmly to the ground so as not to be washed away by the current. But it is gone, because Bubble GU is still releasing water, and in a blink of an eye, the pool is filled with water. The Unicorn Fairy is a landlubber, and it doesn't know how to fight in the water. Li Runmo squeezed his chin and said, "General Bubble GU doesn't release water so fast. Chu Yuan, the quality of your Bubble GU is not low, it should be Purple Jade Spirit GU." Chu Yuan didn't speak, it was a tacit agreement. Feng Qinlin groaned. "Chu Yuan, you are worthy of being a disciple of Grandmaster Guo, and you really don't lack drunken GU pills. Bubble GU is such a useless spiritual GU, how many drunken GU pills do you have to consume to be promoted to Purple Jade? Quality, you are such a prodigal, there are so many drunken GU pills, it is not good to upgrade any spiritual GU, you have to upgrade Bubble." The others nodded in agreement. That's right. No matter how high the Bubble GU prompt is, what's the use, it's just a little more water. Bubble GU only releases water. It may be useful in some special circumstances, but it is not worth investing too much money to cultivate. Chu Yuan said with a smile. It's still useful. Now, isn't Malone's unicorn dying soon? Everyone looked into the pool and saw that the unicorn was flopping about in the pool like a landlubber. Even so, it is still ferocious, and found an opportunity to launch another charge towards Bubble GU. Bubble GU was broken with one blow. But what's the use? It only takes a few seconds to recoagulate. Bubble GU, Unless its water spirit origin is crushed with absolute power, it can't be killed at all. But the unicorn immortal obviously cannot do this. Seeing the unicorn struggling for a while in the pool, Ma Long said with a sullen face, "This time it doesn't count, this style of play is too rogue. If you have the ability to release the fighting spirit GU, let's do it with real swords and guns." Before Chu Yuan said anything, the girls were reluctant. They lost to Malone just now, their faces were all painted, and they are waiting for revenge. Of course he didn't want to let Malone go at this time. "Ma Long, you can't afford to lose, can you? Ma Long, don't worry about what Gu Chu Yuan used, in short, you lost. Ma Long, are you a man? If you lose, you lose. You still argue." Malone blushed. Quarreling with a girl, he thought he wasn't an opponent. Okay, it's okay if I lose, I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Ouyang Xiaoxiao grabbed the colored pen and jumped up. "Since you know you have lost, come here and get punished, sister, I will help you draw." Knowing that Ouyang Xiaoxiao likes to play tricks on people, Ma Long didn't dare to let her paint, so he quickly said, "I'll do it myself." Ouyang Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "This lady personally helps you draw, how dare you not appreciate it? Sisters, take him down." Huang Yuding and Xiao Wei went to catch Ma Long together, but Ma Long couldn't fight with the girls, so he had to be captured obediently. He is too tall and Ouyang Xiaoxiao is too short. So Ouyang Xiaoxiao jumped onto the stool and drew on Ma Long's face. ... Ma Long didn't know what he was painting, so he said with a cold face, "Ouyang Xiaoxiao, you are too much, you only draw one stroke in a losing game, but I think you have painted a lot of abuse." Ouyang Xiaoxiao said with a grin, "It's okay, you have to lose later, so pay in advance." With a few strokes, she drew a turtle on Malone's face. Everyone laughed together. Ma Long knew that Ouyang Xiaoxiao's paintings were definitely not good things, so he ran to the water's edge to take a look, and then glared at Ouyang Xiaoxiao. "You." Then I ran to wash my face. After that, Bubble Gu fought a few more times and all won. Bubble Gu's lethality is not strong, but it can't be killed, and the speed of releasing water is fast. Everyone doesn't have water spirit Gu, so there is really nothing to do with it. In the end, Bubble Gu was still defeated, in the hands of Chen Jun's spirit Gu. Because Chen Jun activated his natal Gu, Han Yu Snail. This cold jade snail, Wen Xuanwu number 1 middle school played against Scorpio number 1 middle school, it showed its supernatural power and was invincible. It is indeed very powerful. The cold jade snail can spit out cold air, and instantly freeze the Bubble Gu into a lump of ice. It is the nemesis of the Bubble Gu. After Chu Yuan's Bubble Gu was defeated, he was caught by Ouyang Xiaoxiao and drew a pattern on his face. Ouyang Xiaoxiao was merciful, and instead of drawing a turtle on his face, he drew a little piggy Peppa. After the painting was finished, Ouyang Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and laughed loudly. "Piggy Peggy has tattoos on her face, give the public a round of applause." In a person's life, which time period has the most sincere friendship is undoubtedly the student period. People in this time period have the purest minds and don't have too much utilitarianism. Therefore, the feelings between classmates can often accompany a lifetime. When I become an adult in the future, step into the society, and realize the complexity of the society, it will be difficult to make such intimate friends again. Chu Yuan also cherishes the relationship between classmates, so today he let go of his heart and played with everyone. Happy time always flies by quickly. It's noon, it's time to eat lunch. A middle-aged woman came over, smiled and said to everyone, "Lunch is ready, ladies and masters, please move to the restaurant." Ouyang Xiao played very crazy today, he was already tired and hungry. She jumped up suddenly. "Hey, sisters, let's go eat delicious food." 867, the boys said dissatisfiedly, "Only your sisters. So we boys don't have to eat. Boys and girls, I didn't treat you as men, you are all my girlfriends and sisters." "Bah, who is your sister?" Everyone bickered, while following Ouyang Xiaoxiao to her restaurant. After arriving at the restaurant, I saw a big round table, which was already filled with delicious food and various drinks. There was no one else in the restaurant. Obviously the Ouyang family didn't show up because they were afraid of disturbing everyone's party. The people in Ouyang's family are quite caring and take care of the teenagers' minds. A group of students held a party. If an adult came out of the house, it would definitely make other people feel uncomfortable. When she came to the dining table, Yang Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and said to everyone mysteriously, "Do you know what the 4 treasures of the world are?" Li Runmo said with a smile, "Who doesn't know this? They are the 4 most precious ingredients: flying dragon meat in the sky, blue-eared rabbits on the ground, golden dragon fish in the water, and purple gold potatoes in the soil. These are the 4 most famous ingredients in the world. The flying dragon is not a real dragon, but a rare bird. This kind of bird, before the era of GU masters, was a well-known ingredient, known for its deliciousness. When the new era came, the aura revived, and the flying dragon also mutated. This mutation did not improve the combat effectiveness of this bird, but instead made its meat more delicious. Anyone who has eaten it will never forget it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, it is the first of the 4 treasures. The blue-eared rabbit on the ground refers to the blue-eared rabbit that Chu Yuan brought over today. Chu Yuan eats a lot of this stuff. The golden dragon in the water refers to a kind of golden dragon fish. This is also a mutated fish. The taste is really unspeakable, and everyone who has eaten it says it is good. Purple gold potato in the soil. Sweet potatoes have been an important food for humans since ancient times. After the advent of the new era, a kind of sweet potato mutated into purple gold potato, which not only looks very beautiful, but also tastes sweet and delicious, and the taste is wonderful. Of course, there are countless delicacies in the world, but I don't know these 4 kinds of delicacies. The reason why these 4 delicacies are called the 4 treasures of heaven and earth is that apart from their extraordinary delicacy, they are also very rare. Except for Chu Yuan, everyone here is born in a big family. Even so, there are not many opportunities to eat these 4 delicacies. As for Chu Yuan, it was due to the abundance of blue-eared rabbits in his GU God Tower, so the blue-eared rabbits did not eat less, and the other 3 were only heard of their names, but not their taste. After Li Runmo introduced the 4 kinds of delicacies, he said to Yang Xiaoxiao, "Xiao, today we are going to eat blue-eared rabbits, but Chu Yuan brought them. It's not your credit." Yang snorted a little. "I invite everyone to a party, how can I not prepare some handy things? The blue-eared rabbit is a surprise, and I have other treasures." At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. I thought it was just a blue-eared rabbit that would satisfy everyone, but after hearing what Yang Xiaoxiao meant, is there any other shame? Xiao, don't be a fool, tell me quickly, what did you do? Yang Xiaoxiao proudly came to the front dining table. She was too small, she had to jump on the chair, and then she reached out to a tightly sealed jade basin. With a little force from Yang's hand, the pressure basin was opened. Suddenly, a very beautiful purple light bloomed, and there seemed to be golden stars twinkling in the purple light. At the same time, a pleasant and indescribably sweet smell permeated the entire restaurant. "Wow, Zijin potato," Huang Yuding exclaimed. It seemed that her saliva was about to flow out. Chu Yuan was originally a foodie, but he couldn't help it at this time, and his mouth was full of water. Yang Xiaoxiao said proudly, "I asked my mother to spend a lot of money to get this. Zijin potato cannot be planted artificially, and the output is too little. It is not easy to get it." She greeted everyone as she said, "Partners, don't be dazed, come and eat. Delicious current, no one will be polite. If you take a step too late, you will be eaten up by others." So everyone rushed forward, each caught a purple golden potato, and ate it happily. Zijin Chu is not big in size and can be eaten in 2 bites. Chu Yuan struck quickly, but only caught 3 of them, and the whole pot of purple gold potatoes was eaten up. He still couldn't get enough of it and said, "It's really delicious. Is it true that this Zijin book can't be reproduced artificially?" Yang shook his head slightly. "Probably not, many people have tried experiments but failed." On the contrary, Feng Qinlin said, "Some people have also planted it, but the price is too high. It needs to be planted in a place with rich spiritual energy, and there must not be too much human intervention, otherwise it will not grow. Someone has done research and it is the most suitable for growing. The place where Zijin potato is located is in the world inside the GU God Tower. However, every time you enter the GU God Tower, the landing point is different, and you can't find it after planting it. Unless you don't leave after planting, you have to wait for more than a year, and leave after the harvest, but the main purpose of everyone entering the GU God Tower is to refine GU and raise GU, or to find ancient ruins. Who has the time to grow sweet potatoes? Everyone nodded. It was Chu Yuan who moved his mind. It is not easy for others to grow sweet potatoes in the tower, but for Chu Yuan, this is not a problem at all. In his GU God Pagoda, currently only the surrounding area of Wolong Mountain has been developed, and a large number of tea trees, fruit trees, and some messy elixir have been planted, and some purple golden potatoes will be developed and planted, which is no problem at all. Moreover, Zheng Jun is preparing to open a restaurant. If the purple golden potato is grown, then there will be two kinds of treasures in the restaurant, the blue-eared rabbit and the purple golden potato, so there is no need to worry about not attracting customers. Chu Yuan decided that he must collect some purple golden potatoes, because they were planted on Wolong Mountain. Just as everyone finished eating the purple golden potatoes, another servant brought a big jade basin. As soon as the jade basin was opened, the tempting aroma of meat permeated the entire restaurant, and everyone's saliva flowed down again. Another one of the 4 treasures of the world, the blue-eared rabbit, was put on the dining table. This is a hearty gluttonous feast. When the feast ended, several teenagers patted their bellies and hummed contentedly. Ouyang Xiaoxiao is small, but she eats a lot. She eats no less than boys like Chu Yuan. Even if she was full, she still stared at Chu Yuan with her cute big eyes and said, "Chu Yuan, where did you get the blue-eared rabbits, and I'll make some later to eat." Feng Qinlin said, "Chu Yuan, do you have a lot of blue-eared rabbits? Sell me 2, and I will honor my elders." Chu Yuan said, "Just a few rabbits, depending on the relationship between us, we will be divided when we talk about buying. I will give each of you 2 in the future. No more will do, and I don't have many." Feng Qinlin smiled. "That's fine. It just so happens that I still have an arowana at home, and I kept it in the pond and couldn't bear to eat it, so I gave it to you." Ouyang snorted a little. "Feng Qinlin, you are not authentic. Why don't you share the arowana with everyone? There is only one small fish, how can so many people share it?" Chu Yuan asked Ouyang Xiaoxiao again. "Xiaoxiao, do you still have any purple potatoes in your house? If you have any, give me some, and I'll see if I can grow them alive." Ouyang Xiaoxiao nodded. "There are still 2 caddies, I'll bring them to you later." Li Runmo asked, "Chu Yuan, Zijin works should be planted in a place with sufficient aura, where do you plan to plant them?" Chu Yuan nodded. "I'll try to grow it on the top of the mountain on the 16th side of the college. I heard that there is a lot of spiritual energy there." There is indeed plenty of spiritual energy there, but it is said that City Master Yun is in retreat on the top of the mountain, and no one is allowed to go to the area behind the academy. "Hey, my master is Guo Yunyang, I still have some privileges in Yunxiao Mountain. I almost forgot, Grand Master Guo is the eldest disciple of City Lord Yun. So, Chu Yuan, you are the disciple of City Lord Yun. Chu Yuan, you are the young city master of Yunxiao City. We will depend on you to keep us in Cloud City." Chu Yuan smiled modestly. "Don't be kidding, my master doesn't care about things, and I'm just studying, I don't think so much. Besides, I have several senior brothers, all of them are powerful and have strong backgrounds. I don't have any background. Can't compete with others." Ouyang made a small cut. "Chu Yuan, when it's time to fight, you still have to fight. Don't you have us? Don't worry, we will definitely support you." Chu Yuan shook his head. "It's too early to say this, our only goal now is to make ourselves stronger, otherwise everything is empty talk." This sentence has been unanimously approved by everyone. Chen Jun, who has always been quiet, suddenly said, "Chu Yuan, I heard that this year's Genting class will have a special trial. Haven't heard about the specific trial situation, do you know some inside information?" Chu Yuan thought about it for a while, but Aunt Yunjung didn't say that she couldn't let it out about Yunxiao's dream, so it's okay to talk about it. He nodded. "I have heard some news about this year's Genting class. Everyone wants to enter the Genting class, so everyone is very interested in this topic." Everyone fell silent immediately, listening to Chu Yuan's next words. All the freshmen who enter this year can participate in a dream test, and if they pass the test, they will be selected to enter the Yunding class. Chu Yuan told everyone the news he heard from Yunjung. After listening, Feng Qinlin sighed. "City Master Yun is indeed the best expert in the world, even a shell cast off by his Yunmeng worm has such a magical effect. I really don't know how powerful the Yunmeng worm is. Yeah, this Yunxiao Dreamland feels like virtual network technology. It can truly simulate the strength of GU masters, allowing people to fight in the Dreamland without actually causing casualties. It's amazing. After everyone was amazed, Xiao Wei asked a question. Chu Yuan, you said that after everyone entered the Yunxiao Dreamland, everyone's strength was shaped by themselves. So, if I brag in the dream, for example, I think I am a high-level GU master, is it possible to shape me into a high-level GU master? Huang Yuding said. Probably not. Since the academy has chosen to allow everyone to practice in Yunxiao Dreamland, there shouldn't be such loopholes. Everyone didn't think that there would be such an obvious loophole in the academy's trials. However, Chu Yuan nodded and said, Xiao Wei is right, it is indeed possible that a low-level GU master, in a dream, molds himself into a high-level GU master. OPG. This time, everyone was stunned. If you can shape your own strength at will in the dream, then is there any point in trials? It's fine for everyone to brag, whoever can brag the most will be the best. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chu Yuan smiled and said, the premise is that you have to be able to deceive your own heart. Yunxiao Dreamland can pull people into the Dreamland. In the Dreamland, people's ideology is clear. And the characters in the Dreamland are also shaped according to your heart. Therefore, bragging alone is not enough, you have to recognize your own strength from the heart. One can deceive the sky, the earth, and others, but the most difficult person to deceive is oneself. If someone can fool himself and imitate a high-level GU master in a dream, that's his skill, it's not cheating. The words Chu Yuan said were copied from Yunzheng's words. Because a few days ago when he heard Yunzheng talk about Yunxiao Dreamland, he also asked the same question. Now, Chu Yuanwen answers the others with the same words. Xiao Wei still looked puzzled. I still don't understand, if someone is very arrogant and thinks he is very strong, then in the dream, can't he create a very strong person? Feng Qinlin took up the conversation and said, I understand what Chu Yuan means. It's not that simple to deceive yourself, it's no longer deceiving, but you have to believe that you are so powerful from the bottom of your heart. I give an example. I once read a story in a book. This story is related to Gushan blood vessel. Everyone knows that the GU God blood oath made by the GU master is very binding. Once you violate the blood oath of GU God, you will be backlashed by all your spirit GU, and you will die a very miserable death. But in the story I read, about 300 years ago, a GU master made a GU God blood oath to another GU master because of something, promising to do something for him. But not long after, before this person had time to complete the oath, he suffered a head injury in a battle and lost his memory. After amnesia, he also forgot the blood set that he set. Since I forgot the oath, naturally I didn't fulfill the blood oath. Surprisingly, he violated the blood oath, and the GU God blood oath did not occur. The story doesn't end here. After a long time, this person's memory came back. He remembered the GU God blood oath he had made, and knew that he had violated it. Then, the blood oath of this person's GU God immediately broke out, and he was backlashed by all his spirit GU, and died on the spot. Chu Yuan listened carefully. This story is very interesting. When he was in Scorpio City, he almost read all the books in Scorpio No. 1 middle school. But he didn't see a record of the story. It seems that this should be a secret that has been circulated among some big families. He asked, so, if someone can deceive his own heart, he can escape the blood oath of GU God. Feng Qinlin nodded. There are indeed many people who think so, but, as you said just now, people can deceive everything but they cannot deceive their own hearts. Therefore, the GU God blood oath cannot be violated. And the Yunxiao Dreamland trial we are going to participate in should be the same as the blood oath, starting from our own hearts. In Yunxiao Dreamland, everyone shapes himself from the heart. If you can't deceive your heart, then your strength in the Dreamland will be equal to your own strength. Same. Chu Yuan nodded. Indeed. Chapter 141. After the party, Chu Yuan returned to the villa with 2 caddies of purple potatoes. He first entered the GU God Pagoda, and found a place with plenty of spiritual energy around Wulong Mountain to plant purple golden potatoes. Purple gold potatoes are very delicious, but they have a bit of a bad temper. During their growth, there should not be too much human intervention, otherwise they will only grow vines and not fruit. Chu Yuan planted the purple golden potato. Whether it can grow alive and bear fruit is up to fate. After planting the purple yam, Chu Yuan stayed in Wolong Villa for a while and asked Jin Diao to catch a batch of blue-eared rabbits. After returning from the Jiyu God Pagoda, Chu Yuan entrusted Zheng Jun to send the blue-eared rabbit to Feng Qinlin and the others, and then he stayed behind closed doors and devoted himself to learning the formation method. On this day, Chu Yuan was studying the formation method when suddenly the doorbell rang. He walked out the door and saw a man in his 30s standing outside the door with a smile on his face. Quote. Brother Chu Yuan, I am Wang Yang. After hearing the person's self-introduction, Chu Yuan immediately knew who he was. Wang Yang, the seventh disciple of Chen Yuyan. Not counting Sun Mengmeng, Chen Yuyan has a total of 9 formal disciples. Among them, the eldest disciple and the second disciple are already dead. The third disciple Zhou Yanbin. Fourth disciple Chen Denuo. Fifth disciple Han Yun. Fang Yuquan, the sixth disciple. Seventh disciple Wang Yang. Eighth disciple Li Zhiji. Ninth disciple Du Xingcheng. The person in front of him is Chen Yuyan's seventh disciple, Wang Yang. This person did not get the Cloud Order. Although he is Chen Yuyan's apprentice, he has already been eliminated from the competition for the Lord of Cloud City in the future. Chu Yuan asked Ma Yun about all of Chen Yuyan's disciples, and knew that this Wang Yang was now helping Zhou Yanbin. Obviously, Zhou Yanbin sent this person to check on Chu Yuan to see if he was threatening. This is Zhou Yanbin's second test of Chu Yuan. The first time was in Sky Tower. Zhou Yanbin's uncle Qian Lai tried Chu Genichi once. This time Wang Yang is sent again. Chu Yuan was very upset. Zhou Yanbin, I remember you. Let's not argue with you for now, let's settle the ledger together in the future. Now, the strength is not as good as others, and this play still needs to be performed. He deliberately acted a little dull, thought for a while, and said, I heard that Uncle Chen Yuyan has a disciple named Wang Yang, is that you? Wang Yang smiled and nodded, it's me. Ah, it turned out to be senior brother Wang, why did you come to see me? I heard that Uncle Guo has taken in an apprentice, so I came here specially to meet him. Chu Yuan hurriedly said, Ah, I'm so rude, I should visit senior brother. Please don't mind senior brother Wang, I just arrived in Yunxiao City, I don't understand anything, I don't know anyone, I don't know where to go. Greetings, brother. Wang Yang said with a chuckle, we are all brothers from the same sect, you don't have to be polite. Oh, brother, why are you still standing outside, please come in and sit inside. Chu Yuan welcomed Wang Yang to the villa, then poured him a glass of boiled water, which was still cold. Senior brother Wang, I'm sorry, I didn't expect someone to come, I didn't prepare tea. It doesn't matter, junior brother Chu, we are all disciples of the Yunxiao sect, and we are all our own people, so you don't have to be polite. Chu Yuan sat down and asked, Senior brother Wang, you came just in time, and I happened to ask you for advice on some alchemy problems. Wang Yang was speechless, how could you ask someone about alchemy right after they came to visit? Could it be that he is really only obsessed with alchemy like Master Guo? If so, then this person has nothing to fear. He smiled and said, Junior brother, I have heard that you are a genius in alchemy, and you are a second-rank alchemist at a young age. When I was your age, alchemists hadn't started yet. Chu Yuan shook his head. My master said that the most taboo in alchemy is to be complacent and complacent. You should learn more from others. Brother, you started earlier than me, so you must know more than me. Please teach me. Wang Yang nodded. That's fine, you can ask, as long as the senior brother knows, he must answer seriously. Chu Yuan was overjoyed, and quickly asked a few questions about alchemy. After all, Wang Yang is Chen Yuyan's disciple, and he has some attainments in alchemy. He started many years earlier than Chu Yuan, so it is more than enough to answer Chu Yuan's questions. He answered several questions, and seeing that Chu Yuan had more questions to ask, he gradually became impatient. Junior brother Chu, let's talk about it later. Senior brother is here to see you this time, and I have one more thing to ask you. Chu Yuan continued to say, Brother, thank you so much for answering so many of my questions. If you have any questions, feel free to tell me. Wang Yang asked straight to the point. Junior brother, have you obtained the Yunxiao order since you joined the master sect? Chu Genichi looked puzzled. Yunxiao Ling. What is it? Wang Yang thought Chu Yuan didn't get it. But Chu Yuan slapped his head again. Ah, I remembered, a few days ago, my master and I went to visit my uncle, and my uncle gave me a token. I don't know if it is the order of Yunxiao. Wang Yang hurriedly said. Quick, show it to me. Chu Yuan frowned and thought about it. Where did I put it? Ah, I remembered, in the alchemy room, I used it to pad the stove. Wang Yang, pad the stove, you take the cloud pad stove. Chu Yuan got up and walked towards the alchemy room. Wang Yang also got up and followed. Entering the alchemy room, Wang Yang saw at a glance that one of the legs of a three-legged alchemy furnace was indeed covered with a token. It's really the order of the sky. Wang Yang's whole body is not well. This kid actually used Yunxiao token to pad the stove. Chu Yuan walked over and took Yun Xiaoling out from under the stove. Senior brother Wang, is it this? Wang Yang nodded sluggishly. Yes, yes, junior brother, you, take the Yunxiao token as a stove. Chu Genichi looked confused. What's the use of this thing? When I was making alchemy yesterday, I felt the stove vibrate a bit. It turned out that one of my legs was not flat. The thickness of this token is just right, so I just took it as a pad for the stove. Wang Yang was a little sad and indignant. The boy in front of him didn't cherish the Yunxiao token that he had been dreaming of all these years. He took a deep breath, suppressing the unwillingness in his heart. Junior brother, this is the order of Yunxiao, it's not good for you to use it as a pad for the stove. Chu Yuan scratched his head. This. I don't quite understand. Is this token very precious? Wang Yang nodded. Brother Chu. Our Yunxiao city is one of the 12 main cities in the world. As a symbol of the successor of the city lord, the Yunxiao token is of course very precious. Chu Yuan didn't seem to understand the preciousness of the Order of the Clouds. He casually stuffed Yun Xiaoling into Wang Yang's arms. Senior brother Wang, since the cloud token is very precious, I will give it to you. Wang Yang was stunned again. Give it to me. Yes, brother Wang, you just need to discuss some alchemy issues with me in the future. Wang Yang, Nuo Zhao's, asked uncertainly. Didn't you hear what I just said? With the Cloud Order, it means that you are qualified to inherit Cloud City. Chu Yuan asked blankly. Why do I want Cloud City? I am an alchemist, and I don't even have enough time for alchemy. How can I have time to manage the city? Wang Yang was speechless. What are the good lungs for being an alchemist? After becoming a city lord, will he still be short of pills? However, Chu Yuan is Guo Yunyang's disciple. At that time, Guo Yunyang also had the opportunity to be the lord of Yunxiao City, but he directly rejected the pick and ran to Scorpio City to live in seclusion. As his disciple, Chu Yuan was influenced by him, so it is normal to have such thoughts. Wang Yang held the Yunxiao token in his hand, and reluctantly returned it to Chu Yuan. Brother, please keep the token. Brother, don't want it. Brother, is also an alchemist. If you want to be a city lord or something, you need it. No alchemist can be at ease after working hard. What he said was a bit sour. He wanted a Yunxiao token even in his dreams, but the Yunxiao token is not in anyone's hands. He has not been recognized by Chen Yuyan, and even if he got the Yunxiao token, he is not qualified to compete for the city lord. Wang Yang's visit was just the beginning. Just one day later, another brother named Li Jiji came to the door. Li Jiji is Chen Yuyan's 8th disciple. He is from Fang Yuquan, and the purpose of coming to see Chu Yuan is the same as that of Wang Yang, to test Chu Yuan's details and see if he is a threat. Chu Yuan still pretended to be a person who was obsessed with alchemy, and after dealing with it for a while, he sent Li Jiji away. Another day later, another person came, who was Chen Yuyan's 5th apprentice, Han Yun. Han Yun does not belong to anyone, he is here to ask to join Chu Yuan. That's right, he pledges allegiance. According to the information Chu Yuan got, Han Yun is very naughty. When Zhou Yanbin, Chen Denuo, and Fang Yuquan were bestowed the Cloud Order by Chen Yuyan's apprentices immediately divided into several camps. Wang Yang took refuge in Zhou Yanbin. Li Jiji took refuge in Fang Yuquan. Chen Denuo seemed to have no intention of competing for the position of city lord, and joined the Alchemist Association. Chen Yuyan's female disciple, Du Xingcheng, did not want to intervene in the competition among seniors, so she joined the teaching staff of Yunxiao College and is now a well-known professor. Only Han Yun expressed his loyalty to Zhou Yanbin in private, and secretly flirted with Fang Yuquan. He wants to step on two boats, whichever side is stronger, go to that side. But later he overturned while playing, was found to be a fool, and was squeezed and suppressed by Zhou Yanbin and Fang Yuquan together. Therefore, Han Yun's life in Yunxiao City was very difficult. Some time ago, Han Yun was planning to leave Yunxiao City to find another way out, when he suddenly heard that Guo Yunyang had taken in an apprentice. Han Yun thought his chance had come. Guo Yunyang's only apprentice, no matter how capable he is, will definitely be able to obtain the Yunxiao token. Han Yun felt that Chu Yuan's identity could be used to resist Zhou Yanbin and Fang Yuquan's suppression. As long as Chu Yuan can rise, he can follow the trend. If Chu Yuan fails, there is no loss for him, Han Yun, and the result will not be worse than it is now. Chu Yuan also looked down on Han Yun's stupidity. He pretended to be ignorant of everything, and pulled Han Yun to discuss alchemy together. He asked one question after another, and the 3 sentences were all about alchemy. In the end, Han Yun couldn't stand Chu Yuan himself, so he found an excuse and left. After Han Yun left the villa, he sighed, "Bgdd, bah. It turns out that he is a fool who has made alchemy, so we can't count on him." While standing on the window of the small building, looking at Han Yun who was going away, Chu Yuan also showed a sneer. "Hey, if you want to use me as a spearman, do you deserve it too?" In order to avoid being disturbed again, Chu Yuan hung a sign outside the villa for retreat and practice, and set up a simple formation that he had just learned to protect the villa. The formation that Chu Yuan has set up so far is of no practical use, any GU master can use violence to dismantle it. But this is Yunxiao College, no one dares to break into Guo Yunyang's villa by force. After everything was done, Chu Yuan entered the GU God Pagoda. After a slight dizziness, Chu Yuan appeared in Wolong Villa. He walked out of his small building, and saw a huge golden beehive head-on. This hive was built by Chu Yuan's spirit GU, Flower King Bee. The Flower King Bee does not have too much fighting power, and its biggest function is to brew honey, so Chu Yuan left it here for a long time. Chu Yuan looked up at the cliff behind the small building again. I saw a huge bird's nest built on the highest cliff. This is the lair of Chu Yuan's pet, Golden Flame Divine Sculpture. At this time, the 2 golden eagles did not know where they went. Chu Yuan put his finger in his mouth and whistled. Immediately, there were 2 chirps of eagles coming from the sky, and within 10 seconds, the big and small golden eagles landed in front of Chu Yuan, rubbing their heads affectionately against Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan patted the heads of the 2 golden eagles with a smile, laughed and said, "Go, take me for a drive, let's go inspect the territory," he said, and jumped on the back of one of the golden eagles. If anyone else wanted to ride these 2 big birds, they would surely tear you to pieces. But Chu Yuan is their recognized master, so they don't resist Chu Yuan riding. Chu Yuan put his arms around the golden eagle's neck, and the golden eagle soared into the sky immediately, and flew into the sky in a blink of an eye. The white cloud is flying by in front of my eyes, and the sound of the wind is whistling in my ears. This feeling is really refreshing. Stimulate. Ouch. I want to fly higher. Chu Yuan stood on the bird's back and sang at the top of his voice. The golden eagle was fast, carrying Chu Yuan, and patrolling the territory. In this world, with Wolong Mountain as the center, the 1,000 kilometers of Fangyuan have been explored by Chu Yuan and his spirit GU. These proven places are all regarded as their own distance by the golden eagle. Chu Yuan felt that it was time to establish another stronghold, and then continue to explore outwards with another stronghold as the center. Hey! Suddenly, another golden eagle that was navigating ahead let out a long cry, and it found something below. Through Jixin GU, Chu Yuan understood what it meant. It was telling itself that there are creatures fighting below. Chu Yuan patted the head of the golden eagle below him. Slow down, fly low, let me see what's below. The golden eagle was very human, and immediately slowed down and lowered its flight altitude. As the altitude dropped, Chu Yuan finally saw the creatures fighting below. It was a dozen giant sandworms, surrounding a mountain storm bear, and they were about to launch an attack. Yo, it belongs to our family, no wonder the golden eagle issued an alarm. There were no giant sandworms in this world, and these giant sandworms in front of me are the offspring bred by Chu Yuan's spirit Gu worm mother. When he was in Scorpio City, the space channel suddenly descended. Chu Yuan used the spirit Gu dark moon messenger to enter the other world, and captured the giant sandworm maker, the worm mother. The worm mother is an orange crystal spirit Gu, which has no combat power. But it can give birth to thousands of giant sandworms, and these giant sandworms have great growth potential and are always under the control of the mother. Now Chu Yuan placed the worm mother in the belly of the mountain below Wolong Villa, guarded by the golden flame sculpture above, and guarded by giant sandworms below. The worm mother never comes out, so it is very safe. The worm mother is constantly breeding giant sandworms every day. Once they grow to a certain level of combat effectiveness, they will migrate to all directions around Wolong Mountain and hunt and grow by themselves. Some of these giant sandworms were unlucky and were killed by other beasts, while some grew very well. Now, the giant sandworms that Chu Yuan sees are one of the sandworms driven by the insect mother to explore. Chu Yuan let the golden eagle land on a small hill. He wanted to see how effective these giant sandworms are in combat without anyone commanding them. Is it worth cultivating them? This group of giant sandworms is headed by a third-level sandworm. It hasn't been long since the insect mother came to this world. This sandworm can grow to the third level, and it is obviously one of the first sandworms to breed. It led more than a dozen first and second-level giant sandworms. Now, their hunting target is a third-level ferocious beast, the mountain bear. The mountain bear has huge strength and super defense, which can be called thick blood and high defense. It is also the overlord of this area, and now being treated as a prey, it is obviously disturbed and angry. The mountain bear roared loudly, but the giant sandworm was still pressing on. Seeing that there was no room to evade, the mountain bear took the lead in attacking. Roar! The mountain bear let out a roar that shook the sky, and suddenly straightened up, and the two bear paws hit the ground heavily. Even though it was far away, Chu Yuan felt the ground tremble slightly. As the bear's paw was slapped heavily, a wave of yellow soil appeared in a circle, spreading around, rolling up flying dust all over the sky. Chu Yuan was a little surprised that this ferocious beast had initially grasped the power to control the earth. The mountain bear controls the power of the earth, and the earth waves formed have two functions, one is to block the opponent's sight, and the other is to overturn the target. After the earth wave was sent out, the violent bear rushed out immediately. This is the usual tactic used by mountain bears. First, they overturn the opponent with earth waves, and then before the enemy reacts, it rushes up and hits hard with the bear's paw, which can almost eliminate the enemy area. But the mountain storm bear is out of luck today. Its opponent is a giant sandworm. Giant sandworms live underground, the earth is their home, and the soil is their close partner. The earth wave ability of the mountain storm bear is useless against giant sandworms at all. The mountain storm bear rushed out following the earth wave, but was hit head-on by a giant third-level sandworm. If you simply compare strength, the giant worm is no match for the mountain bear. But giant sandworms are not alone. After the leading sandworm intercepted the storm bear, other giant sandworms immediately swarmed up and drowned the mountain storm bear. A moment later, the mountain storm bear was killed, and 3 unlucky giant sandworms were killed. All of them were first-class sandworms. Afterwards, it's time to share the food. The third-level sandworm, as the leader of the team, enjoys food first. It tore open the bear's chest with its sharp sickle feet, and read the internal organs and the fattest part. For the rest, share it with other giant sandworms. The dead giant sandworms cannot be wasted, and the corpses have become food for the companions. Chu Yuan watched the whole battle and was very satisfied with the performance of the giant sandworm. Giant sandworms are not weak in individual combat, and are better at group combat. Once they have a large scale, coupled with someone commanding them, their combat effectiveness is indeed very impressive. Chu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. These giant sandworms are worth cultivating carefully. If you cultivate an army of high-level sandworms, you can pull out the Gu God Tower world at any time in the future to help you fight. However, this is the world in the Bronze Tower, and the resources here are limited. If only the giant sandworms are allowed to grow naturally, they can grow up to level 4 at most. However, Chu Yuan still has a silver Gu God Tower in his hand. He planned to explore the world in the Silver Tower after he advanced. Before that, he decided to cultivate a large number of 4th-level giant sandworms, as the vanguard of developing the Silver GU God Tower. After watching the battle, Chu Yuan ignored the giant sandworms. He stepped onto the Golden Eagle again and continued to explore the distance. The flying speed of the Golden Eagle is as fast as lightning, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. At this time, they had already flown out of the area that Chu Yuan had previously explored. Chu Yuan didn't restrain them either, letting them fly freely. After another hour, the 2 golden eagles flew in front of a big mountain. There are lofty mountains and luxuriant forests and bamboos here. Not only are the mountains majestic, but the scenery is also particularly beautiful. From the very first sight, Chu Yuan fell in love with it. Well, this is here, 5,000 miles away from Wolong Mountain. It can be used as my second base in this world. He patted the golden eagle's neck, and the golden eagle immediately understood what Chu Yuan meant, and descended from the clouds. After arriving on the ground, Chu Yuan shook his body, and a dozen spirit GU landed on the ground. They received Chu Yuan's order and immediately went into the mountain to investigate the mountain. This mountain is very big, there should be many fierce beasts and wild spirit GU hidden inside. You have to check it out and clean it up before you can choose where to build the base. After the spirit GU was released, Chu Yuan and the golden eagle stopped by a lake at the foot of the mountain. It's been a long time since he came out, and Chu Yuan felt a little hungry. He saw fish jumping out of the lake from time to time, and suddenly became interested in fishing, so he took out the fishing tackle from the space snail, set up camp on the spot, and started fishing. Asking for flowers. 10 minutes later, the first fish was hooked. Chu Yuan looked at the golden fishes that were about a foot long, and was speechless. No way, the arowana was caught in the first shot, so lucky. This is the arowana, which is called one of the 4 treasures of heaven and earth by the Blue Star humans. A few days ago, he had a party with his classmates and mentioned this kind of fish. It is said that the taste of this fish is very delicious, and Chu Yuan has never eaten it. However, I have eaten both the blue-eared rabbit and the purple golden potato Chu Yuan, and the taste is so beautiful that there is nothing to say. Arowana is as famous as them, and it must not disappoint. 2 golden eagles also came over, stretching out their sharp beaks to peck the arowana. Chu Yuan quickly stopped them. My master hasn't eaten yet, why are you so anxious? Such a precious thing cannot be ruined by birds. Chu Yuan threw the fish into the bucket, planning to make fish soup later. He continued fishing to see what else he could catch. Unexpectedly, in just half an hour, Chu Yuan caught 3 arowanas and several other unknown fishes in succession. This is really a treasure land. 3 arowanas were caught in a row, which shows that there are many such fish in the lake. Then here is a treasure. Chu Yuan is so happy. Not only does he have something to eat, but in the future he and Zheng Jun will open a joint restaurant, with blue-eared rabbits and golden dragon fish as the treasures of the store. It will definitely be a hit. If the purple golden potato can be earned on a large scale, then the 4 treasures of the world can be collected by myself. Chu Yuan looked at the big mountain in front of him and said to himself, well, there are so many arowanas in the lake below the mountain. This big mountain is named Jinlong Mountain, which is just right in front of Wolong Mountain. Having caught enough fish, Chu Yuan collected his tackle and came to the lake to start slaughtering the fish he caught. As he worked, he sang, I love you, let's eat boiled fish. Hot feeling, make me think of you every day. I love you like I love boiled fish. Love your good and your bad. I cannot live without you. At this moment, a deep shadow was quietly approaching Chu Yuan from underwater. Chu Yuan seemed unaware of the approaching underwater danger. He was still humming a little song, happily handling the ingredients in his hands. Finally, he dealt with the fish he caught. Just when he turned to leave, the shadow under the water finally found a chance, broke out of the water, and launched a surprise attack. This is a huge strange fish. It is about 5 meters long, with a big head and a small tail. Its body is covered with bone spurs, its mouth is wide open, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Chu Yuan didn't seem to notice it, and was bitten by this big mouth. So easy. The strange fish was a little puzzled. Its simple intelligence makes it feel a little off. Very wrong. In the past, when it hunted its prey and bit the prey into its mouth, the feeling of blood splashing in its mouth was very sweet, just like bursting pulp. But at this moment, it bites the prey in its mouth, just like taking a mouthful of air, without feeling it. Chu Yuan, who lived on, was bitten by a strange fish. His body suddenly shattered and disappeared like a bubble. Chu Yuan's real body appeared more than 10 meters away. He looked at the strange fish. Tisk tisk. It's you, you weird guy, you're too ugly. Do you want to ambush daddy? As early as when he was fishing, Jixin Ji issued a warning, telling him that there was danger underwater. Confidence Ji has two functions, detecting danger and distinguishing lies. There was something underwater that showed killing intent towards Chu Yuan. Jixin Ji could detect it immediately. Chu Yuan remained calm on the surface, but was always on guard in his heart. Unexpectedly, the underwater thing is very patient. When he was fishing, he never launched an attack. He deliberately went to the water's edge to kill fish, just to lure the underwater things to attack him. Unexpectedly, the thing still didn't make a move, the moment he turned around after killing the fish. That's when the raid was launched. This thing is pretty patient. But IQ is limited. The Chu Yuan it attacked was just a phantom created by Mirage Gu, the real Chu Yuan was waiting for it to take the bait. Now, when the strange fish appeared, it was time to collect the net. Most of Chu Yuan's spirit Gu had been sent out to search the mountains, but he was always cautious and kept guards by his side. Among them, the Shadow Knife Mantis and Sky Tarantula, who had the strongest combat effectiveness, were always kept by Chu Yuan's side. The Assassin Star is never far from Chu Yuan, and it strikes first. The Assassin Star in combat form is 4 meters tall. Once it launches an attack, it is bound to be fatal. Some time ago, Chu Yuan used the Drunken Gu pill to raise the Assassin Star to purple jade quality. It has awakened a new skill, Ambush. This skill allows it to cause double damage in a short time when it launches an attack. Moreover, Chu Yuan's Vampire Leech Spirit Gu also has a Berserk skill, which can also cause double the damage. Once this skill is applied to Assassin Star, the damage it can instantly burst out is no worse than the Orange Crystal Spirit Gu Sky Tarantula. At this moment, Assassin's body is glowing red, which is because of the Berserk skill blessed by the blood-sucking leech. At the same time, the Ambush skill is activated. At this moment, the Assassin Star is like a god of death. Its pair of huge sickle legs intersected each other to create an X-shaped sword light. The light of the sword was like lightning, swift Molly. The huge monster fish had no time to dodge under the killing intent of the sword. The purpose of Assassin Star is to behead the monster fish. If this knife hits the target, the huge head of the monster fish will definitely be separated from its body. However, the strange fish also has the means to save their lives. It let out a strange roar, and a layer of black shield suddenly appeared on its body. Assassin Star's double sword cut down, blocked by this layer of shield, only felt extremely oily and slippery. The blade slipped and deflected. But this was not enough to save the strange fish's life. Assassin Xing changed the direction of the saber, and slashed across the belly of the strange fish with the double saber. There was a sound of tearing flesh and blood, and the strange fish roared in pain. The strange fish rolled desperately on the shore of the lake, and Assassin Star drew a long and terrifying knife mark on its abdomen. As the strange fish rolled, all its internal organs flowed out from the knife edge, spilling all over the ground. This strange fish is doomed, but its strong vitality drives it to still struggle. Assassin Star is like a ruthless killer, stationed with a knife, standing coldly aside. The blood of the strange fish flowed all over the ground, slowly rushing towards the lake. Chu Yuan suddenly felt something was wrong. The blood flowed like a lake, as if it was alive. Under his instruction, Assassin Xing slashed at the blood with 2 knives. A golden light shot out from the blood, and quickly threw it into the lake. Ha! Chu Yuan looked at this ray of light in amazement, and waved his hand. The Sky Tarantula appeared, and immediately spewed out a spider web, trapping the golden ray of light in the web. As a GU master, he is keenly aware that this golden light is the vital energy needed by the soul. Haha, there is actually a wild spirit GU parasitic inside the strange fish. Today I made a lot of money. Chu Yuan walked over slowly, and saw a tiny white bug struggling in the golden light covered by the spider web. Its body is a foot long, but very thin, like a white thread. Looking at the bug, Chu Yuan frowned. This is a blood GU. This kind of spiritual GU is defined as magic GU by the Blue Star GU Masters Association, and GU Masters are expressly prohibited from using it. Blood GU can only parasitize in the blood of other organisms. It can secrete a liquid while sucking the blood of the host, causing the host to mutate. For example, the strange fish that was about to die in front of him was originally just an ordinary fish. After it was parasitized, the blood GU sucked its blood, and at the same time caused it to mutate. Not only did it grow in size, but it also grew sharp teeth, sharp fins, and sharp bone spurs. Wisdom is also improving. If it hadn't been for meeting Chu Yuan, this strange fish would have become stronger sooner or later, and would be able to walk on land, go hunting on the ground, and dominate one side. Unfortunately, it met Chu Yuan, and its fate ended here. For other creatures, being parasitized by the blood parasite is not a bad thing. The blood parasite sucks blood, and it will not suck the host to death all at once, but can promote the evolution of the host to become stronger. But for human beings, blood GU is indeed a magical GU. Because if human beings are mutated by the blood parasite for a long time, they will gradually grow sharp minions, scales, bone spurs, and even other organs. Are such mutated human beings still human? Therefore, the GU Master Association expressly forbids GU Masters from possessing blood GU, and once discovered, they must hand it over. Chu Yuan didn't take the GU Master Association's order to heart. Only fools will submit. He decided to accept this parasitic blood GU and not use it himself. Wouldn't it be nice to parasitize it on the giant sandworm? Anyway, the giant sandworm is already weird enough. If you mutate it in any way, its combat effectiveness will only be the next day. Moreover, the blood parasitic GU cannot control the thoughts of the host, so the mutated giant sandworm will still be under the control of the worm mother forever. And the worm mother will always be under Chu Yuan's control. Therefore, if this blood GU is used well, the effect it can exert is beyond imagination. After thinking about the purpose of the blood GU, Chu Yuan let the assassin star activate his murderous aura. Under the murderous aura, the blood-sending GU was trembling in fear. Not long after, it automatically entered the egg state. It's done. Now, it's time to eat delicious food. Having obtained another top-quality spirit GU, Chu Yuan was overjoyed, took out all kinds of kitchen utensils, and started cooking arowana. In order to lure the strange fish to land just now, Chu Yuan drove away 2 golden eagles. After cooking, he recalled 2 golden eagles to share the food. 3 golden dragon fish, 1 person and 2 eagles, 1 for each. Of course, 1 fish is not enough to eat, but it is delicious and cannot be eaten more than once. It is enough to taste the taste first. It has to be said that the arowana was selected as one of the 4 treasures of the world, which really deserves its reputation. It was so delicious, Chu Yuan almost ate his own tongue. After drinking and eating, in order to find out whether there are many arowana resources in the lake, Chu Yuan released his own aquatic spirit GU, Black Star Jellyfish. This spirit GU was cheated from her when he and Dugu Meng met for the first time, and he had nothing to do with Dugu Meng at that time. The Black Star Jellyfish is a specialty of the Black Devil Sea, and it has powerful fighting power in the water. It's a pity that in the hands of Chu Yuan, he has not been able to show his prestige. Now that Chu Yuan wants to investigate the situation in this lake, it happens to be used. The Black Star Jellyfish got into the water and immediately swam happily. Chu Yuan connected his spiritual power to it, and used the jellyfish's perception to investigate the situation below the lake. Black Star Jellyfish has 4 skills: neurotoxin, water escape, water shield, and water control. Under Chu Yuan's control, it launched its 4th skill, water control. The moment the skill was activated, the waters within 5 kilometers of Fang Yuan appeared in the jellyfish's perception, and through the spiritual connection, they appeared in Chu Yuan's mind. All kinds of aquatic organisms, as well as the rocks and silt under the water, have no place to hide. The lake can be said to be rich in aquatic products. There are hundreds of species of fish that Chu Yuan knows and doesn't know. What excites Chu Yuan the most is that a large number of arowanas have multiplied in the lake. From Chu Yuan's perception alone, there are more than a dozen schools of arowanas, and each school has hundreds of fish. And the water area covered by the black star jellyfish skill is only 1% of the entire lake. The number of arowana in the entire lake is sky high. Chu Yuan was delighted. With this lake, there would be no shortage of arowanas to eat in the future. The black star jellyfish swam towards the center of the lake, and more creatures were detected by Chu Yuan, and occasionally there were some beast-level aquatic creatures, but none of them had strong combat power. The strange fish that was parasitized by the blood parasite before is already the overlord of this lake. Seeing some fierce fish preying on the arowana, Chu Yuan let the black star jellyfish hunt them down without hesitation. These arowanas have already been considered by Chu Yuan as his own taboo, whereas he allowing other animals to hunt for food. Time passed slowly, and as the black star jellyfish swam to the center of the lake, a strange thing suddenly appeared in Chu Yuan's perception. It was a stone tablet half hidden in the mud. Through perception, the stone tablet seemed to be emitting a faint light, making the stone tablet still as dazzling as a star in the night sky even at the bottom of the dark lake. Chu Yuan immediately drove the jellyfish, manipulated the water flow, rolled up the stone tablet, and dragged it to the shore. After a while, Chu Yuan got the steel. On the surface, there is nothing special about this steel, but only through the perception of spiritual power, one can feel a special light from the steel. Chu Yuan didn't dare to underestimate this steel, because according to the book, when human beings entered the era of GU masters, many knowledge related to refining GU and raising GU was obtained from the GU God Tower and various stone tablets found in the tower. Including Chu Yuan's master Guo Yunyang, the drunken GU pill he researched was based on the incomplete innate reincarnation pill formula. The Shantian reincarnation pill formula was recorded on a broken stone tablet. The steel that Chu Yuan obtained now also has modeled writing on it. These characters, every stroke and stroke, are like a distorted worm. This kind of characters are called by the GU master, insect seal. Insect script is a compulsory course for every GU master. When Chu Yuan was in high school, his grades in this subject were always good. He carefully identified and read out some words on it, forbidden spirit. Chu Yuan read out the first two characters, but the rest of the writing was a little unclear. When he was still able to read, he heard the voice from the system in his mind, ding. It is detected that the host has obtained the Forbidden Spirit Ancient Formation incomplete. The 100-fold boost is activated, and if you choose the boost, you can get the complete formation method of the Ancient Forbidden Spirit Formation. It turned out to be a formation. Chu Yuan was overjoyed. He has always been interested in the formation method, and has been working hard on this aspect recently. Unexpectedly he has harvested a formation method now. Then what is there to think about? It must be increased. Choose a 100-fold increase. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone tablet in front of him changed drastically. The originally modeled and incomplete stone tablet was instantly completed by a magical power. The words on it were neat and uniform, and every word was very clear. Chu Yuan looked at it word by word, and sure enough, there was a complete formation method on the stone tablet. At the bottom of the formation, there is a simple pattern, which is the formation diagram of the Forbidden Spirit Ancient Formation. After reading the formation, Chu Yuan gasped. Because this formation is too powerful, once the formation is completed, all extraordinary powers within the formation will be imprisoned and cannot be used. For example, the power of the GU Master, the power of the Spirit GU. Everything will be restricted and imprisoned. This is simply the nemesis of GU Masters. Once this formation flows into the outside world, it will definitely cause an uproar. Chu Yuan decided that he must not let this formation be exposed, but use it as his last trump card. However, although the formation is good, it is not easy to arrange. From the formation materials to the requirements against mages, they are all very high. Chu Yuan reckoned that at least a formation mage at the level of Ant Yunjung could barely set up the ancient spirit forbidden formation. After studying the Forbidden Spirit Ancient Formation carefully for a while, Chu Yuan carefully put away the steel. After harvesting an ancient formation, Chu Yuan was very excited. After getting excited, he thought of the things recorded in the book. In the GU God Tower, wherever ancient steles are found, there is an ancient ruin nearby. In other words, Jinlong Mountain, or the area around Jinlong Mountain, is very likely to have an ancient relic. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan immediately used his mental power to instruct the spirit Gu he was exploring in the mountain to speed up the exploration, and to find out the inside and outside of Jinlong Mountain as soon as possible, not letting go of every corner. At the same time, he gave instructions to the Worm Mother who was far away in Wolong Mountain through a spiritual connection, so that the Worm Mother left a part of her guarding power, and then sent all the giant sand worms to migrate to Jinlong Mountain. Most of the ancient ruins are buried deep underground, and giant sandworms are better at searching for things underground. It's been a few days. At this moment, on Jinlong Mountain, there are giant sandworms wandering everywhere, and the number of sandworms digging under the rocks is unknown. A few days ago, Chu Yuan's spirit Gu searched the whole mountain, killed a lot of beasts, and captured a few wild spirit Gu. But no remains were found. Chu Yuan thought that most of the relics were hidden underground, and to find the relics underground, giant sandworms were the best. Although ordered by the Worm Mother, let the giant sandworm migrate over. But this place is thousands of miles away from Wolong Mountain, and it will take at least 10 days and a half months for the giant sandworms to come here. Moreover, there are various obstacles along the way, which may delay some time. Chu Yuan didn't want to wait so long, so he took the golden eagle back to Wolong Mountain, and asked the Worm Mother to gather all the sand worms, and then put them all into the space of the empty ghost worms. The nether worm is an orange crystal spirit Gu, its only use is that it opens up a huge space in its body. If this space worm is strong enough, its space can even evolve into a small world. Now, the space in Chu Yuan's space worm, the law of space is not yet perfect, and it is still far away from becoming a small world. But in a short period of time, creatures can also survive in it for a period of time, and it is no problem to load giant sandworms. Chu Yuan packed the Worm Mother and all the giant sandworms into the space of the nether worm, took the golden eagle, and returned to Jinlong Mountain in only half a day. He released the Worm Mother and all the sandworms, and then ordered the giant sandworms to search all over the mountains and plains. Regardless of whether there are relics or not, even if you dig 3 feet, you must search the entire mountain and the surrounding area. As a result, the entire Jinlong Mountain is now full of giant sandworms, presenting an extremely lively scene. Chu Yuan himself built a small building next to Jinlong Lake and lived in seclusion in the small building. Jinlong Lake is a lake where a large number of arowana breeds, Chu Yuan just named it. He stayed here, devoting himself to the study of formation techniques every day. Once you feel tired, go to the lake to catch arowana and cook a delicious meal to reward yourself. In this world in Gu God Tower, Chu Yuan's time is increased by 2,000 times. So he has no shortage of time. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and thousands of giant sandworms were still carrying out a blanket search on Jinlong Mountain. On this day, Chu Yuan and the Worm Mother checked all the giant sandworms through a spiritual connection, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Every sandworm has a spiritual connection with the Worm Mother, just like the connection between a Gu master and his own spirit Gu. With a sweep of mental power, Chu Yuan immediately found that the giant sandworms were missing a few heads. Yesterday, there were 1,473 giant sandworms in Sushan. And now, there are only 1,465 giant sandworms. 8 giant sandworms are missing. The point is, those missing giant sandworms did not die. The Worm Mother has absolute control over her offspring. If those sandworms die, the Worm Mother will definitely feel it immediately. But now, in the induction of the Insect Mother, not all of the missing sandworms died, and 3 were still alive, but they just couldn't be contacted. Chu Yuan pondered, there are 2 possibilities for this situation. One is that those sandworms are no longer in this world. For example, through the space channel, they came out of the world in the Gu God Tower. Because it has crossed the world, the Worm Mother cannot sense it. However, the chances of this happening are negligible. The space channel is very eye-catching, and it can be sensed from a long distance. If there is a space channel, it is impossible for Chu Yuan to miss it. Then there is another possibility, that is, those sandworms found the ruins, and after entering it, they were cut off by the formation guarding the ruins, so they couldn't connect with the Worm Mother. Chu Yuan's eyes lit up. The relic he had been waiting for more than 2 months seemed to be found soon. Chu Yuan immediately found the general area where several giant sandworms disappeared through the Worm Mother. Send some giant sandworms to search that place. Chu Yuan gave orders to the Worm Mother. The Worm Mother immediately carried out the order faithfully, and sent a team of sandworms to search. Chu Yuan did not go there in person, because unknown risks often occur in places where relics are found. According to the records of the Blue Star GU Master, someone was once trapped in the formation of the ruins, and was trapped to death. Therefore, until the giant sandworm finds the specific location of the ruins and finds out the danger, he will not enter rashly. In Master Ku Rong's GU God Tower before, Chu Yuan was instructed by Du Guao, and also discovered a relic. At that time, Chu Yuan didn't have giant sandworms, and he used Spirit GU to explore the way, and several Spirit GU died. Now with the sandworm, it is easier to use it to find the way. Anyway, as long as sufficient energy and food are provided, the Worm Mother can keep giving birth to giant sandworms, and can give birth to hundreds or thousands of sandworms in a day. No matter how many die, it is not a pity. These days, Chu Yuan provided the Worm Mother with a large amount of pills and food, and sent golden eagles and spirit GU to hunt and kill ferocious beasts to feed the newborn giant sandworms. Therefore, there are still thousands of young giant sandworms wandering around Jinlong Mountain at this moment. Not afraid of consumption at all. Not long after, the Worm Mother reported back that the giant sandworms just sent disappeared again. Chu Yuan immediately recalled the golden eagle, rode it up into the sky, and flew towards the place where the sandworm disappeared. After arriving at the place where the giant sandworms disappeared was a hidden canyon. Some giant sandworms guarded the outside of the canyon. They were left here by the Worm Mother to mark the location for Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan didn't approach rashly. He gave his orders through the Worm Mother. A giant sandworm crawled towards the valley. When it reached a certain point, under Chu Yuan's gaze, the giant sandworm suddenly disappeared out of thin air. This should be a formation, used to protect the ruins. Chu Yuan was overjoyed. He was almost certain that he would find the ruins in this canyon. He also issued an order through the Worm Mother, summoning a large number of giant sandworms to gather towards the canyon. Not long after, giant sandworms wandered over the mountains and plains. Chu Yuan ordered the sandworms to slowly enter from all directions around the entrance of the canyon, looking for the area covered by the formation. After losing hundreds of giant sandworms, Chu Yuan finally determined the area covered by the relic array. After confirming these, the exploration of the ruins has just begun. This relic looks huge, much better than the one Chu Yuan excavated before. The giant sandworms that entered the ruins all disappeared. At first it was just Good Zhao lost contact, not all died. But not long after, the insect mother reported that all the giant sandworms that entered the ruins were dead. This situation was expected by Chu Yuan. The GU masters on the Blue Star are also quite experienced in exploring the ruins. The first relics were all piled up by GU masters with their lives. Later GU masters slowly summed up a set of experience in exploring the ruins. Chu Yuan has been inherited from the Dugu family, and there is a sequence of exploring Dugu in it. According to the records of the Dugu family, exploring the ruins is actually not complicated. One word: dig. Dig from all directions, and dig out all the ruins covered by the formation. As long as the land around the formation is hollowed out, the formation will not be able to rely on it, and it will eventually collapse. Chu Yuan has a large number of giant sandworms. These things are the best at digging. So what are you waiting for? Dig it. Under Chu Yuan's order, all the giant sandworms took action and started the mighty excavation project. 10 years. For Blue Star time, 10 years is long enough. But in the world of God GU Tower, Chu Yuan has 2,000 times the time boost, and the years are like flowing water, disappearing quickly. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yuan had already stayed in Jinlong Mountain for 10 years. During these 10 years, he himself lived in seclusion by the Jinlong Lake, refining GU, raising GU, and studying the way of formation. On the mountain, thousands of giant sandworms are working day and night, digging up the ruins. Now, the excavation project is finally drawing to a close. The canyon where the ruins are located has almost been hollowed out. The area covered by the formation is beyond imagination. The further you go underground, the larger the area covered. Today, a tall tower-like building protrudes from the ground. Chu Yuan stands outside the huge pothole, looking at the tower. It is more than 10 times bigger than the tower in the ruins he unearthed before. Looking at the tower, Chu Yuan was filled with sighs. It's not easy. Nearly 10,000 giant sandworms are digging day and night, and 3,000 to 4,000 sandworms were killed by the counterattack of the formation. However, the effect is remarkable, and this ruin will be breached soon. With such a large relic and such tight protection, there should be some good things inside, right? Although he was close to success, Chu Yuan still didn't dare to enter the tower rashly. Because circles of khaki light are guarding the pagoda, once the giant sand hits it, it will be smashed into pieces. The power of this tower guard formation is beyond imagination. With Chu Yuan's current formation level, it is impossible to understand what kind of formation it is. Therefore, he can only use stupid methods to forcibly break the formation. That is to fill it with your life. Under Chu Yuan's order, one giant sandworm after another launched a suicide attack towards the formation. Every time a giant sandworm is sacrificed, the energy of the formation will be consumed. This kind of sacrifice is effective. After 1,000 giant sandworms were sacrificed, one of the 9 halos protecting the formation finally shattered. Seeing this situation, Chu Yuan's spirit was greatly lifted. Continue to mobilize more giant sandworms to die. In the past 10 years, the worm mother has given birth to tens of thousands of giant sandworms, and it doesn't take that many to dig out the ruins, so they are all driven to the surrounding area to hunt on their own. Now Chu Yuan gave an order through the worm mother, and tens of thousands of giant sandworms rushed over, attacking the aura of the formation one after another. The halo of the first formation is shattered. The halo of the second formation is shattered. The halo of the third formation is shattered. 3 days later, with a loud bang, the halos of the 9 formations were all wiped out without a trace. Ha ha ha. Chu Yuan let out a hearty laugh. After 10 years, it's finally the harvest season. The pagoda is right in front of you, and the door has been opened. But Chu Yuan still didn't rush in. People are often the easiest to let go of their guard when they are closest to success, and this is also the moment closest to failure. In the world of GU masters, there are countless ways to kill people. Chu Yuan doesn't want to ruin himself by being careless. He can be sure that with such a strong protection on the outside of this tower, there is definitely danger inside. He needs cannon fodder to find his way. Needless to say, the giant sandworm still has to go up. Chu Yuan sent a relatively petite sandworm to step towards the door of the pagoda. Quote, the moment the giant sandworm entered the portal, a blue ray of light suddenly appeared. When the giant sandworm came into contact with this ray of light, it made a sizzling sound as if it had been shocked by electricity, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Chu Yuan wiped off his cold sweat. He was glad that he was not careless. Another giant sandworm was sent up, and the blue light still appeared, killing it. The third head, the fourth head. The more giant sandworms came forward to die, the weaker the blue light at the entrance of the pagoda became. Obviously, this kind of protective hand Duanyi needs energy support. Under the consumption of thousands of giant sandworms, finally, after another sandworm entered, the blue light had become negligible. Falling on the sandworms, it could no longer cause effective damage. The entrance to the pagoda has been breached. Chu Yuan controlled a spirit GU and entered the pagoda. Through the sight of Ling GU, Chu Yuan saw the situation in the tower. This is just one floor of the pagoda, there are passages going up and down. In order to prevent traps or curses in the tower, Chu Yuan continued to mobilize BGCJ, a large number of giant sandworms to enter the tower to explore. The result of the exploration is good, the interior of the pagoda is not too dangerous. However, whether it is the passage to the upper floor or the lower floor, there are still deadly blue lights blocking the way. Chu Yuan used a giant sandworm to explore the tower like a carpet. He was still worried, so he manipulated the spirit GU to search again. After confirming that there was no danger, he entered the tower. The entrance floor of the pagoda was obviously not favored by the original owner of the pagoda, and there were only some ordinary sundries piled up inside. Really useful things are still in the upper and lower layers. Before entering the upper and lower passages, Chu Yuan hesitated. Is it up first or down first? He thought for a while, and decided to look down first. A giant sandworm has been sent into the portal to the lower level. As Chu Yuan expected, the portal is still guarded by energy. Chu Yuan rolled his eyes. The previous owner of this tower was really very vigilant. No way, I can only consume it with giant sandworms again. Another 1,000 giant sandworms were sacrificed, and the downward passage was finally opened. 10 days later, at the sacrifice of tens of thousands of giant sandworms, Chu Yuan finally took control of the entire pagoda. This pagoda has 9 floors. The first floor, deep underground, is the energy core of the entire tower. The guardian formation, and the energy of each portal are all output from here. When Chu Yuan broke through this layer, he saw that the energy pool here had dried up. This is why Chu Yuan sacrificed 20,000 to 30,000 giant sandworms for so many days, so that the energy here is exhausted, and the energy here is not consumed. This tower can never be entered. On the second floor, there are some sundries piled up, but there is no big gain. The third floor looks like a laboratory, with all kinds of messy utensils and production materials placed inside. The fourth floor is an alchemy room, which has a huge alchemy furnace, which looks more advanced than any alchemy furnace that Chu Yuan has seen on Blue Star. With this alchemy furnace alone, Chu Yuan felt that he had made a lot of money. The fifth floor is the library, which keeps a lot of books. Chu Yuan feels that these books are the most precious treasures in this tower. The sixth floor is the training room. The seventh floor is the training room. There are some dummies and some anti-strike equipment here. It is obviously the place where the owner of the pagoda uses to practice fighting skills. The eighth floor is the leisure room. The ninth floor is the place for daily living. After exploring the entire tower, Chu Yuan felt something was wrong. Because in this tower, he didn't find anything related to the GU Master. Blue Star is now called the era of GU Masters, and the core of everything is related to refining GU, cultivating GU, and using GU. And everything related to GU Masters was discovered from similar ruins. And in this tower, there is no room for refining GU, or anything related to spirit GU, which is incredible. Chu Yuan doesn't understand why this happened. He can only go back to the fifth floor. Maybe the huge collection of books here will tell him the answer. The sky has billions of stars, and the earth has billions of worlds. Every world is vast. In ancient times, there was a powerful monk who forged 10,000 pagodas, and each pagoda was refined into a world. In some small worlds, the material of the pagoda is special shiraishi. In some larger worlds, the material of the pagoda looks like bronze, silver, or gold. And in the vastest world, the material of the refining tower is purple jade and orange crystal. The mighty monks use these pagodas to form a grand formation of 10,000 realms, which spans the universe and is invincible. Later, Da Nang, who made the pagoda, went to another Feng universe. He scattered thousands of pagodas in the world, looking for someone who is destined, and some of the pagodas were obtained by a GU refining monk. This monk calls himself GU God. The pagoda he obtained was also renamed the GU God Pagoda. The world in the GU God Tower has become the place where the GU God raises GU. GU God also captured countless human beings, and helped him refine and raise GU in the world in the tower. Everyone is a servant of GU God. GU God is extremely cruel. When he is in a bad mood, he will even ask someone to feed the spirit GU. In the world in the tower, some people with lofty ideals are quietly accumulating strength, intending to resist the rule of GU God. Finally one day, they found their chance. There are monks from the outside world, come to trouble God GU. GU God started a battle with the enemy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the rebels in the GU God Tower also gathered their strength, wanting to break through the GU God Tower and escape the rule of the GU God. The GU Master did not expect that his servant would dare to resist him. He was wounded in the battle and unable to suppress the rebels, so he mobilized the power of the GU God Tower and killed all the creatures in the tower. Golden Dragon Mountain. The fifth floor of the pagoda. Chu Yuan closed a notebook with a look of electricity on his face. He actually saw some ancient secrets from this tower. What he is concerned about now is whether the GU God has died, and whether the GU God Tower is still under the control of the GU God. Does the blue star of human life have anything to do with GU God? Chu Yuan deeply felt a sense of crisis. If GU God hadn't died, then Blue Star's humans would be in danger. According to the records in the notes, the GU Masters on Blue Star today can be said to be all people raising GU, which is the same as the people who were enslaved by Gu gods in ancient times. Every once in a while, the Gu god will take away everyone's spirit Gu, and then use these spirit Gu to refine more powerful spirit Gu. Is Gu Shen still alive? It would be better if he died. The blue star humans would lose a huge threat. If he is still alive, then why hasn't he come out to harvest human spirit? Perhaps, the blue star humans have only entered the age of Gu masters for 1,000 years, and for the Gu gods, they have not yet reached the point where they can harvest. Either way, Chu Yuan felt that he had to become stronger quickly in order to be able to face the possible crisis. In addition to things related to Gu god, Chu Yuan also learned about another thing. That's why there is nothing related to spirit Gu in this tower. That's because the owner of this tower, named Jin Guang, is one of the leaders of the rebels. This person's family members were all fed to the Gu god by the Gu god, so he hated the Gu god extremely, and also hated the spirit Gu. Therefore, anything related to spirit Gu will not appear in his tower. What Jin Guang practiced was another kind of cultivation system. This kind of cultivation method mainly focused on refining qi, cultivating mana, relying on spells to fight, without needing to raise Gu and refining Gu. It has a very powerful combat power. Chu Yuan understood in seconds. Isn't this the cultivator? We have read a lot of cultivation novels. However, strictly speaking, Gu masters can also be regarded as a group of cultivators. Other cultivators mainly focus on practicing qi and methods, while Gu masters mainly focus on refining Gu. Chu Genichi always felt that Gu masters only rely on spirit Gu to fight, and their own weak combat power is the biggest flaw. If one can find the golden light cultivation method, it can complement the Gu master's way. Chu Yuan continued to look through the books in the library, hoping to find the golden light cultivation method. He found another notebook, which recorded some things. As the leader of the rebels back then, Jin Guang really caused a lot of trouble for Gu God. Gu God has many Gu God towers, except for the most advanced orange crystal Gu God tower, which is in the hands of Gu God himself. The rest of the purple jade, gold, silver, bronze, and Shiraishi Gu God towers are controlled by Gu God's apprentices. Ask for flowers. At the beginning, Jin Guang led the rebels, taking advantage of the battle between the Gu God and the powerful enemy. They rose up and snatched many Gu God towers from the Gu God's apprentices. Jin Guang and the others sealed the Gu God tower they had snatched everywhere in the world. In order to prevent the Gu God from casting spells to take back the Gu God tower, the formation used to seal the Gu God tower is the Ancient Forbidden Spirit formation. The Ancient Forbidden Spirit array can isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the Gu God tower is inside, waiting to lose contact with the outside world. Even the deity of the Gu God cannot cast spells to call back the Gu God tower through the ancient formation of forbidden spirits. Chu Yuan has already mastered the ancient forbidden spirit formation, but what he regrets is that Jin Guang did not leave a place to seal the tower of the Gu God, perhaps afraid that the Gu God would find it here. It's up to Chu Yuan to find it himself. He continued to search in the library, and finally found another book in a secret. On the cover of the book, it says, Zon level top grade exercise, returning to the truth. This is a qi training method. Chu Yuan flipped through it, and couldn't help complaining, it's so well hidden, it's just a mysterious skill. He has already seen the introduction to the cultivation method in another book. The worldly skills are divided into 4 levels, heaven, earth, Zon, and Huang. Each level is divided into upper, middle and lower ranks. Mysterious top grade, it's not bad, but it's definitely not too good. Chu Yuan was complaining, when the system's voice appeared in time. Ding. It is detected that the host has acquired a practice technique, and the 100-fold increase is activated. Chu Yuan was waiting for the system, and immediately chose a 100-fold boost. And the kung fu in his hands is the true formula. It also changed its name in an instant, Xuanyuan Lianjunju. The grade of the skill has also become the middle grade of the earth grade. Chu Yuan nodded, the earth level mid-grade kung fu is not bad. The point is, he has no better choice. He had made a rough comparison just now. The return to true art without any increase is at least 100 times stronger than the spiritual breath art he practiced before. Now that there are more powerful exercises, of course I have to switch to practice. Of course, in order not to attract attention, let's practice after entering school. Counting the time on the blue star, it's only a few days before school starts. It's time to go back to Yunxiao Academy, and the trial of Yunxiao Dreamland is about to begin. Chu Yuan regards the pagoda on Jinlong Mountain as his second base in the Gushan Pagoda world. He threw a batch of spirit stones into the energy pool of the pagoda, and these spirit stones were automatically converted into energy, and the entire system of the pagoda started to operate again. With energy, the formation starts again. Moreover, Chu Yuan found out how to manipulate the formation in Jingguang's library, and he will be able to freely enter and exit the pagoda protected by the formation in the future. Chu Yuan also gave the second floor of the pagoda to the Worm Mother Spirit Jiyu to live in. The Worm Mother has no fighting power, and Chu Genichi has always been worried about its safety, worrying that if a wild spirit Jiyu that can sneak in like the shadow knife beetle gets in and kills the Worm Mother, it will be a big loss. Now that you have this array protection, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Now that the ruins have been excavated, a large number of giant sandworms have been sent to migrate in all directions again to support themselves. The task of the Worm Mother is still to breed giant sandworms in large numbers, the more the better. Anyway, the world is big enough to support it. Even if the territory in this world is not enough, Chu still has other GU God towers. Chu Yuan arranged the affairs of Jinlong Mountain, went to the lake to catch a batch of arowana, left the world of GU God Pagoda, and appeared in Guo Yunyang's villa in an instant. Chu Yuan walked out of the villa, took a deep breath, and felt extremely comfortable. Not to mention the harvest in the ruins, just in the 10 years in the tower, he has studied the elementary knowledge of the way of formation very thoroughly, and laid a very solid foundation. Moreover, over the past 10 years, the spirit GU has also improved tremendously. The time increase is really a good thing. 10 years have passed in the world of the GU God Tower, and 2 days have passed on the Blue Star. Chu Yuan checked his mobile phone and found several missed calls. One of them belongs to Zheng Jun. He immediately called Zheng Jun back, and the other party connected quickly. "Oh, my big boss, you've answered the phone. Hee, I'm sorry, I closed the door. What's the rush, brother Zheng? Are you at the villa? I'll go over and have an interview. I'm at the villa, come on." Chu Yuan hung up the phone and started to boil water to make tea. After the tea was brewed, Zheng Jun had arrived at the villa. "I haven't seen him for a few days, he seems to have gained weight again." Chu Yuan invited him to sit down in the living room, and poured a cup of tea to him. "Brother Zheng, tell me something." Zheng Jun complained. "The decoration of our restaurant has been completed, the chef hired by a lot of money is also in place, the dishes are being trial produced, and the service personnel are also training. It seems that it is about to open, but you, the big boss, have disappeared." Chu Yuan smiled. "I don't have time to take care of the restaurant affairs, you have full power to deal with it, why should I come forward?" Zheng Jun sighed. "It's really up to you to come forward. Some people don't want to see us develop so well, without your brand, I'm afraid someone will make trouble." Chu Yuan nodded and asked, "Have you decided on the name of the restaurant?" "Just waiting for you to decide." Chu Yuan thought for a while and said, "How about calling it Tianilo? The first floor in the sky, the first floor in the world." Zheng Jun shook his fat and laughed. "What a name. It's elegant and domineering." Chu Yuan glared at him. "Don't explain indiscriminately, it doesn't mean the number one in the world. It means that water is born in the sky, and water represents wealth. Isn't our business just seeking money?" Zheng Jun nodded with a smile. Yes, there is water in the sky, and water in the sky. However, if you become the Lord of Yunxiao City in the future, young Master Chu, no one would dare to disobey you if you explain it as the number one building in the world." Chu Yuan smiled and took a sip of tea. "Our strength is far from being comparable to Zhou Yanbin, Fang Yuquan and the others. Don't say such things in the future. You will only cause trouble for yourself." Zheng Jun said seriously. "I understand this. This is what we are talking about. Please rest assured, young Master Chu, I will not cause you any trouble." Chu Yuan nodded, and then said, "That being said, if you do business with me, you will inevitably be targeted by them. Are you mentally prepared for this?" Zheng Jun said seriously. Young Master Chu, since I have decided to board your boat, I have long been prepared to face suppression. However, in normal business competition, I am not afraid of them, but I am afraid that they will play tricks on me. Chu Yuan thought for a while, and said, it's not convenient for me to come forward for many things. How about this? I will go to see Mr. Chen later, and ask him to write a plaque for our Tianilo. With Uncle Chen's plaque here, I believe no one would dare to target you at will. Zheng Jun was overjoyed when he heard this, rubbed his hands excitedly and said, this is really great. If Lord Chen can write an inscription on our Tianilo, it will be equivalent to having a great god sitting in our restaurant. Mess with me. Chu Yuan said again. Don't be so happy, Mr. Chen may not be willing to give me this plaque. If you can't ask for words, you will be so happy. Zheng Jun hurriedly said. Let's do our best. If we really can't find words, we can think of other ways. Chu Yuan thought for a while and then said, when Tianilo opens, I can provide you with a batch of blue-eared rabbits, golden dragon fish, and purple golden potatoes, each of which is 100 catties, and will provide you with a fixed supply of 50 catties every month. When Zheng Jun heard it, he almost thought he had heard it wrong, and he asked again, you are talking about one of the 4 treasures of heaven and earth. Chu Yuan nodded. Not bad. Zheng Jun slapped his thigh and stood up. Okay, with these 4 treasures of the world, why should our restaurant's business not be prosperous? He didn't expect that Chu Yuan had such a great ability to supply 3 of the 4 treasures of the world in such a large amount. These days, he has been collecting all kinds of precious ingredients, but he didn't expect Chu Yuan to get him 3 treasures in one go. After getting excited, Zheng Jun sat down and said, no, if one of the 4 treasures of the world is missing, it will lose its color a lot. I have to find a way to spend a lot of money to buy a batch of flying dragons, and when we open, we will have a feast of 4 treasures, and we will make our reputation in the first floor of the sky in one fell swoop. Chu Yuan nodded and said, that's true. You should do this matter quickly, and after you receive Filong, give me some first. When I go to Uncle Chen to ask for calligraphy, I can't go there empty-handed, and bring Sijin as a gift, the chances of getting the calligraphy are always higher. Zheng Jun also said, yes, yes, yes. I'm going to post the task on the GU Master Association's task list. I don't believe it. If you smash down a lot of spirit stones, you can buy real dragon meat, and you can't buy it. Dragon. Brother Zheng, is the fun still enough? If not, I will add some more. Enough, enough, the 1 million spirit stones you gave last time have all entered the ledger on the first floor of the sky, there is no end to it. After Zheng Jun finished speaking, he left in a hurry and went to buy Filong. Chu Yuan is still a little bit sure about getting Chen Yuan's inscription. When he first got the Cloud Order, he once asked his master, Guo Yunyang, if he wanted to compete for the position of Lord of Cloud City, would Chen Yuan favor his own apprentice? Guo Yunyang replied, Number. As long as you have real skills, only you can overwhelm Chen Yuan's apprentice. Chen Yuan will definitely support you as the city lord. Now, Chu Yuan is completely at a disadvantage in the competition for the position of the city lord, because he is too young and has not had the opportunity to develop his own power. And his competitors are already full-fledged. If Chen Yuan doesn't give Chu Genichi a little tilt, then giving him the Yunxiao order will completely harm him. Chu Yuan didn't ask for any inclination, but just asked you for a picture, isn't it too much? Zheng Jun was very efficient in his work, and sent 4 flying dragons the next day. This is a small bird that looks a bit like a pheasant, but with more colorful and beautiful feathers. Young Master Chu, take these flying dragons to honor City Lord Chen first, and ask for the plaque of our restaurant, and I will buy a batch to use when we open. Thank you, Brother Zheng. It's not hard, it should be, hee. Chu Yuan took out 2 blue-eared rabbits and 2 arowanas and gave them to Zheng Jun. These are for you to enjoy. When the hotel opens, I still have supplies here. Zheng Jun was also polite, and accepted it with a smile. Then thank you, young Master Chu, I have been greedy for these little things for a long time, but unfortunately I have never been able to get them, and I really haven't eaten them. Thanks to your blessing today, I can eat them all. Good luck. Zheng Jun chatted for a while, and then said goodbye. Chu Yuan received the flying dragon into the space snail, turned around and entered the GU God Tower, and came to Wolong Mountain. He's here to dig purple gold potatoes. At the beginning, He got some purple gold potatoes from Liang Xiaoxiao and planted them all around Wolong Mountain. Zijin Yam has a low temper. If you look for a good environment, apply some fertilizer, weed and pest control, water and irrigate, no matter how good the care is, Zijin Yam will not grow fruit. Instead, just find a bad environment and bury it, don't worry about it, as long as there is some spiritual energy, it can grow. However, the output is extremely low. Chu Yuan doesn't care about the low yield. Anyway, our land is big enough to plant everywhere, and the total yield will not be low. Because of Chu Yuan's time boost, these purple golden potatoes have also grown for more than 10 years. The crops are harvested once a year, and Chu Yuan didn't eat much, so they spread them out and planted them. Over the past 10 years, Zijin potato has grown to a certain size. Some time ago, a wild boar touched it and ate a piece of purple gold potato, which made Chu Yuan feel very distressed. Fortunately, the golden eagle found it in time and caught the wild boar. The fate of the wild boar is naturally to eat the flesh and cramps. Now, Chu Yuan has designated a large area for the cultivation of Zijin potatoes. And let the 2 golden eagles watch, no animals are allowed to break in and eat. Chu Yuan came to the place where the purple golden potatoes were grown, dug most of his pockets in a short while, and came out of the Gu God Pagoda. Then, Chu Yuan left the villa and rushed straight to Chen Yuyan's house. When I came to the Chen family villa, I saw Sun Mengmeng and her 3-eyed spirit deer wandering around. To Chu Yuan's surprise, there was another small animal besides Sun Mengmeng. That's a silvery white mink. Chu Yuan was used to it, and he knew that Sun Mengmeng had a special ability, which was born to make animals get close to her. Seeing Chu Yuan, the little mink grinned at him, warning him not to approach. Chu Yuan ignored Xiao Diao's threat. The little thing dared to bark his teeth at me, it was because my golden eagle wasn't there, otherwise he would have eaten you in seconds. Out of his foodie instinct, he felt that this kind of mink should also taste good. He came in front of Sun Mengmeng, smiled and asked, "Senior sister, what about Tian?" Sun Mengmeng picked up Xiao Diao. "Look at my new friend, it's called Xiaoyan, isn't it beautiful?" Chu Yuan nodded. "Pretty, pretty. It must be delicious." Xiao Diao understood, and when she heard that Chu Yuan wanted to eat it, she screamed in fright and hid in Sun Mengmeng's arms. But Sun Mengmeng was stupid, didn't understand what Chu Yuan meant, and asked, "What's delicious?" "Hee, I brought a blue-eared rabbit, it tastes delicious, Senior Sister Mengmeng, eat more at noon." "Bunny is so cute." Before she finished speaking, Chu Yuan hurried into the villa. "Bunny is so cute, don't eat it at noon if you have the ability." Crying for you. He knows that Sun Mengmeng likes to eat meat very much. When we ate together last time, she ate more than Chu Yuan. When Chu Yuan entered the villa, she saw Aunt Yunjung playing with her flowers and plants. "Auntie, Chu Yuan is here." "Well, Senior Aunt, I just got some delicious food, and I immediately thought of honoring Senior Aunt and Uncle." "Hee, you child, why don't you want to honor your master?" "I also want to be filial to the master, but other people can't retreat, but I can't even get there. Your master is like this, you don't see him for 3 or 2 days a month, and you always stay in the alchemy room." Chu Yuan asked again, "Auntie, is Uncle at home?" "Not here, but come back at noon." "Okay, I'll cook today, let's have a feast of 4 treasures today." 4 treasures banquet. The 4 treasures of heaven and earth, it's rare to get them all together, and they just happen to be eaten together. "Hey, you're amazing, these things are hard to find, let alone get together." "Master, my friend and I opened a restaurant in Yunshao City, and it will open soon, so we have searched everywhere for rare delicacies. In the future, if you and your uncle want to eat, please let us know at any time." "Okay, you have it. Also, Auntie, I have already learned the formation knowledge you gave me last time, can you teach me some more advanced knowledge?" Yunjung, who was pruning flowers, stopped and looked at Chu Genichi in surprise. "Have you learned?" She felt that Chu Yuan was a bit bragging. The way of formation is known as the most complicated knowledge in the practice world, and it is really not easy to learn. Learning formation requires not only talent, but also hard work. The formation knowledge she gave Chu Yuan, although it is only the basic knowledge for beginners. But it is enough for ordinary people to learn for 3 to 5 years. How long has Chu Yuan been studying? Only 10 days. Even in the GU God Pagoda, with a 20-fold increase in time, it would only take 200 days. In this little time, he dares to say that he has learned it. If she only learns superficially and dares to say that she has learned it, she will be very disappointed with Chu Yuan. Okay, you said you learned it, then I have to test you. If you study well, it proves that your talent is really outstanding, and I will teach you further knowledge. Chu Yuan nodded confidently. Auntie, please take the exam. Yunjung said. Come with me to the flower garden. Chu Yuan hurriedly followed. They came to a flower garden, and Yunjung pointed to one of them. Chu Yuan, take a look at this flower garden, how are my flowers growing? Don't you want to test the formation method? Why are you looking at flowers again? With such doubts, Chu Yuan looked towards the flower garden. After a while, his face became serious. Because Yunjung's flower garden was not planted casually, each flower was planted carefully. The entire flower garden is combined together, and it turns out to be a complicated formation. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.